Chapter 925. Yun Sheng's fire phoenix was definitely not an ordinary phoenix. It was Yun Sheng's spirit hellfire. Not to mention the body of a demonic beast, even the hardest purple gold, or would be melted in a molten iron. One could imagine the feeling when it landed on a human's body. He Lin's mournful scream could be heard. At the same time, the Qilin's Shi was being eaten by the 100-legged ant general and its ant soldiers. The fire feathers landed on her body and face, melting her flesh. High up in the sky, Director Song was facing off against Yi Biming. He originally thought that since He Lin had the Qilin's fury, it would be easy for her to kill Yun Sheng. Who knew that when he lowered his head to look at the situation on the ground, Director Song couldn't help but become angry. It was a one-sided situation. Yun Sheng was like a fire god descending to the mortal world. She waved her magic scepter, and the fire phoenix cried out. He Lin was covered in blood as she dodged passively. Lowly celestial fox, mixed blood. Just as Director Song was about to charge forward, a biting cold wind blade slashed over. Yi Biming said coldly, "Your opponent is me." Although he was fighting in the sky, he was worried about Yun Sheng on the ground. Seeing that her battle was gradually getting better, Yi Biming felt a sense of pride in his heart. How could his woman be a soft persimmon that anyone could casually need? Kill her until she was in a complete mess. So what if the Black Qilin clan was angry? Yi Biming, your opponent is this crown prince. With a blunt sound, Duguxiu was kicked by Yi Biming again. How could your strength increase so quickly? Duguxiu was panting. He and Yi Biming were both martial emperors, but he could only passively face the enemy. Then I have to thank the Black Qilin clan's Qilin King blood crystal. In the past 3 days, I fused with 3 Qilin blood crystals for today's battle. Yi Biming smiled wickedly. What? 1 pill a day? Duguxiu felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Even Director Song couldn't help but feel shocked. The Qilin King blood crystal had an excellent effect of increasing one's cultivation and strengthening one's body. Especially when used by the Qilin clan, the effect would be doubled. However, not everyone could fuse with the Qilin blood crystal. Even the Qilin warriors, whose physiques were far superior to humans, could only begin to integrate the first Qilin blood crystal after reaching the martial sage realm. As a martial emperor, the reason why Duguxiu was stronger than the veteran martial emperor Yunba was because he had merged with the Qilin blood crystal. With the help of Director Song, Duguxiu managed to fuse with 3 Qilin blood crystals. But that was only 3. After Yi Biming learned the secret of the Qilin blood crystals, he forcibly fused with 4 of them. A few days ago, when he learned that Yun Sheng was going to be executed and that he had to fight a bloody battle to save Yun Sheng, he understood that he had to fuse with the blood crystal to temporarily raise his body to the peak of the martial emperor realm or even the martial god realm in order to fight against Director Song. 3 crystals. 3 crystals in 3 days, Director Song muttered to himself. Even he had only fused with 6 Qilin blood crystals. Moreover, he had fused with them gradually over a long period of 60 to 70 years. The pain of fusing with the Qilin blood crystals was far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. However, Yi Biming managed to endure it. It was no wonder that he was almost unable to make it in time for the execution at noon. Sure, step back. You are indeed not his match. Director Song stopped Duguxiu. 7 Qilin blood crystals was rare even in the Black Qilin clan. Even the most outstanding Black Qilin clan leader, He Yao, had only managed to fuse with 10 Qilin blood crystals. However, it would be a big mistake to think that the more Qilin blood crystals he fused with, the more Qilin blood crystals he would win. Yi Biming, I will ask you one more time. Are you willing to return to the 8 Desolations continent with me? Director Song stared at Yi Biming, hoping that he would give a satisfactory answer. Yi Biming gave his answer with his actions. The muscles in his body twisted and twisted as black dough qi erupted from his body like a volcano. Then you can go and die, Director Song roared. His battle qi was like a flame as it covered his entire body. It was as if a black sun had appeared in the sky, covering Director Song's entire body in black light. When the blazing Do Chi was formed, a roar like that of the earth could be heard. The black Do Chi within Director Song's body exploded. The black Do Chi transformed into sharp swords that shuttled through the air and floated beside Director Song. Director Song pointed his right hand towards the sky, and the Do Chi swords pierced towards Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming's black clothes instantly exploded, just as the sword were about to pierce Yi Baiming's heart. An earth shield suddenly appeared and blocked the Do Chi swords. With a muffled sound, the earth shield exploded. Yi Baiming's body swayed as he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Although the swords didn't pierce him, they still injured his internal organs. Following that, even more Do Chi swords were like thunderbolts and raindrops. It was like the flame explosion released by a magician. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yin Sheng couldn't help but raise her head when she heard the commotion in the sky. When she raised her head, her small face instantly paled. There was actually such a tyrannical Do Chi in this world. Countless Do Chi swords streaked across the cloudy sky like shooting stars. Every one of them was aimed at Yi Baiming's vital points. Poof! A Do Chi arrow pierced Yi Baiming's shoulder. Drops of blood splashed down like a broken pearl. His heart suddenly felt a sharp pain. This pain was even more painful than when Yun Sheng was hit by yearning and dreams. It's all your fault. Uncle Song actually used 10,000 swords piercing the heart. If he is willing to marry me, he will be the most honorable Kirin clan leader. Hei Linlin also saw this scene. Her heart ached, but there was also a kind of morbid joy. Hei Linlin glanced at Yun Sheng and found that the girl who wouldn't change her expression even if MT Tai collapsed in front of her. At this moment, her expression changed greatly. Her magic scepter that was waving like a spirit snake also stopped. Like a plague of locusts, the Do Chi swords furiously attacked Yi Baiming again and again. Yin Sheng felt her heart being lifted. At this moment, a strange black flame appeared around Hei Linlin. She stared at the absent-minded Yin Sheng. A black Do Chi sword appeared in her hand. She fiercely swung it at Yin Sheng. In the sky, Yi Baiming's eyebrows twitched. He seemed to have a premonition. He bent down to look. No! Yi Baiming's shrill cry woke Yin Sheng up. The aura of death was close to her ears. The Do Chi sword was only an inch away from Yin Sheng's nose. Pop, pop, little master! Yin Sheng only felt that her body was knocked away by a strange force. A pink shadow of an egg blocked the fatal attack. At the critical moment, the puffed egg spontaneously removed its fusion state and blocked the fatal attack for Yin Sheng. Crack! A crisp sound. A warm liquid flowed out from the puffed egg. Chapter 926. That slash landed on Egg Popping's body. A crack grew on the eggshell, and an inch-wide crack appeared on the egg. Liquid that looked like blood and amniotic fluid flowed out of the crack, wetting Yun Sheng's hands and feet. In his mind, everything about the egg popping crazily flashed through. From the age of 6 until Yun Sheng was 15, the puffed egg had always been by her side during most helpless and difficult 9 years on the boundless continent. Although the puffed egg loved to cry and had no ability, Yun Sheng had never despised it because it was the only thing her mother, Hu Jiuxing, had left for her. It was like another family member of Yun Sheng. It was more like a child of Yun Sheng. Although Yun Sheng did not know when the puffed egg would hatch, what kind of magical beast would come out of it? Would it be a wolf, a dragon, a phoenix, or some other magical beast? None of this was important anymore. The puffed egg no longer made any puffed egg sounds. Its pair of big white wings slowly drooped down, and the pink egg body fell heavily on the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. Yi Baiming breathed a sigh of relief, but when he saw Yun Sheng's sorrowful face, his heart tightened. The sadness in Yun Sheng's heart also infected him. Yi Baiming knew that the puffed egg meant far more to Yun Sheng than other magical beasts. Little wildcat, tisk, what a pity. Director Song also felt sorry. That egg, he originally wanted to give it to the Bahuang tribe. Forget it, it was killed. Hei Linlin's knife was extraordinary. If an ordinary person was hit by it, their soul would definitely be scattered. That egg, however, only cracked a crack. The eggshell could be considered hard enough. Stupid egg, you're courting death. He Linlin thought that this time, she could directly kill Yunsheng, who knew that at the critical moment, this ugly egg would appear halfway. He Linlin kicked the puffed egg. Don't touch it, a cold voice said. Yunsheng stood up. Her black hair was messy, and there was no trace of blood on her pale face. His white prison clothes fluttered in the wind. So what if I kick it? Not only am I going to kick it, but I'm also going to chop it into pieces. He Linlin was delighted to see Yunsheng's reaction. She swung her sword at Bobo Egg, who could no longer move. Right now, Bobo Egg was like a newborn baby, waiting to be slaughtered. A hand stopped the saber made of fighting energy. He Linlin couldn't help but widen her eyes. Yunsheng actually caught her battle energy blade with her hand. Reckless, He Linlin smiled cruelly. What a reckless woman. Just now, I let her be proud for a moment. Did she really think that she could bully me? Because of the Qilin's wrath, He Linlin had consumed a lot of her battle energy. That was why she was forced to retreat by Yunsheng's magic. However, she would not lose, because she still had the Qilin relic. It was the relic's soul stone from the Qilin tomb. Yi Baiming had given it up for Yunsheng. This relic continuously created new Do Qi for He Linlin, allowing her to be invincible in every battle. Tell me, if I cut off your hands and legs in front of Yi Baiming, how do you think he'll react? He Linlin's face twisted. Who asked Yi Baiming to reject her again and again? She wanted him to regret giving up the Qilin relic and marrying her. She wanted to torture this woman to death. She wanted Yi Baiming to spend every day in pain and regret. In He Linlin's hand, the battle energy saber was moving down inch by inch. Yunsheng's 5 fingers had already been scratched by the sharp battle energy. Blood dripped down from her fingers and mixed with the liquid flowing out of the eggshell, converging into a blood-red river. He Linlin, don't you dare. Facing the shocking scene on the ground, He Linlin was stunned. Facing the sky full of battle energy swords, Yi Baiming's chest roared angrily like a dragon's roar. A piercing pain spread from the bottom of his heart. Yi Baiming raised his head and roared. Under his tattered black garments, black scales the size of palms could be seen protruding out of his skin. Not only his body, but also his hands, thighs, and other parts of his body, including his head, were all covered with similar black scales. When the black scales broke out of his body, it was as if his body was about to be torn apart. This terrifying process was more painful than Yi Baiming's fusion with any of the Qilin King's blood crystals. Blue veins popped out on his temples like earthworms. The handsome face of the past no longer existed. Beast spikes drilled out of his back. The physical pain was far less than the fear of losing Yunsheng. Yi Baiming was like a wild beast, roaring in a low voice. Blood and sweat stained his skin and clothes red. Whoosh whoosh, sharp claws and teeth drilled out of his 10 fingers. This is a super shifter? Witnessing Yi Baiming's sudden change, Director Song and Dugu Xiu were terrified. Yi Baiming's current appearance, other than his facial features that could still be vaguely seen, he still retained the upright walking posture of a human. He was already comparable to a real Qilin. The Qilin clan of Bakra orcs had already evolved into a human form thousands of years ago. In the endless evolution of history, most of the Qilin clan had already lost the ability to shapeshift. Most of them could partially shapeshift after fusing with the Beast King's blood crystals. For example, Dugu Xiu's Qilin arm or He Linlin's Qilin fury. But those were all partial shapeshifting. It was different from humans who lost their humanity after fusing with beast blood. The shapeshifting of the Ba Huang tribe was even more advanced. It was divided into 3 stages: partial shapeshifting, complete shapeshifting, and super shapeshifting. Only with super shapeshifting could the Qilin clan unleash their strongest fighting strength. If this continued, Yi Baiming would become a complete shapeshifting or even a super shapeshifting. His fighting strength would be several times or even dozens of times of his normal state. We can't let him continue. Xiu'er, let's work together. Director Song raised his hand, and those battle energy swords attacked Yi Baiming again. Duguxiu was a little stunned. His heart was still worried about Yin Sheng on the ground. Those who block me will die. Yi Baiming, who still retained his last bit of consciousness, shouted angrily. His gray eyes had completely turned red. Almost at the same moment, Yi Baiming's voice fell. 4 hurricanes formed in the sky and swept towards Director Song. He didn't use any battle techniques. He only used his body as a weapon and smashed toward Director Song. Boom! It was like 2 thunderclaps colliding together. A dull sound was heard. In the sky, Yi Baiming and Director Song collided head-on. The entire Later Qin's Yangdu city was shaken at this moment. Those who can vote for the Golden Keyboard competition on the Computer Side website, please look over. Remember to vote for the works. You don't have to vote for the authors. The votes will be added every day and will be valid until the end of January. It is separate from the recommendation votes. Diffusi is rushing up the list of works. Thank you. Chapter 927. The half-beast Yi Baiming's body underwent a transformation. The battle qi accumulated in his body suddenly erupted like magma bursting out of a volcano. He was like a bolt of black lightning as he charged towards Director Song. His body was invincible as his right palm struck towards Director Song's chest. At this moment, Director Song's rich combat experience came into play. He knew that he couldn't avoid this fatal blow. He took a deep breath, and the ribs in his abdomen creaked. His chest was like a deflated balloon, and a large part of it caved in. His left palm was like a whip as it ruthlessly lashed towards Director Song's lower body. Director Song's upper and lower body were hit by Yi Baiming's left palm, and he was sent flying for 50 to 60 meters in an instant. He barely managed to stabilize his body. A sweet taste filled his throat as he vomited a mouthful of blood. A sharp glint flashed through Yi Baiming's blood-red eyes. Director Song had just stabilized his body when his vision blurred. Yi Baiming's figure suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the half-human, half-Qilin Yi Baiming appeared in front of Director Song. Yi Baiming's bone-chilling blood-red eyes were like the grim reaper from hell. Gurgling sounds came from Yi Baiming's throat. He let out a low growl, and his sharp claws pierced towards Director Song's chest. His speed was so fast that it made people's hearts turn cold. Bang! At the last moment, a battle qi sword slashed across Director Song's chest. The battle qi sword narrowly blocked Yi Baiming's Qilin claw. But even so, the battle qi sword suffered a heavy blow from the Qilin claw and pierced into Director Song's chest. The sound of a blunt weapon cutting flesh rang out as a large piece of flesh was torn from Director Song's chest. Director Song covered his wound as his heart palpitated. How many years had it been since someone forced him into such a sorry state? If he had been hit just now, he would have died or been seriously injured. The half-human, half-Qilin Yi Baiming curled his lips. His pair of soul-stirring phoenix eyes were as cold as ice. He raised his blood-stained right palm and stuck out his tongue as if he was licking the blood. After smelling the scent of blood, he became even crazier. On the ground, He Linlin and Yun Sheng were still in a stalemate. He Linlin had also noticed the changes in Yi Baiming and Director Song's sorry state from the shocking collision just now. He was so powerful that he was able to force Uncle Song, who was second only to father, into such a sorry state. Yi Baiming was indeed the man she liked. He Linlin was shocked, but also secretly delighted. Yi Baiming's sudden beastification made him lose his humanity. He even temporarily forgot about Yun Sheng's safety. This was the best time to kill Yun Sheng. He Linlin clenched her teeth. Suddenly, she gripped her fighting aura saber with both hands and fiercely hacked at Yun Sheng. This rapid chop of He Linlin's caused even the air to be instantly torn apart, leaving behind a crack. The doqi scraped through the air, producing an ear-piercing screech. You want to kill me? I've said it before, you're not worthy. The unarmed Yun Sheng pursed her dark red lips into a straight line. A ray of light lingered in her body. Her entire body was like the sun, emitting rays of light. Her long black hair suddenly lengthened until it reached her ankles, and it danced like a group of snakes. At that moment, Her black hair was like clouds. On her snow-white skin, the bright red elven hellfire brand on her forehead was in full swing. Her soft hair turned into a black rope, wrapping around He Linlin's fighting aura saber. He Linlin was shocked. The fighting aura saber seemed to have sunk into mud, unable to move an inch. The seemingly fragile hair was now tightly entangling the fighting aura saber. Not only that, the hair also carried a strange power. Under the long hair's entanglement, the fighting aura on the fighting aura saber was slowly dispersing. What the hell is this? He Linlin was shocked. Although the black Qilin relic in her body was still continuously condensing fighting aura, the terrifying long hair was like a leech, sucking away the fighting aura on the fighting aura saber bit by bit. Not good. This woman actually awakened her inheritance at this moment. When Director Song was fighting with Yi Biming, he had to pay attention to He Linlin. When he saw Yun Sheng's transformation, the shock in Director Song's heart was no less than when he saw Yi Biming's beast transformation. All Bakura orcs would awaken their inheritance once before reaching adulthood. For example, He Linlin's fighting aura saber, Qilin's fury, and Dugu Xiu's Qilin's arm were all part of the awakening of their inheritance. The first awakening of their inheritance was usually around the age of 20 for men and 16 for women. The time of the second awakening of their inheritance was uncertain. For example, He Linlin's Qilin's fury awakened earlier because she obtained the Qilin's relic. But on the other hand, inheritances needed someone to guide them. Most Bakura orcs awakened their inheritance at the beast god altar, and then the level of their inheritance would be appraised. Yin Sheng was born in the boundless world. She grew up with the human race since she was young, and no one taught her what inheritance was. The celestial fox bloodline in her body had never awakened. Until this time, when He Linlin killed the puffed egg. In a fit of rage, the 15-year-old Yun Sheng actually awakened the celestial fox inheritance without anyone's guidance. The celestial fox hybrid Yun Sheng awakened her first inheritance, and the celestial fox entangled her. Damn it, Scram! He Linlin roared angrily and tried to pull back her fighting aura saber with brute force. Yun Sheng's eyes darkened, but a cold smile appeared on her face. The black hair suddenly split into 3 strands. One strand was still entangled with the fighting aura saber. Another strand was coiled around He Linlin's neck, and the last strand was like a tentacle, reaching for He Linlin's clothes. Yun Sheng was extremely sharp. She had long noticed that He Linlin's Do Qi had been exhausted earlier. However, in an instant, He Linlin's Do Qi had recovered. It was likely that He Linlin was carrying some sort of treasure that could recover Do Qi. Bastard, if you dare to kill me, my father won't let you off. He Linlin felt the black hair around her neck tightening inch by inch. Her breath was being squeezed out her throat. The more she struggled, the tighter this strange black hair became. A strange thought flashed across He Linlin's mind. She would die. She would be killed by this bastard. Yin Sheng groped around in He Linlin's bosom, and sure enough, she found something. A terrifying energy fluctuation appeared. Yin Sheng's face turned pale, and her black hair suddenly whipped outwards. A black stone that looked like a soul stone fell out of He Linlin's clothes. A black flame ignited around the black stone. Yin Sheng's hair shrank back the moment it came in contact with the black stone, as if it had met its natural enemy. Taking advantage of this gap, He Linlin broke free from the black hair. Qilin relic. Bastard, are you afraid? A bastard like you can't touch the sacred object of the Qilin clan. He Linlin laughed arrogantly. But in the next moment, the smile on He Linlin's face disappeared. A black shadow dashed out at a speed that made one's heart tremble and snatched the Qilin relic. Double monthly ticket for the last 12 hours. Please give me a ticket. Chapter 928. Night Fox. Yin Sheng had just noticed Yi Biming's appearance. His appearance? Yin Sheng had never seen Yi Biming like this. His eyes were bloodthirsty and murderous. His eyes were filled with madness and killing intent. She had never met such a sly fox. The Black Cheelan King's relic was the most sacred item of the Black Cheelan clan. How could it fall into the hands of a traitor? Put down the Cheelan relic. Director Song attacked. His biting, cold, fighting aura was like the howling northern wind covering the sky and earth. It was impossible to guard against it. Director Song was a peak martial emperor. Although he had been forced into a corner by Yi Baiming, there were still 3 caddies of nails in a broken boat. He was an existence close to a martial god, so it was easy to imagine how much chi he had released. The ground of the Big Dipper dojo instantly exploded. Fighting aura crazily attacked Yi Baiming. The half-beast Yi Baiming didn't dodge. He held the Cheelan relic in his hand. The Cheelan relic emitted a glaring black light. Under the effect of the black light, the fighting aura around Yi Baiming's body was fiercely compressed. A layer of hard, diamond-like armor formed on the surface of his body. When he saw the armor, Director Song's pupil shrank. Cheelan's sacred armor. The sacred armor of the Cheelan clan that could block super magic attacks and combat skills. Even He Yao himself could only condense this sacred armor when he was in a strengthened state. At this moment, Yi Baiming's eyes were as cold as the god of death. When he blocked Director Song's attack, he started chanting, "Boom, boom, boom." The sky was instantly torn apart. Dark magic elements swept through the dense dark clouds like a tornado. 6 dark beams of light were as fast as the wind. They were the death heavenly thorns that carried a terrifying magic power. Dark heavenly thorns. One of the super dark magic spells that had the terrifying power to destroy a person's soul. 6 dark heavenly thorns shot down from the sky and landed on Director Song's body. Director Song instantly turned into dust. The entire Big Dipper dojo was destroyed and the ground caved in. He Linlin and Dugu Xiu cried out in alarm. They even forgot to run. What terrifying destructive power! Yin Sheng was shocked. Although they were both dark magicians, the half-beast Yi Baiming was much stronger than her. The Blackthorn Thorns were simply unable to withstand a single blow when facing the Blackthorn Thorns. Was this the true strength of Yi Baiming as a magician? Yin Sheng felt a sense of loss in her heart. It turned out the true genius wasn't her. Yi Baiming was much stronger than her. However, Yin Sheng soon recovered from her disappointment. After Curator Song was killed, the 6 terrifying black heavenly thorns in the sky actually expanded by more than 2 times. Evidently, these heavenly thorns with the darkness attribute not only possessed astonishing destructive power, but also possessed the ability to grow. Slaughter was their fertile ground. It was as if they had intelligence and did not disperse. They were like 6 evil spirits, emitting the aura of death, searching for their next target at any time. Yi Baiming, you're crazy. He Linlin witnessed Director Song being killed and was so frightened that her face turned pale. For the first time in her life, she felt the threat of death. Yi Baiming's bloodthirsty gaze fell on He Linlin, Dugu Xiu, and Yun Sheng. When he saw Yun Sheng, there was a slight fluctuation in his blood-red eyes. His ability to think had been swallowed up by the Cheelan blood crystal. Finally, a human-like emotion appeared in his eyes. Let's go, he's crazy. Dugu Xiu pulled Yun Sheng away. When the half-beast Yi Baiming saw Dugu Xiu touch Yun Sheng, he instinctively reacted. It was like the instinct of a magical beast, as if its possession had been tainted by someone else. Kill. His throat rolled as he spat out a single word. A heavenly thorn shot towards Dugu Xiu. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the sky. It was as if it was from the 9th heaven, but also as if it was very close. He Linlin was overjoyed. Father! A hollow and distant voice floated down from the sky. Unfilial son, you actually dared to kill your elder. Hand over the Cheelan relic, and I'll leave your corpse intact. That was the voice of a superior. Between the words, there was a deterrent force that was determined to kill. Kill! Yi Baiming followed the voice and rushed towards the sky. In the sky, a right hand suddenly appeared. That right hand looked vast and boundless, as if it could cover the entire sky. The right hand suddenly pressed down with an earth-shattering force. Yi Baiming only felt an invisible force around his body that made it difficult for him to move. The black Qilin relic floated up from Yi Baiming's hand and landed in the right hand. Unfilial son, let me ask you again. Are you willing to pledge your loyalty to the Black Qilin tribe? The man's voice carried an indescribable desire. More than 10 years ago, he had also used the same tone to ask a woman. Unfortunately, that woman had rejected him in the end. Now, what kind of answer would this man, who was 70% similar to that woman, give him? After losing the Qilin King's relic, Yi Baiming's eyes gradually recovered. Facing the terrifying pressure that was enough to crush his body into meat paste, Yi Baiming impudently laughed. His thin lips only spat out a single sentence. Scram! Yi Baiming, do you want to die? Father, please spare his life. Your daughter begs father to bring him back to the beast god altar. As long as he goes through the baptism of the beast god, he will definitely change his mind. Hei Linlin couldn't help but bitterly beg when she saw that her father was about to kill Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming. He cultivated both magic and martial arts. He was an exceptional genius. Only such a man was worthy of her. The voice in the sky let out a long sigh. You and your mother are really alike. Fine, I'll bring you back to the 8 Desolates continent and deal with you there. Just as the right hand was about to disappear, a rainbow pierced through the sky and shot towards the giant hand. Bitch, how dare you hurt father? Hei Linlin looked over and saw that it was Yun Sheng who had drawn her bow. She disdained to do so. Hei Yao, the patriarch of the Black Qilin clan, was a true martial god-level expert. Even though he had only borrowed his soul and appeared in the boundless land in the form of a phantom, his soul was not something that could be hurt by an arrow. However, Hei Linlin was wrong this time. Yin Sheng's arrow wasn't an ordinary arrow. It was the wishful demon sealing arrow that was refined by the elf Grandmaster Ma Yin over several years, and then refined by Yun Sheng. Once the wishful demon sealing arrow was released, the demons were annihilated and everything collapsed. Bang! In the sky, it was as if a powerful wave of magic power had risen. The wishful demon sealing arrow pierced through the right hand. The moment Hei Yao's right hand was pierced through, his voice disappeared. Yi Baiming only felt his body loosening as he fell from the sky uncontrollably. The consequence of transforming into a half-beast was that he had overdrawn all the battle chi in his body. Right now, he was as weak and powerless as a baby. Night Fox! There was a cry of surprise. Yin Sheng rushed into the air and hugged Yi Baiming tightly. There was a glimmer in her eyes. The girl's embrace was soft and warm. Yi Baiming's gray eyes were filled with a smile. Little wildcat, this time you finally learned to take the initiative to hug me. Chapter 929. Yi Baiming's body relaxed, and his consciousness gradually blurred. He actually fainted. Yun Sheng panicked. She checked Yi Baiming's pulse and found that his breathing was normal. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. Father was actually forced to retreat. Dugu Xiao and Hei Linlin saw this scene and felt their souls tremble. Yin Sheng's arrow actually injured their father. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Uncle Song was dead, and her father's retreat made Hei Linlin almost crazy. Yi Baiming was exhausted, and Yun Sheng alone could not stop her and Dugu Xiao's attack. Dugu Xiao, what are you hesitating for? This woman injured father and killed Uncle Song. Hei Linlin looked at Dugu Xiao coldly. As long as the two of them joined forces and fought alone, Yun Sheng would definitely not be able to escape today. Who dares to touch Yun Sheng? There was a wave of magic, and a blond man appeared in front of Dugu Xiao with a group of archers. The moment he saw the blond man, Dugu Xiao's expression changed. The blond man had an unparalleled appearance that was both male and female. His blonde hair shone brightly under the sun, as if it was made of gold. He was one of the Wuji 5 Walls, the immortal residence's Divine Wind King. Divine Wind, why didn't you stay in the immortal residence? You actually came to Later Qin. Dugu Xiao was alert. The Divine Wind King rarely went out, let alone to Later Qin. Moreover, The immortal residence country rarely interfered in the affairs of other countries. Who was the one who reported Divine Wind's sudden appearance? When Yunsheng saw Divine Wind, she was both surprised and happy. She hadn't seen Divine Wind for a few years. After Divine Wind inherited the Elf King's throne, he was less unruly and wanton than before. Instead, he had become more mature. He looked more like a qualified king. Divine Wind gazed at Yunsheng, and there was a touch of deep love in his eyes. However, when he saw Yi Biming in Yunsheng's arms, his emerald green eyes changed slightly. If Yi Biming was still awake, he would probably be boiling with jealousy. Yunsheng, I'm coming. Leave this to me. Divine Wind waved his hand, and several dozen elven archers surrounded He Linlin and Duguxiu. Duguxiu sneered and was about to get angry. Almost at the same time, a few soldiers covered in blood rushed in. They panicked. Your Highness, something bad has happened. Zhou State, Tang Yuan, and Immortal Abode have formed an alliance and are attacking our later Qin border. Later on, Qin's Dongchuan generation rebelled, and Yunba led a group of soldiers to attack Fengdu. Later Qin is in chaos. Later Qin fell into chaos. Duguxiu's eagle eyes congealed, and his heart was filled with rage. Among the 5 great nations of the Boundless Continent, later Qin, the most powerful nation, had fallen into chaos in just a few days. The attack at the border and the internal strife in Dongchuan were all related to Yi Biming's plan. 3 days ago, when Yi Biming was fusing with the Qilin blood crystal, he had made 2 preparations. He sent letters to the Immortal Abode Nation and Tang Yuan. Crown Prince Tang Yuan had already cooperated with Yi Biming a few years ago and became a puppet crown prince. As for the Immortal Abode, when the Divine Wind King heard that Yunsheng was in trouble, he sent reinforcements without hesitation. He personally came to later Qin to find Yunsheng's whereabouts. On Yun Sanglong's side, he was also caught off guard. He joined forces with many hunters and burned later Qin's armory. Later Qin's armory was lacking after Ma Yin ran away and set on fire. The 2 generations of generals of the Yun family worked together and killed their way to Fengdu. Duguxiu didn't know that in the past 3 days, although it seemed calm, it was actually turbulent. Yi Biming. Duguxiu clenched his teeth in hatred. With internal and external troubles, how could he be in a mood to fight with the Divine Wind? Later Qin's emperor had just died, and later Qin's regime was already unstable. If he couldn't defend the border at this time, the other princes of later Qin would definitely rebel. He could compete with the Divine Wind, but it would definitely delay the most precious time to mobilize the troops. Let them go. After Duguxiu pondered for a while, he spat out these words with great difficulty. Let them go. Duguxiu, you just can't bear to kill that woman. She is a great enemy of our Black Qilin tribe. He Linlin's eyes were about to spit fire. She hated Yi Biming and Duguxiu for protecting Yunsheng. Go back to the Black Qilin tribe. If it wasn't for you, how could I have ended up like this? Duguxiu glared fiercely at He Linlin. He glanced at Yunsheng from the corner of his eye. Yunsheng was covered in blood, but she didn't care about it at all. She hugged the unconscious Yi Biming, and her eyes were full of anxiety. It was as if everything in front of her had nothing to do with her. This was the first time he saw Yunsheng show such an expression. He originally thought that Yunsheng was a heartless woman, but it turned out that she wasn't heartless. She was heartless towards him. He had lost. He had completely lost to Yi Biming. Let's go. The Divine Wind didn't stay any longer. Although he had returned to the Boundless Land, the Divine Wind was only here for Yunsheng this time. He had no intention of letting the Immortal Residence Nation participate in the disaster of the Boundless Land. The Divine Wind immediately left later Qin with Yunsheng and the others. After this battle, later Qin's vitality was greatly damaged. Duguxiu reorganized his government affairs and wouldn't be in the mood to invade other countries for a few years. On a vast plain in the 8 Wastelands continent, there were a few tall tribal barracks that were shaped like yurts. In the middle, there was a royal tent inlaid with purple gold, occupying an area of about 1 mu. At the entrance of the tent, 2 winged griffins were crawling on the ground. The Black Chelan tribe's patriarch, He Yao, sat on the Chelan throne. He Yao, the patriarch of the 8 Wastelands Black Chelan tribe, was an absolute powerhouse in the 8 Wastelands tribe. He looked like he was in his early 20s, and he resembled the 2 siblings, He Linlin and Dugashio. He had long black hair, sword-like eyebrows, and long black eyes that flickered with a sharp light. His limbs were long and slender, and he had a tall and rugged figure. He was like a handsome god, and in his coldness, there was a hint of arrogance that looked down on the world. This man was born to be in a superior position. On his right knelt the great witch doctor of the Chelan tribe. The great witch doctor was the most skilled doctor in the Black Chelan tribe. He was refining a cauldron of pills when the Black Chelan tribe's patriarch called him over. As soon as he entered the tent, he saw He Yao's right hand bleeding profusely. Shocked, the great witch doctor hurried over. What happened to the patriarch? Was there anyone in the 8 Wastelands tribe other than the one on the beast god altar who could hurt him? The great witch doctor was puzzled, but he didn't dare ask. At this moment, He Yao was deep in thought. Just now, He Yao saw Director Song's life beast flame suddenly extinguish. He sensed that his daughter, He Linlin, was in danger. Time was of the essence, and He Yao couldn't travel through space normally. He had no choice but to use a large amount of the beast god's power and use the Hand of Void. The Hand of Void contained half of He Yao's strength and could instantly kill a martial saint. Under the effects of the Black Chelan King's relic, the Hand of Void could kill Yi Biming in 1 move, let alone bring Yi Biming back to the 8 Wastelands continent. But He Yao actually failed, and what stopped him was actually an arrow. Chapter 9:30. The one who shot the arrow seemed to be an ordinary human woman. He Yao's attention was all on Yi Biming at the time. He only noticed the human woman at the end. The moment his right hand was wounded, he glanced at Yin Sheng. In his haste, he only saw a pair of extremely calm black eyes. To be able to remain so calm in such a situation, the other party was obviously not simple. However, this human woman was actually able to directly injure his right hand. The arrow was extraordinary. When it hit He Yao's right hand, it exploded. The wound was instantly mangled, and a hole appeared. Although He Yao's Hand of the Void was an illusion, it was closely connected to his real body. Not only did the demon-sealing arrow injure the Hand of the Void, but also broke He Yao's boundary, forcing him to retreat to the 8 Desolations continent. He Yao felt another sharp pain in his right hand. He looked to the side. The great witch doctor was terrified. His hand trembled as he cleaned the wound. Patriarch, your hand was wounded by a special bow made by the elves. Among all the races, they're the closest to the god of light. The elven bows they make carry a part of the power of light. This kind of power of light is extremely lethal to our people. A small pile of broken pieces of the bow was piled up beside the great witch doctor. The great witch doctor had a headache over this. Ordinary arrow wounds, if not poisonous, could be healed by pulling out the bow. Even if they were poisonous, the great witch doctor could tell from the patriarch's strong physique that he could recover in a few days as long as he cut off the poisoned flesh and took some pills that could promote muscle regeneration and blood circulation. However, the great witch doctor had never seen such a strange arrow wound in his many years as a doctor. If it weren't for the fact that the broken pieces of the patriarch's bow were from the patriarch's hand, the great witch doctor wouldn't have been able to tell that it was caused by an arrow. At least, ordinary arrows wouldn't explode for no reason. The great witch doctor and He Yao couldn't figure out what kind of arrow would explode in midair. Of course, they didn't know that the arrow shot by Yun Sheng not only contained the elven tribe's demon-sealing power, but also carried a part of the Jade Marrow art. This kind of power was completely unknown to the people of the Boundless Continent and the 8 Desolations continent. Unknown forces were always the scariest, and they would always bring about an inexplicable fear. Lord Patriarch, I've already taken out the fragments of the bow and arrow from your hand, but these fragments still carry a very strange power. It's not the power of light magic, the shaman beast tamer said suspiciously after bandaging the wound. These fragments, after being cleaned up, shone with a brilliant light like broken jade. Obsidian took one of the fragments. How many years had it been since he had suffered such a serious injury? The last time He Yao was severely injured was when he was young and arrogant. He recklessly crossed the boundless land and the 8 desolates land. The wound had been bandaged, but even the most powerful witch doctor was unable to completely heal the clan leader's wound. Within the fragment, there was a vigorous energy that was even more powerful than light magic. Based on your deduction, what kind of mysterious power is it? He Yao narrowed his eyes and sized up the fragment. It's hard to say, but judging from the chief's wound, the terrifying power that can cause lasting damage is probably the power of God. The wizard beastmaster said carefully. The power of God? He Yao stood up with a whoosh. Could it be that the human girl who shot the bow and arrow was actually a descendant of God? Pass down the order. Ask Miss to return to the 8 desolates land immediately. He Yao's eyes were filled with dark clouds. Now is the important time to prepare for the counterattack on the boundless land. If an unknown god appeared in the boundless land at this time, it would undoubtedly increase the uncertainty of the Bakra orcs' counterattack. He had to investigate the identity of the human girl who was suspected to be a god as soon as possible. A few days later, He Linlin returned to the Black Chelan tribe. Father, I brought back Uncle Song's ashes. He Linlin knelt on the ground with tears in her eyes as soon as she entered the Chelan king's tent. She was holding an urn of ashes in her hands. In the urn were Director Song's ashes. Director Song was He Yao's senior and was also one of the top powerhouses of the Black Chelan tribe. He endured humiliation and abandoned his family and friends to hide in the boundless land all year round. However, he still had many followers in the Black Chelan tribe. This time, he was smashed into powder by Yi Baiming's 6 dark heavenly thorns at the Big Dipper Martial Hall. Even his ashes were pieced together by He Linlin bit by bit after searching for a few days. This news shocked the entire Black Chelan tribe. In an instant, the Black Chelan tribe was filled with righteous indignation. They wanted to kill their way to the boundless land as soon as possible and make those lowly humans pay with their blood. He Linlin also blamed herself. If not for her willfulness, Uncle Song would not have offended Yi Baiming, that killing god. Linlin, I know you are very sad about Senior Song's death, but blessings can also lead to misfortune. This incident is a warning to you and Xiao. Whether it's the 8 desolates continent or the boundless land, even if you have the noblest Black Chelan blood, there will still be powerhouses above you. Patriarch He Yao looked at his most valued daughter lovingly. Among all his children, He Linlin was the one he doted on the most because she had been by his side since she was young. As for Duga Xiao, his temper was the most similar to his. As for Yi Baiming, He Yao felt a tightness in his chest when he thought of Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming had temporarily escaped this time, but he had killed Senior Song. As the patriarch of the Black Chelan tribe, He Yao would capture him sooner or later and punish him according to the tribe's rules. Father, I heard you were injured. Is it the arrow wound from that day? He Linlin was surprised to see that her father's hand was still wrapped with medicine. He Yao was the current Black Chelan king. His physique was extremely strong. Even if it was an injury caused by a super magic spell, with the healing of the tribe shaman beastmasters, he should have recovered long ago. He Linlin looked at her father's wound and saw that it was still bloody. She was furious. Yin Sheng, that mixed blood bitch. How dare she hurt father? If I see her again, I will make her suffer a fate worse than death. Mixed blood bitch? Are you talking about the human who shot the arrow that day? He Yao had already ordered people to find out, but they did not manage to find out anything. How is she a human? She's just a bitch born from the union of a celestial fox wanderer and a human. Even the first inheritance has just been awakened. He Linlin was jealous and hateful of Yin Sheng. In the 8 desolates continent, the Bakra orcs who had been trapped in the boundless land and had never been baptized by the beast god were called wanderers. The status of wanderers was very low. Even if they came to the 8 desolates continent, their status was only slightly higher than that of the native slaves. He Linlin was a noble Qilin princess, so she naturally did not care about the descendants of wanderers and humans. However, He Yao, the Qilin king, obviously did not think so. When he heard that the other party was a celestial fox people, He Yao's eyes turned serious. Chapter 9:31. Father, before Uncle Song died, he asked me to tell you a piece of news. The celestial fox people's saintess, Hu Sheng, suddenly appeared in the boundless continent and was sold off as a slave. Her whereabouts are still unknown. However, the celestial fox people never had a good impression of that daughter. That bitch, Hu Linglong, took advantage of her. He Linlin never had a good impression of the celestial fox people. No matter if it was Hu Sheng who rarely appeared in front of others, or the celestial fox people's Hu Linglong. In addition, because of Yun Sheng, He Linlin hated the celestial fox people even more. She only felt that the women of the celestial fox people were naturally not good things. If not for Uncle Song's repeated reminder to tell He Yao about this matter when she returned to the 8 desolate continent, she would not have cared about this matter. However, He Linlin still knew a little about Hu Sheng. As Hu Sheng was born as a trash, she had always been bullied and discriminated against by the celestial fox people. It was said that even her biological father, Hu Qinxiu, never looked at her and allowed her to be bullied. This time, when Hu Sheng went missing, the people of the celestial fox people only searched for a bit and quickly gave up. Hu Linglong's father had already announced to the public that his daughter, Hu Linglong, would soon inherit the position of celestial fox saintess. Oh, there is such a thing. If Hu Qinxiu, that old fellow, knew that his daughter was sold off as a slave, he would probably be angered half to death. In a few days, the beast god altar will open to prey. This news will be a big gift to Hu Qinxiu. When He Yao heard this, he forgot about the injury on his hand for a moment and couldn't help but feel happy. Seeing that her father was in a good mood, He Linlin grasped the opportunity and asked, "Father, there is something that I don't understand. Why can't the celestial fox people and the black Qilin clan marry? If the two were to marry, what would the result be? Why are you suddenly asking about this matter? Could it be that there is someone from the Qilin clan who wants to marry the celestial fox woman? Which idiot is it?" Obsidian's face darkened. He Linlin hadn't told He Yao about Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiu's infatuation with Yin Sheng, especially Yi Baiming. He had just killed Director Song, and his father still bore a grudge against him. If he were to rashly tell him that Yi Baiming and the celestial fox mixed-blood bastard were together, his father would probably personally head to the boundless continent to kill Yi Baiming in a fit of rage. Fearing that her sweetheart would suffer, He Linlin vaguely said, "Father, you worry too much. Linlin is just curious. Father has a good relationship with the leaders of the other 6 clans. Only the celestial fox people are like fire and water. That's why I asked." The 8 desolate tribes would hold a competition every 5 years. The Black Qilin tribe had always been number 1 in the competition for 100 years. Generations of Black Qilin tribe leaders, including He Yao, used the strength of the Black Qilin tribe to forcefully suppress the celestial fox people. This caused the celestial fox people to be defeated in the competition for a few hundred years. Even the celestial fox people spent less time cultivating in the beast god altar, causing the celestial fox people to be weaker with each generation. Linlin, you've grown up. It's about time for you to know some things. Some of the past events between the Black Qilin tribe and the celestial fox people are recorded on the stone tablet in the forbidden area of the Black Qilin tribe. Come with me to take a look. He Yao led He Linlin into the forbidden area of the Black Qilin tribe. Inside the forbidden area, there were many Black Qilin battle techniques and some records of their tribe. There was also a Qilin stone tablet that was as black as night. When He Linlin looked at the stone tablet, she discovered that it was exactly the same as the stone tablet she saw in the Qilin royal tomb. Even her image on it was exactly the same. The only difference was that the words on the Qilin stone tablet were complete. In the Duqian blood beast world, the stone tablet in the Qilin tomb had a corner broken, but the one in the forbidden area was complete. The rules of the tribe weren't set by father or the previous leaders. They were set by the 8 desolate Qilin king himself. In other words, this is the curse of the 8 desolate Qilin king. As long as there's a drop of blood in the Qilin tribe, no one can escape the curse of the 8 desolate Qilin king. Many of our ancestors have been cursed by this curse and didn't have a good ending. He Yao looked at the stone tablet and sighed. He Linlin walked up to take a closer look. When she saw the last line of words, her pupils violently shrank. I am the leader of the Bakra orcs, Yi Xiao. If one of my people is fated, he can obtain the ancient Qilin relic and learn the Qilin battle techniques. He can transform into the Qilin battle body and become invincible. The Qilin's ancient teachings. My people are not allowed to marry the celestial fox people. Those who disobey. Her heart started to beat violently. He Linlin suddenly had the urge to look up to the sky and laugh. Yi Baiming, are you going to marry no one but Yin Sheng? Do you know that if you marry this woman, the two of you will be finished? Yin Sheng and Yi Baiming were destined to be ill-fated. They were not meant to be together. This was the will of the heavens. As long as Yi Baiming had the Qilin blood in his body, he would never be able to escape this misfortune in his life. He Yao naturally didn't know what He Linlin was thinking. Linlin, I know that you're very sad about what happened to your Uncle Song. However, you must not let this matter affect your cultivation. Bring the Qilin relic to the beast god altar. You are not allowed to leave the 8 Desolates mainland before you break through to the martial emperor realm. He Yao had high expectations for He Linlin. Even though Dugu Xiao and Yi Baiming were also his children, He Yao and the other elders firmly believed that only a pure-blooded black Qilin royal family could completely merge with the Qilin king's relic. He Yao was He Linlin's father. He knew his daughter's temper the best. He Linlin could get whatever she wanted since she was young. However, this time, she had suffered a setback because of Yi Baiming. With her temper, she would definitely not let go of Yi Baiming so easily. Love was the most important thing to delay one's cultivation. Before the Bakra orcs returned to the boundless mainland, He Yao had to ensure that He Linlin's cultivation could reach a higher level. Although He Linlin was unwilling, she could only compromise under her father's strict gaze. She unwillingly brought the black Qilin relic to the beast god altar to cultivate in seclusion. After He Linlin left, He Yao sneered. Men, spread the word that the saintess of the celestial fox people has been trampled on by humans in the boundless mainland. Also, spread the word to the boundless mainland and inform those old fogies in the Zao state that the bloodline of the celestial fox people has appeared in the boundless mainland. Hu Qinxiu, celestial fox people, thousands of years have passed. It's time for you celestial fox people to pay the blood debt that you owe our black Qilin tribe. A few black Qilin tribe warriors rushed in 2 different directions after receiving the order. A few days later, news of the celestial fox people's saintess being sold as a female slave and the reappearance of the celestial fox bloodline in the boundless mainland after so many years spread rapidly. Not long after these 2 pieces of news spread, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming returned to the Zhou state under the escort of the divine wind. Yi Baiming was severely exhausted after entering his half-beast state. After arriving at the Zhou state, several days had passed, and he was still unconscious. Chapter 9:32. At first, Yunsheng did not think much of it. No one knew better than Yun Sheng what Night Fox's body constitution was like. It was said that pretentious people would be struck by lightning. Night Fox was both shameless and pretentious. Why did she not see him being struck by the dark heavenly thorns until he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside? This fellow must be pretending. Back in Jiaya village, when Yi Baiming was still a child, after being seriously injured, his body could recover to its original state in one night. He was like a calf. In the past few years, his cultivation had risen along with the tide, and his self-healing ability should have been fast, not slow. During this trip to Ladder Qin, although he was in his half-beast form, there were no fatal wounds on his body. However, after waiting for a few days, Yun Sheng realized that Yi Baiming showed no signs of waking up. In addition, the puffed egg's current situation was very critical. Yin Sheng did not take care of her clothes. She took turns to look after him for a few days. She looked more and more haggard by the day. When everyone saw this, they all came to persuade her to take a rest. However, Yin Sheng refused to agree no matter what. When He Yao wanted to bring Yi Baiming to the 8 wastelands, Yin Sheng's heart was suddenly in her throat. An unfamiliar feeling grew wildly in her heart. This made her realize that she might have fallen in love with Yi Baiming. However, why did Yi Baiming become like this when she realized her feelings? He still maintained his half-beast form. In order to hide it from others, Yin Sheng did not allow anyone to go near Yi Baiming's bedroom. Yin Sheng only found out after the incident that Yi Baiming had absorbed 7 Qilin blood crystals in order to save her. Moreover, 3 of them had been forcibly absorbed within 3 days. Even though Yi Baiming had the body of a martial emperor, he could not completely digest the evil aura in the black Qilin blood crystals in such a short time. When Yin Sheng examined Yi Baiming with her Shinnong eye, she discovered that Yi Baiming's body, blood vessels, and internal organs were all covered in clumps of black blood that looked like bloodstains. She racked her brains and even used the soul-healing divine needle, but she was still unable to clean up the black blood. She was afraid that one day, if the black blood completely swallowed Yi Baiming, would he end up? Yin Sheng didn't dare to think further. Seeing Yin Sheng's appearance, Divine Wind was anxious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Especially when he saw Yin Sheng's cheeks getting thinner day by day, Shin Feng felt his heart clench. Although Divine Wind didn't say anything, he could see clearly in his heart. Divine Wind and Yin Sheng had been together for 3 years. During these 3 years, he and Yin Sheng spent every day together. He doted on Yin Sheng, but Yin Sheng had never shown him so much concern. Divine Wind had never seen Yin Sheng like this before. Perhaps only Yi Baiming could make Yin Sheng show a side of her that no one else knew. Divine Wind felt bitter in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only use the excuse that he still had matters to attend to in the Immortal Keeper Nation and depart dejectedly. After seeing Divine Wind off, Yin Sheng returned to the Imperial Palace. Yi Baiming was still unconscious on the sickbed. Yin Sheng sat beside him and gently brushed Yi Baiming's face. His face was still covered in the black scales of the black Qilin, but she could still see his handsome face clearly. Yin Sheng's eyes stung. She said softly, "Night Fox, can you wake up quickly? How can you be so shameless? You said before that if I'm tired, you'll be here for me. How can you leave me alone?" Only when Yi Baiming was seriously injured and unconscious did Yin Sheng realize how important Yi Baiming was to her. This man had stood in front of her many times when she was at her weakest and most dangerous. This time, "Night Fox, wake up quickly. As long as you wake up, I'll promise you anything. You said before that you'll marry me." Yin Sheng leaned in front of Yi Baiming. The hard beast armor stung Yin Sheng's cheeks. Tears flowed from her eyes. In a daze, Yin Sheng fell asleep. While Yin Sheng was unconscious, a gentle light lit up in her body. It was the celestial fox's relic. The relic's light merged into Yi Baiming's body. Yi Baiming's fingers, which had been motionless for many days, moved slightly. After an unknown period of time, Yin Sheng only felt that her cheeks were itchy. It was as if a feather was rubbing against her cheeks. Yin Sheng was also extremely tired. She mumbled and slapped away the irritating feather with the back of her hand. However, just as she was about to strike out, her hand was caught by another strong and hot hand. Yin Sheng suddenly woke up. She widened her eyes. Yi Baiming's devilish face was greedily staring at her sleeping face. Yi Baiming had never seen Yin Sheng's sleeping face. When he woke up, the first thing he saw was the person on top of him with tears in the corners of her eyes. When he saw that Yin Sheng had lost a lot of weight, her face was haggard, and there was unresolvable worry between her brows. His heart ached, and he blamed himself. He should have protected her well and let her live a carefree life. But this time, he was the one who dragged her down. Yin Sheng was in disbelief. Night Fox healed. In Yi Baiming's eyes, Yin Sheng's appearance was dazed and adorable. It was indescribably cute. He was in a good mood. While Yun Sheng was still in a daze, he stole a kiss on her lips. When Yun Sheng realized that something was wrong with the two of them, she moaned and was about to push Yi Baiming away when she realized that she was already in Yi Baiming's arms. The woman's smooth skin felt good to the touch. Yi Baiming smelled the special fragrance on Yun Sheng's body, and his gray eyes darkened. His voice was low, and there was a hint of evil in it. He and Yun Sheng had been engaged for several years. Not to mention the matters between a man and a woman, they didn't even get close to each other. Yi Baiming said that he wasn't in a hurry, but he was pretending. A few days ago, when Cheng Bai got married, he had secretly encouraged him that if he met Yun Sheng again, he had to take her down in one fell swoop. What's done can't be undone. The little wildcat had nothing to say to her friends and family, but when it came to feelings, it really made people speechless. If he wanted to take her down, he had to take the initiative to strengthen his power. Yi Baiming's lips curled up. With the advantage of his height, he grabbed Yun Sheng with his long arms and held her tightly. "You're awake. If you're awake, let go of me. I want to see the Bobo." Before Yun Sheng could finish speaking, there was a boom in her head. After a few sneak attacks, Yi Baiming was already very familiar with it. His lips had already found the right direction, and pride opened Yun Sheng's teeth. Yun Sheng's face was so red that it looked like it was cooked. She tried to push the night fox away, but it was as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out of her. This time, Yi Baiming's kiss was more passionate and lingering than before. A few times ago, Yi Baiming was just teasing Yun Sheng, but after experiencing Dugu Xiao, Yi Baiming completely saw Yun Sheng as a woman. He loved her and couldn't tolerate anyone else having any intentions towards her. The man's breath filled her mouth, and Yun Sheng felt like she was going to suffocate. Chapter 9:33. Yi Baiming had indeed used some tricks to make himself unconscious this time. However, he wasn't completely faking it. During the first few days of his coma, he was indeed completely unconscious. He was first swallowed by the beast blood in his body and completely transformed into a beast. It was only later that he gradually recovered. There was Dugu Xiao and the Holy Wind King. All of these people were still coveting his woman. He had to make the little wildcat his as soon as possible. In Yun Sheng's beast language ring, a group of magical beasts with spiritual awareness were all jubilant. "Get married, get married." Master agrees. These magical beasts had all followed Yun Sheng. They were also very touched that Yi Baiming was willing to sacrifice his own cultivation to save the puffed egg for Yun Sheng. In their eyes, only Yi Baiming, who had the noble Qilin King's blood, was worthy of their beautiful, generous, and intelligent master. Seeing Yun Sheng hesitate, Yi Baiming revealed a sly smile. He gently pecked Yun Sheng's lips. "This isn't a threat. Whether you agree or not, I will save the puffed egg. In fact, this marriage wasn't something that this prince thought of alone. A few days ago, old General Yun came to visit me. He was the one who made the decision to let you and this prince get married as soon as possible. He's even set a wedding date." "What? Grandfather actually hid such a big matter from me." Yun Sheng was so angry that her face turned red. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wanting to settle the score with Yi Baiming. However, Yi Baiming smiled and pulled her back. This time, Yun Sheng had wrongly blamed Yun Ba. The old man had no choice but to do that. As Yun Sheng was busy looking after Yi Baiming these days, she didn't know that after the chaos in later Qin, unfavorable rumors about Yun Sheng had spread all over the continent. First, Lord Baiming of Zhou State rebelled against the imperial order and vowed to marry Yun Sheng. Then, the news that Yun Sheng from Zhou State was Dongwang Sheng was spread by some people. Later Qin's crown prince, Dugu Xiao, stubbornly insisted on marrying Yun Sheng, angering the later Qin emperor to death. He also caused the most serious turmoil in later Qin's history. Yun Sheng's image was also tarnished. She went from a famous doctor to a vixen who brought disaster to the country. When Yun Ba heard the news, he was extremely anxious. His granddaughter was a pure and innocent person. If her reputation was tarnished like this, how could she get married in the future? He thought about it, and decided that it would be better to marry off his granddaughter as soon as possible in order to avoid any complications. The most suitable candidate was undoubtedly the Prince Regent, Yi Baiming. Yinba first carefully tested Yi Baiming's intentions. Yi Baiming was very smart. Once he sensed Yunba's intentions, he immediately went with the flow. Yinba was very happy. But now that Yi Baiming's parents were both dead, Yinba went to Empress Dowager Wenren. Empress Dowager Wenren also felt that it was important for the two of them to get married as soon as possible to continue the imperial family's bloodline. She looked through the almanac with Yinba and decided that it would be an auspicious time in 10 days. Yinsheng hadn't even agreed yet, but the palace was already preparing for the wedding in full swing. When Yinsheng heard this, she rolled her eyes. The wedding was already prepared, and the wedding invitations were sent out. Only she, the bride-to-be, was still in the dark. Why did she feel like she had been betrayed by her grandfather? Little wildcat, I won't make things difficult for you. If you don't want to, the wedding can be canceled immediately. He wanted his woman to marry him willingly. Yunsheng sighed and looked at the man in front of her. Yi Baiming's gaze was so gentle that it almost melted her heart. She had already made him bear too much. As the Prince Regent, he had to bear far more than she could imagine by marrying a vixen who could bring disaster to the country. Night Fox, aren't you afraid of the Black Qilin tribe's rules? That day, He Lin Lin and the others also said that according to the rules, the Celestial Fox people and the Black Qilin tribe are not allowed to marry. Yinsheng bit her lip. Although she didn't know why the Black Qilin tribe had such a rule, she still had some misgivings. After witnessing the terrifying power of He Yao, Yinsheng still had some reservations about the Ba Huang tribe. She was afraid that if Yi Baiming really married her, it would bring disaster to him. Yi Baiming's background was pitiful. He didn't have the love of his parents and had come to this day. He shouldn't suffer any more disasters. Yinsheng, I can't change my background and bloodline, but I can choose the person I love. You are the woman I fell in love with at first sight. When he was still blind, he had already chosen her. There was a strange feeling in her heart, as if something was about to come out. She couldn't find any other reason to reject this man. Yes, I'm married, Yinsheng said softly. Yi Baiming was stunned. Just now, when Yinsheng was silent, his heart suddenly jumped and he was indescribably nervous. However, her soft words fell heavily into his ears. It turned out that the country and power couldn't compare to Yinsheng's words. She agreed. She agreed to be his wife and marry him. In an instant, Yi Baiming felt dizzy. Ecstasy swept over him like a tide. He suddenly hugged Yinsheng and said, I, Yi Baiming, swear to the heavens that I will never let Yinsheng down in this life. Yinsheng's eyes were filled with tears. At this moment, she felt very happy. After Yinsheng agreed to Yi Baiming's marriage proposal, the happiest person was none other than Yunba. He even forgot about the past and temporarily moved into the residence of Yun. He renovated the residence of Yun and prepared to use it as Yunsheng's wedding venue. Empress Dowager Wenren took care of the affairs of the imperial palace. She arranged the betrothal gifts for Yunsheng according to the rules of the imperial family of Zhou State. With Empress Dowager Wenren and old General Yun taking care of things, the two newlyweds, Yunsheng and Yi Baiming, had nothing to do. To Yunsheng's regret, she still didn't have any news about her father, Yun Songlong. She could only hope that after the news of her marriage with Yi Baiming spread, her father would be able to come back in time to attend the wedding banquet. Yinsheng simply looked for Yi Baiming to study how to cure the puffed egg. Yinsheng and Yi Baiming's marriage was also a matter of joy for some families and worry for others. After learning about Yinsheng's marriage, Chi-Chi seemed very lonely. Yinsheng saw this and felt a little guilty. However, Gufeng comforted her. Don't worry, someone will comfort him. It turned out that Husheng and Husheng got along well after Qi and Gufeng saved Husheng. These days, Qi was in a bad mood, and Husheng was always by his side. It seemed that they got along well. When Yunsheng heard the news, she heaved a sigh of relief. She vaguely knew that Qi had feelings for her. However, Due to their friendship, she had always closed her eyes and muddled through. Fortunately, Hu Sheng appeared at this time. Hu Sheng looked similar to Yun Sheng, but she was very timid because she was bullied in the Celestial Fox tribe all year round. Fortunately, Yun Sheng had been encouraging her, so she gradually revealed her original temperament and became more and more cheerful. Hu Sheng was gentle and had no one to rely on in the boundless land. Before Yun Sheng found a way to send her back to the 8 wastelands, it was good to have Chi-Chi's company. Yun Sheng wanted to matchmake the two of them. As for whether it would work or not, it would depend on Abandon. Chapter 9:34. Since Yun Sheng didn't have to worry about the marriage, she put all her focus on studying how to save the puffed egg. In the past few days, the puffed egg had been placed in the exquisite beast pagoda. Yun Sheng would visit it from time to time, but the puffed egg was still the same. On its pink eggshell, the crack caused by He Lin Lin was still the same. The liquid in the eggshell had already flowed out. No matter how Yun Sheng called out, the puffed egg didn't respond. When Yun Sheng brought Yi Baiming into the exquisite beast pagoda, Yi Baiming couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Little wild cat, no wonder all your magical beasts are so heaven-defying. It turns out that you have such a treasure. Yi Baiming also knew that Yun Sheng had a lot of secrets, but he didn't ask about them. This was his unique way of getting along with his little wildcat. Just like how Yun Sheng never asked about Yi Baiming's Dark North Guard and the everlasting Chamber of Commerce. In the future, even after the two got married, Yi Baiming still didn't intend to ask about Yun Sheng's matters. Yun Sheng had a lot of unknown secrets. These secrets probably had nothing to do with the Yun Mansion. Yi Baiming had long been aware of this. He didn't ask because he firmly believed that one day, Yun Sheng would be ready and take the initiative to tell him. Yun Sheng told Yi Baiming how to control the exquisite beast pagoda. Yi Baiming was really smart. In just half a day, he mastered the method of using the exquisite beast pagoda. Inside the exquisite beast pagoda, Yi Baiming drew a magic array and moved the puffed egg into the magic array. Then, he continuously sent his magic power into the magic array. With the increase of his magic power, the magic power in the magic array played a role. On the pink puffed egg shell, magic was slowly repairing the cracks. Even Yi Baiming had expended a large amount of mana to repair the spell. Although the cracks on the puffed egg didn't heal immediately, Yun Sheng could see that the cracks on the puffed egg shell were shrinking. Yun Sheng stepped forward and touched the puffed egg shell. The originally cold eggshell gradually warmed up. Yun Sheng could feel a slight pulse in the eggshell. If nothing unexpected happens, the crack in the puffed egg should be completely repaired in a few days. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng left the exquisite beast tower. Yun Sheng, I want to take you to a place. After a short rest, Yi Baiming led Yun Sheng to the Imperial Palace. Zhou State's Imperial Palace was very large. Yi Baiming led Yun Sheng through palace after palace. In front of them was a deserted palace wall. The vermilion-red palace wall had fallen off due to years of disrepair. This is the Cold Palace. It is also the place where my imperial mother and I lived when we were young. Yi Baiming looked at the palace wall with a deep gaze. The Cold Palace was a forbidden area in Zhou State. It imprisoned some unfavored concubines and palace maids. Not many people who entered this place could leave. When the Emperor of Zhou State imprisoned Yi Baiming and his mother, he didn't plan on letting them leave alive. Yi Baiming walked out. However, after he walked out, he never brought anyone here again. Every time he came back, he was alone. He didn't even allow his guards to accompany him. The Cold Palace. In Yi Baiming's heart, it was his most painful and darkest memory. This place witnessed Empress Li's tragic life. It also witnessed Yi Baiming's dark childhood. Pushing open the door, there was no dust as expected. The Cold Palace was very large. There wasn't even a single leaf in the courtyard. I promised Imperial Mother that if I met the person I loved in the future, I would definitely bring her to the Cold Palace to pay respects to her. Yi Baiming held Yun Sheng's hand and walked into the depths of the Cold Palace. Empress Li's everlasting memorial tablet was enshrined there. It was managed by an old palace servant who was in charge of looking after the cold palace. After more than a year in Banana Leaf Village, as long as Yi Baiming was in Yujing City, he would come over to offer incense to Empress Li. Next to the memorial tablet, there was a painting in black and white ink. The painting was not bad. The woman in the painting was vivid and lifelike. It was a beautiful woman in the prime of her youth. She was wearing the most luxurious Empress robe. However, her face was cold and unsmiling. There was an indescribable worry between her brows. The woman's appearance was very similar to Yi Baiming. Back then, when Yunsheng didn't know about Yi Baiming's true identity, she still felt that compared to Yi Baiming didn't really look like the emperor of Zhou State. Now that she looked at it, Yi Baiming's appearance was very similar to the number one beauty of Zhou State, Empress Li. This was drawn by a court painter. I have been blind since I was young. When Imperial Mother died, I didn't even see her appearance. All my memories of Imperial Mother are based on this painting. Yi Baiming walked forward and lit an incense stick. Yunsheng also followed and lit an incense stick. Yunsheng looked at the woman in the painting. Empress Li was a legendary figure. Her appearance was unparalleled in the world. At the same time, she was a very capable woman. A large part of the reason why the Emperor of Zhou State could ascend the throne was because of Empress Li. Yunsheng looked at Empress Li and sighed inwardly. She was also a pitiful woman. Just like her in the past, she was wholeheartedly devoted to Lu Minglang. In the end, she was also abandoned. But Empress Li was even more miserable than her. At least now, she had met Yi Baiming. Every woman would probably encounter a few scumbags before finding the right person. Yi Baiming had brought Yunsheng here tonight to tell her about his past with Empress Li. When Yunsheng was in later Qin, she had also learned from He Linlin and Du Guxiu that Yi Baiming was the son of He Yao and Empress Li. She had originally thought that Empress Li and He Yao had an old relationship, but the truth was not as she had imagined. Before Empress Li married the Emperor of Zhou State, she was the daughter of the number one merchant in Zhou State. At that time, Empress Li had not yet been suppressed by the terrifying prison of the palace. She, Yuning, had not yet married. As the Li family had no children, Yi Baiming's grandfather had raised Empress Li as a man since she was young. This had also nurtured Empress Li's smart and capable personality. When she was 13 years old, she began to dress up as a man and followed Yi Baiming's grandfather out to do business. When Empress Li was 14 years old, she had met He Yao by chance when a caravan went out to do business. At that time, Empress Li did not know that He Yao was a descendant of the Bahuang clan. Empress Li had been kind since she was young. She liked to help poor people and stray cats and dogs. She had found He Yao on a hillside near the Dutian Beast Blood World. At that time, He Yao seemed to have suffered a serious injury. His entire body was covered in wounds. Empress Li ignored the advice of others and saved him. To Empress Li, this was not a big deal. This was just an interlude in her journey. It was just like when she saved a cat or dog when she was young. Empress Li did not know that her kind rescue this time would bring her endless pain and disaster in the future. Chapter 9:35. When Empress Li turned 16, she met the handsome emperor of Zhou State, Yi Chengtian, at an auction. After Yi Chengtian found out about Empress Li's identity, he saw that she was beautiful and was the only daughter of the Li family. Thus, he started to pursue her. Not long after, Empress Li fell in love with Yi Chengtian. After the two got married, Empress Li focused on supporting Yi Chengtian, but in the end, she was given to someone else by the Emperor of Zhou State. Empress Li only recognized He Yao when she saw him. He was the man she had saved earlier. He Yao told Empress Li that 2 years ago, he almost lost his life because of his carelessness in cultivation. After he woke up and saw Empress Li for the first time, he fell in love with her. But Empress Li left with the caravan without saying goodbye. In these 2 years, he had been searching for Empress Li. But when Empress Li heard He Yao's confession, not only was she not happy, she even scolded him. In his anger, He Yao forced himself on her. According to the agreement between He Yao and the Emperor of Zhou State, Empress Li spent the most humiliating 7 days and nights of her life. After that, He Yao suggested bringing her back to the Eight Desolates mainland. He promised that although he couldn't give her the position of Empress like Yi Qingtian, he could promise that as long as he was alive, she would be the woman he doted on the most. Empress Li rejected him angrily. She threatened him with death. He Yao had no choice but to send her back to Zhou State. After returning to Zhou State, Empress Li quickly found out that she was pregnant. When Yi Qingtian, the emperor of Zhou State, found out, he was furious. He ignored Empress Li and mocked her. Until Yi Baiming was born. He was born blind. Perhaps because he knew that He Yao wouldn't think highly of such a baby, Yi Qingtan threw both mother and son into the cold palace. The only thing that comforted Empress Li was that although Yi Baiming was blind, he was different from other children when he was born. His body was special and his learning ability was shocking. Mother and son depended on each other for survival. But Empress Li still remembered what had happened in the past. In the end, she was depressed, and a beautiful woman of her generation had an unlucky life. Mother only told me these things on the night before she died. At this point, Yi Baiming could not continue. Empress Li told Yi Baiming that regardless of whether or not he was a descendant of the Eight Desolates, he had to promise her that he would never do anything to harm the human race. At the time, Yi Baiming did not fully understand. It was not until he became an adult and learned about the blood beast world that he understood. Even when facing his good friends Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao, Yi Baiming had never mentioned these things. In his heart, this was a shameful past. With the passing of Empress Li and the emperor of Zhou State, everyone who knew the truth was finally dead. He had already heaved a sigh of relief. Who knew that at this time, the people of the Black Qilin clan would come knocking on his door again? After hearing all of this, you should already know that although I am the regent now, I am not a member of the great Zhou royal family. If my identity is exposed one day, it is very likely that I will be left with nothing. In fact, I will even become the target of everyone's pursuit. Even so, are you still willing to marry me? Yi Baiming looked at Yun Sheng. He had betrayed the Black Qilin clan, which meant that he had lost everything. Before marrying Yun Sheng, he hoped that Yun Sheng would know everything about him. Hearing Yi Baiming's confession, Yun Sheng realized for the first time that Yi Baiming had such a weak side. A child who was only a few years old had lived in the shadow of his mother's death and his past since he was young. Yun Sheng did not have much fate with her mother, Hu Jiuxing. But through the fragments in the beast language ring, Yun Sheng knew that Hu Jiuxing loved her very much. At least before she lost her memory, she loved the baby in her womb very much. Yun Sheng could feel a kind of sadness from him. This kind of sadness made Yun Sheng feel an inexplicable fear. It was as if Yi Baiming would disappear in the next moment. Night Fox, everything is in the past. Yun Sheng walked forward and hugged Yi Baiming. From now on, I will bear everything with you, regardless of whether it is happiness, anger, or sadness. Promise me that no matter what happens in the future, you will tell me. Yun Sheng was like a mother hugging an injured child, gently stroking Yi Baiming's hair. The sky gradually darkened. Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming only sat quietly. In the cold palace, beside Empress Li's painting, the incense stick had already been lit. The ashes fell down, and the last bit of dim incense stick reflected Empress Li's face in the painting. When Yi Baiming woke up, he was already in the bedroom. Yun Sheng was no longer there. He had actually fallen asleep by accident and slept all the way until dawn. According to the palace maid serving him, Yun Sheng had left first because she had something to do at Little Sea Island. Prince Regent, early this morning, someone sent a letter saying that they want you to take a look at it personally. The palace maid sent over a letter. There was no name on the letter. After Yi Baiming received the letter, he glanced at it. After reading the letter, Yi Baiming's expression was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that it was actually a letter from him. After pondering for a while, Yi Baiming still followed the letter and went to a tavern in Yujing City. It was a remote tavern. With Yi Baiming's current status, he would definitely not appear in such a tavern. There was already a person waiting in the tavern. That person wore a bamboo hat and sat at the side of the tavern, drinking by himself. When he saw Yi Baiming come in, he stopped. You actually dare to come to Zhou State? Yi Baiming suddenly sat down. He stood and faced the man. In this world, there's no place that I, Dugu Xiu, do not dare to go. The man took off his bamboo hat, revealing a head of bright red hair. The man who wrote the letter to Yi Baiming was actually the crown prince of Later Qin, Dugu Xiu. No, he should be called the emperor of Later Qin now. On the fourth day after Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming left Later Qin, Dugu Xiu inherited the throne. After inheriting the throne of Later Qin, Dugu Xiu immediately quelled the rebellions in various places. With thunderous momentum, he confiscated the properties of the princes who opposed him and punished them. The rebellion in Later Qin was quickly quelled. Just as Dugu Xiu was in a terrible fix, he suddenly received a piece of news. The regent of Great Zhou and Yun Sheng of the Yun residence are going to get married in a few days. Dugu Xiu was not the only one who received the news. He Linlin, who was constantly paying attention to Yi Baiming, also received the news. He Linlin was furious on the spot. However, she had to cultivate in seclusion and could not leave the 8 wastelands. In a moment of desperation, He Linlin told Dugu Xiu the contents of the stone tablet she saw in the Qilint's forbidden grounds. After Dugu Xiu received the news, he was shocked and immediately rushed to Zhou State. Yi Baiming did not find it strange when he saw Dugu Xiu. Dugu Xiu was deeply in love with Yun Sheng. If he still remained indifferent after knowing that she was going to get married, then he would not be Dugu Xiu. However, Yi Baiming did not expect that Dugu Xiu would not choose to cause trouble on the wedding day. Instead, he chose a method that was completely different from his usual style of being the iron-blooded crown prince. He peacefully asked Yi Baiming to meet him alone. The meeting between the two of them only lasted for a quarter of an hour. No one knew what exactly Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiu talked about. However, when Dugu Xiu got up and left, he sneered, "Yi Baiming, you will regret this." Chapter 936. After Dugu Xiu left, Yi Baiming sat in the tavern for a while with a complicated expression on his face, as if he was thinking about something. When Yun Sheng saw Yi Baiming again, she felt that there was something wrong with his expression. "Night Fox, you don't look well. Is it because you overuse your magical power and your body can't take it?" Yun Sheng rarely saw Yi Baiming with such an expression. In front of her, this fellow was either a scoundrel or a cheeky grin. He had never been like today, frowning deeply. However, Yun Sheng had to admit that this kind of night fox had a different flavor and was rather pleasing to the eye. "It's fine. Maybe it's because of the wedding. The Empress Dowager has already prepared the wedding dress and wants you to try it on." Seeing Yun Sheng's worried expression, Yi Baiming pretended to be relaxed and smiled. "I've only heard that women are afraid of marriage. I didn't expect that the fearless night fox is also afraid of marriage." Yun Sheng found it funny. Yun Sheng didn't pay much attention to Yi Baiming's strange behavior because in the next few days, Dong Wang Linger, who had gone to Skywing City, returned. As soon as she returned, she pulled Yun Sheng to busy herself with various wedding items. That attitude was as if she was going to marry off her daughter. Because of this, Yun Sheng also fell into the busyness before the wedding. On the day of the wedding, Yun Sheng entered the exquisite Beast Pagoda early to check on the puffed eggs condition. In the past few days, the puffed eggs condition was good. After absorbing Yi Baiming's magical power, the exquisite Beast Pagoda's operation was stable. The cracks on the puffed egg's eggshell had almost disappeared, leaving only a shallow scar. It was estimated that in a few days, the puffed egg would return to normal. Yun Sheng had already started to miss the sound of the puffed egg. It was a pity that the puffed egg couldn't wake up on the day of her wedding. Otherwise, this talkative egg would definitely jump up and down in joy. "Yun Sheng, why are you still standing here? Look at you. You haven't changed your clothes, and you haven't even combed your hair. If you continue like this, Prince Regent will come to fetch you." Dong Wang Ling, and Yin Sangxiu walked in. Behind them were a bunch of maids and nannies. There were not many women in the Yun family. This time, in order for Yun Sheng to get married in a dignified manner, the Yun family decided to go to the Yun family. Empress Dowager Wonrin specially deployed several maids in the palace to help, even though the news of Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming's wedding had already spread. However, Yun Songhai, the father, still did not appear. Seeing this, Yun Songxue took the initiative to act as Yun Sheng's mother. These days, Yun Songxue also helped to take care of some of the details of Yun Sheng's marriage. When they saw that Yun Sheng still looked like she had just woken up, they pulled Yun Sheng over angrily and forced her to sit in front of the dressing table. Dong Wang Ling personally helped Yun Sheng change into clothes and jewelry that weighed dozens of kilograms. Yun Songxue instructed the maids to dress Yun Sheng up. An hour later, a breathtakingly beautiful face appeared in the bronze mirror. Her eyes were like two pools of spring water, and she looked around. The dragon and phoenix hairpin on her head symbolized joy, making her look more delicate than a flower. Her every frown and smile made people's hearts flutter. Even Yun Songxue and Dong Wang Ling, who were women, were staring at her without blinking. Yun Sheng's appearance was originally very beautiful. However, in order to make it convenient for her to practice medicine, she usually never put on makeup, let alone dress up. Today, after dressing up, she looked like a living beauty. Even Yun Songxue was full of praises when she saw her. Yun Sheng, you really look like your mother. Yun Songxue had only seen Hu Jiusheng once. However, she remembered Hu Jiusheng's appearance very clearly. In these few years, the more Yun Sheng grew up, the more she looked like Hu Jiusheng. Speaking of resemblance, no matter how similar you look, you still don't look like Hu Sheng. Yun Sheng, if Hu Sheng also wears a wedding dress, do you think Yi Baiming will be able to recognize her? Dong Wang Ling asked maliciously. This is really hard to say. Yun Sheng also remembered that when Yi Baiming saw Hu Sheng for the first time, he also said that she looked like Yun Sheng. Then why don't we give it a try later? Dong Wang Ling laughed. Dong Wang Ling was indeed Dong Wang Ling. When she was in the eastern capital, she was already a famous troublemaker. Although her personality changed greatly due to the changes in the eastern capital, she still had that mischievous side of her subconscious. How could she miss such a big event like her good friend's marriage? Stop talking about me. It's time for you and Gufeng to get married. When Yun Sheng heard that, she knew that Dong Wang Ling was thinking of something bad again. Dong Wang Ling and Gufeng were already husband and wife long ago. However, due to the changes in the eastern capital, Dong Wang Ling's elder brother, Dong Wang Tianqi, had become a retard. Thus, he and Empress Dowager Sidu were temporarily living in Skywing City. At this moment, Dong Wang Ling was not in the mood to talk about marriage. Gufeng, that brat, did not say anything. However, Yunxing knew that Gufeng still hoped to marry Dong Wang Ling, as soon as possible. I've already said it. You can make a fuss, but don't go overboard. Yun Sheng could not stop Dong Wang Ling. Thus, she could only go along with Ling-er's wishes. Don't worry. I guarantee that Prince Regent will be able to enter the bridal chamber as per normal tonight, Dong Wang Ling said. The auspicious time had arrived. Outside the Yun residence, the sound of firecrackers could already be heard. Although he was the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming chose to personally go and marry Yun Sheng in a civil way. Outside the Yun residence, the entire street was already filled with people who came to watch. They all stood on their tiptoes, wanting to see the famous couple in Zhou State. Yin Ba was also dressed in festive clothes today. Even his beard was neatly trimmed. A group of people had already been waiting outside the door. However, everyone was present except for Yun Sheng. Prince Regent, if you want to marry Yun Sheng, you still have to pass a test first. Dong Wang Ling smiled and blocked the door. She pointed towards the courtyard. In the courtyard, there were 3 women. The women were of the same height and dressed in the same way. They each stood on the left and right sides of the courtyard, and their faces were all covered with a red veil. Among the 3 of them, one of them is Yun Sheng. If you can find the right person, you will be able to marry her today. However, if you can't guess correctly, you won't be able to take the bride away. You can only guess from 3 steps away from the bride. If you get too close, you will be breaking the rules. You only have one chance to guess, Dong Wang Ling said with a smile. When the people who were watching outside heard this, they instantly went into an uproar. Yi Baiming was the high and mighty Prince Regent. He wanted to go and fetch the bride, but he was actually rejected. These three brides were covered with a red veil, and their figures looked exactly the same. Which one was the real bride? There were already people who were nervous for Yi Baiming. Your Highness, guess. Prince Regent, guess. This is going to be difficult. Which one is the real bride? Yi Baiming shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. He knew that Yunsheng's friends wouldn't let him take her away so easily. Chapter 9:37. The three brides looked exactly the same. Facing such a situation, even Yi Baiming started to feel nervous. Behind him, Cheng Bai and the others started to jeer. Baiming, go on. I don't see you this nervous when you go to battle. At most, I'll just marry all three of them. One of them will definitely win. Yi Baiming stared at Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao coldly. The two of them immediately shut up and acted like obedient grandsons. Yi Baiming thought to himself, how can this be the same? Going to battle is something that happens every year. This marriage is the first time that a lady is going to get on a sedan. Yi Baiming's heart was in a mess. If he guessed wrongly, even if Dong Wang Ling was willing to let him off, the little wildcat wouldn't let him off. Tonight's wedding night, he could forget about it. Yinsheng didn't feel good either. She didn't expect that such a scene, which was similar to the modern wedding night, would actually happen to her one day. Yinsheng stood among the three brides. Wearing a red veil, she felt that there were countless pairs of eyes looking at her from outside. Looking down, she saw Yi Baiming walking back and forth not far away. This wretch really knows how to make things difficult for people. Among the three brides, one of them was Hu Sheng in disguise, and the other one was a maid from the Yun residence who was about the same size as Yinsheng in disguise. Even if Yinsheng's biological father was here, he wouldn't be able to recognize them. Time passed slowly. Yi Baiming was walking back and forth, and the jeers around him were getting louder and louder. Suddenly, he stood still. With a wave of his sleeve, three green magical elements rushed toward the three brides. That was wind elemental magic. The wind seemed to be biting cold, but it only blew the veils of the three brides. And the most amazing thing was that Yi Baiming was really good at controlling magic. The strength was just right, just enough to let people take a glance. With another wave of his sleeve, the red veils immediately fell down. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Even Dong Wang Linger was unable to see clearly who was under the red veil. However, Yi Baiming was able to see clearly. According to Zhou State's custom, the bride's red veil could only be lifted by the groom in the bridal chamber. Only then could the couple grow old together and be in love for 100 years. Needless to say, Yi Baiming did not want other unrelated people to see his bride's appearance. This guy was a petty person to begin with. The lady on the left, please step back. Someone, tip her, Yi Baiming said with a smile. His gaze fell on the two ladies in the middle and on the right. The bride-to-be on the left, who pretended to be Yunsheng, bowed to Yi Baiming, took the tip, and retreated to the side happily. There were only two people left, one on the right and one on the middle. Dong Wang Linger also came prepared. She even pulled Hu Sheng over to make up the numbers. Sigh, it doesn't count. Lord Regent, I forgot to mention that we can't use magic either. Dong Wang Ling almost bit off her own tongue. She had forgotten about this matter. How could she forget that the Prince Regent was also a magician? Fortunately, she was smart enough to let Hu Sheng mix in with them. Just now, although Yi Baiming saw the person under the red veil clearly, Yunsheng and Hu Sheng were dressed the same way. Yi Baiming couldn't recognize them at a glance. Yunsheng, who was standing in the middle, was also a bit nervous. Although this was a game, she was still very curious about whether Yi Baiming could recognize her and Hu Sheng. After all, no woman would want their man to confuse them with other women. It was just that they couldn't use magic and couldn't get close to each other. Even a night fox wouldn't be able to tell who was who. Yi Baiming pondered for a moment. Then, without hesitation, he walked towards the woman in the middle and carried the bride in his arms. The entire crowd burst into a burst of raucous cheers. Prince Regent, aren't you going to confirm it? Aren't you afraid that you'll carry the wrong person and enter the wrong bridal room? Dong Wang Linger didn't give up and tried to mislead the crowd. There's no mistake. She's a wild cat. Yi Biming smiled. He had the horn of the red-blood unicorn. With the unique chemistry between him and Yun Sheng, he definitely wouldn't mistake her. He carried Yun Sheng and left the Yun residence in big strides. The cheers of the bridal procession got louder and louder. Although the Yun residents had sent out the wedding invitations, many people still didn't come. Tian Yu and Zhou Qingchuan were tied up with important matters and couldn't come. As for Divine Wind, he only sent a set of exquisite jewelry made by the elf tribe. This was already the best blessing he could give. Some people were secretly sad because they didn't see it. However, Qi witnessed it with his own eyes. He looked at Yi Biming, who left with Yun Sheng in his arms. He lowered his head and felt depressed. Hu Sheng, who was still wearing the wedding dress, walked in front of Qi. Hu Sheng, I'm sorry. I still can't. Qi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Last night, Hu Sheng mustered the courage to confess his love to him. Qi didn't reject him immediately, but he didn't agree either. He only asked him to think about it more. However, today, Qi realized that he couldn't do it. It wasn't that he didn't try. When he saw Hu Sheng for the first time, he was also shocked. He also wanted to treat Hu Sheng as Yun Sheng's substitute. However, after trying, Qi still couldn't do it. Yun Sheng was Yun Sheng. Even if Hu Sheng looked exactly the same as her, their personalities were worlds apart. The person he liked was Yun Sheng, who would treat him the same way no matter how ugly or handsome he was. Iran had married someone else. To Qi, Yun Sheng was his eternal regret. I can understand. I really envy Yun Sheng, Hu Sheng said sadly. She should have known the answer long ago. In the eyes of these men, Yun Sheng was unique. After the wedding procession left, the Yun residence was only left with a floor full of red firecrackers. Most of them went to the palace. For this wedding banquet, the palace also prepared a banquet. Officials of the third rank and above in the imperial court would attend the wedding banquet. Since the death of Yi Qingtian, the emperor of Zhou State, the palace of Zhou State hadn't been so lively in a long time. Before nightfall, the banquet in the palace was at its busiest. Most of the guests who were immersed in the banquet were already drunk. The atmosphere was also very good. A few guards were patrolling. A black shadow flashed past. The guard was alerted. Who is it? Before he could finish his sentence, his body leaned back and he fell to the ground. A few people dressed in summoners' clothing quickly snuck into Zhou State's palace. All of this was done without anyone noticing. Ninth summoner, Emperor Zhao, ordered that we must capture that celestial fox hybrid called Yun Sheng. The second and ninth summoners, Hu Jiusheng, were the leaders. 3 days ago, the Emperor Zhao in red urgently summoned all the summoners under him. Since the death of the third summoner on Taiyuan Mountain, there were only 12 summoners left in the Zhao state. After the summoners arrived, they were all discussing what had happened that made the Emperor Zhao summon all of them at once. After the Emperor Zhao in red appeared, he announced a piece of news that shocked the summoners. Chapter 9:38. The Emperor Zhao in red learned that a celestial fox hybrid had appeared in the Wuji continent. As everyone knows, ever since the Zhao state was established, it has always been its responsibility to protect the Wuji continent. Half a year ago, the Duqian blood seal suffered the most serious damage in history. As an important part of the blood seal support, the celestial fox tomb was severely damaged and is on the verge of collapse. If we can't find a suitable celestial fox descendant's blood to draw a new blood seal, the blood seal will collapse again within 3 years. When that happens, the Wuji continent will once again fall into the disaster of the demonic beast's invasion. This time, we can't fall behind. I have received news that a celestial fox descendant has appeared in the Wuji continent. She is Yun Sheng from the former Marshal Saint General's residence of the Zhou state. This woman is very cunning. She has always used her identity as a doctor to hide the fact that she is a celestial fox descendant. She even used the opportunity to treat the royal families of various countries to change her mind. She was previously married to the crown prince of the later Qin dynasty, but now she is married to the regent of Great Zhou. She must be a spy. We must capture her as soon as possible. The Emperor Zhao, in red, paid special attention to Hu Jiuxing's expression as he spoke. The Emperor Zhao, in red, also knew that this woman named Yun Sheng was the one he had ordered people to look for. She was the daughter that Hu Jiuxing and Yun Songhai had given birth to back then. According to the news, this woman had inherited the talents of Yun Songhai and Hu Jiuxing. She was a sorcerer and a summoner who could summon demonic beasts. Hearing Yun Sheng's name, Hu Jiuxing didn't seem to have any reaction. It was as if she didn't particularly care about Yun Sheng. Second summoner, ninth summoner, I'll leave this mission to you. Remember, you must capture Yun Sheng and bring her back. I want to use her blood to redraw the Dutian blood seal and protect the boundless continent. If we succeed in drawing the new Dutian blood seal, then the Zhao state's position in the boundless continent will definitely rise. Yes, your majesty. We will not let the Emperor Zhao down. She rushed to Zhou state with the second summoner. Coincidentally, it was also the wedding day of Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming. Because of the mix of people and snakes, there were many people guarding the bride. It was not until nighttime that the Zhao state's men found an opportunity to sneak into the imperial palace. Right now, the regent of Great Zhou and a group of people from the Yun residence were drinking at the banquet. Yun Sheng was alone in the bridal chamber, so it was the best time to capture her. However, the Zhao state's men soon encountered a problem. This time, they sneaked into the imperial palace of Zhou state. They thought that the imperial palace's security would be lower on the day of the wedding. They did not expect Bu Jiuxiao, who was in charge of the imperial palace's layout, to be very cautious. He had sent people to patrol the halls and corridors from time to time. The Zhao state's men were not familiar with the imperial palace. Secondly, they had to avoid the guards and alert the enemy. They could only hide along the way. In this way, the chances of finding Yun Sheng in a huge imperial palace would be greatly reduced. After weighing the pros and cons, the second summoner could only decide to split up with the ninth summoner first. After finding Yun Sheng's men, they would release the secret signal to capture her. Hu Jiuxing and the second summoner split up and went in different directions. She searched for a long time and soon found a palace with rows of red lanterns hanging on it. She hesitated for a moment, then her figure flashed. Like a strange bird, she glided up the palace's eaves. Perhaps it was the kinship of the family, or Celestial Fox's sharp senses, but Hu Jiuxing found this palace based on her intuition. It was Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng's wedding room. When she saw Yun Sheng inside, Hu Jiuxing was about to break in. Just then, a hand reached out from behind her, and a ray of magic light shone. Hu Jiuxing was forcefully pulled into the magic array. When Hu Jiuxing broke free from that person's pull, she was already in the Imperial Garden, miles away. You're courting death. Hu Jiuxing shouted angrily and stabbed the sharp magic scepter behind her. But when she saw the person behind her clearly, Hu Jiuxing's magic scepter suddenly stopped. It's you again. You've been following me around for more than half a year. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Hu Jiuxing couldn't remember how many times she had met this man. Ever since that time in Tianyi City, this man called Yun Songhai had been following her around like a piece of leather plaster. When she went on missions, Yun Songhai would secretly cause trouble. He caused her to fail several missions. But if she really wanted to kill this man, Hu Jiuxing couldn't do it. This man who looked dissolute and unruly was filled with deep affection and melancholy. She couldn't help but feel a crack in her stone-like heart. Ninth sister, are you really going to hand our daughter over to Emperor Zhao to become a blood sacrifice? Yun Songhai had been following Hu Jiuxing all this time. He already knew that the heart distress lamp was the only reason Hu Jiuxing lost her memory. He originally wanted to find the whereabouts of the heart distress lamp in Zhao state, but unfortunately, he still couldn't find any clues. But at least, Hu Jiuxing didn't reject him as much as before. When he heard that his daughter Yun Sheng was getting married, Yun Songhai wanted to rush back immediately. Previously, Yun Songhai had tried to persuade Yun Sheng not to marry Yi Baiming. At that time, he was worried that Yun Sheng's celestial fox blood would lead to a fatal disaster if she married into the imperial family. But later on, after Yi Baiming made the move of using the country as a betrothal gift and vowing to marry Yun Sheng, even Yin Songhai, who was also a man, was moved by it. Their marriage didn't come easy. As an incompetent father, he should have rushed back to preside over the wedding. But at that time, he happened to know that the Emperor Zhao in red had sent Hu Jiuxing and the second prime minister to capture Yin Sheng. He could only follow the Zhao states team. Once he realized that something was wrong, he immediately came to her rescue. Nonsense, I don't know you. Hu Jiuxing didn't have any memory of this man. What about Sheng Er? She looks very similar to you, and she has talent. You gave birth to her after 10 months of pregnancy. Do you have the heart to hand her over to Emperor Zhao? Do you have the heart to watch her be beheaded and used as a blood sacrifice? Yun Songhai stared at Hu Jiuxing. Enough! Hu Jiuxing's heart clenched at the thought of Yin Sheng's possible death. Jiuxing, come back with me. Sheng Er, our daughter, is getting married today. Our family of 3 has been separated for more than 10 years. Yin Songhai was moved. He wanted to go forward and hold Hu Jiuxing's hand. Chi! A sharp ice arrow brushed past Yun Songhai's cheek and immediately cut open a wound. I'll tell you one more time. I'm here today to carry out a mission. Anyone who tries to stop me from carrying out my mission can only die. Hu Jiuxing returned to her cold expression. Behind her, somewhere in the palace, there was a flash of light. That was the secret signal that Hu Jiuxing and the second prime minister had agreed to use when Yin Sheng was captured. Hu Jiuxing and Yin Songhai's hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that Yun Sheng had been captured? Chapter 9:39. Hu Jiuxing didn't say a word as she headed in the direction indicated by the secret signal. Yun Songhai was even more anxious as he followed closely behind. After flying for a few miles, Hu Jiuxing quickly discovered the second summoner and his men. The second summoner and a few summoners beside him were holding a young girl captive. We didn't even have to work hard to get this woman. Why didn't she stay in the bridal chamber and was discovered by us in the corridor? The second summoner searched for a while, but couldn't find the bride's room. It was then that he saw a girl. That girl looked exactly like the person in the portrait of Yun Sheng in the Yun residence that Emperor Zhao had ordered someone to draw. The second summoner and the others immediately captured the woman without saying a word. Hu Jiuxing looked at the young girl in surprise because this girl looked exactly like Yun Sheng. Moreover, Hu Jiuxing was certain that this girl was also from the Celestial Fox clan. Yin Songhai, who was hiding in the dark, was equally surprised. Both of them didn't understand why there was another girl in the palace who looked exactly like Yun Sheng. However, both of them could tell at a glance that this girl wasn't Yun Sheng. The mission has been completed. There's no time to lose. Let's leave immediately. The regent of Great Zhou and the people of the Yun residence are not to be trifled with. The second summoner's face was full of pride. This time, he had made a great contribution. Hu Jiuxing glanced at the young girl. Her face was full of terror. Hu Jiuxing didn't say anything. She couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't Yun Sheng, it didn't matter to her which celestial fox people died. The red candles were like fire. Yun Sheng, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red robe, was sitting on the bed. Below her, there were all kinds of peanuts and lotus seeds, which symbolized the early birth of a noble child and a harmonious marriage for 100 years. Yun Sheng couldn't sit still. She was so hungry that Yun Sheng remembered that she hadn't had a sip of water since the morning because she had to dress up. The door creaked open. Yun Sheng heard light footsteps. Not the night fox. Yun Sheng removed the veil, and Dongwang Linger could be seen walking in. Dongwang Linger was holding onto a bowl of shark fin porridge. Prince Regent asked me to bring you food. He said that you must be starving. Dongwang Linger pursed her lips and smiled. Yi Baiming was really good to Yun Sheng. He was being pestered and couldn't get away, so he asked her to deliver food. I almost starved to death. Yun Sheng swallowed a few mouthfuls. Right at this moment, Gu Feng and Qi walked in. Dongwang Linger said angrily, "Go away. Why did you 2 men barge in?" Yun Sheng, Linger, Hu Sheng disappeared. Goofing also drank some wine tonight. Just when he was feeling happy, Chi pulled him to the side and said that Hu Sheng disappeared. Sigh, what are you two worrying about? Hu Sheng likes peace and quiet. The palace is so lively tonight, and she also looks like Yun Sheng. I'm afraid that she might have caused a misunderstanding, so she hid herself. Dong Wang Linger didn't mind. Just now I rejected Hu Sheng, Chi said faintly. Yun Sheng almost spat out the mouthful of porridge in her mouth. She scolded in her heart, Chi, you're really stupid. She couldn't have left by herself, right? Dong Wang Linger was speechless. She rolled her eyes at Chi. Where can she go? She can't go back to the 8 Wastelands continent, and she's also unfamiliar with the Jade capital. Furthermore, she's a timid person. Forget it. I'll go and look for her. Yin Sheng felt a bit uneasy. She originally promised to send Hu Sheng back to the 8 Wastelands continent as soon as possible. But recently, because of the puffed egg and the marriage, she forgot about it. How can that be? Tonight is your wedding night, and the bride ran away. What do you want the Prince Regent to do? Dong Wang Linger was getting anxious. That's right, Yin Sheng, don't get involved. Jade Capital is only so big, and Hu Sheng doesn't know magic or martial arts. She can't go far. The few of us will go and look for her. Goofing winked and pulled Chi and Dong Wang Linger, then walked out. Before Chi walked out, he had a look of hesitation on his face. But in the end, he was still pulled out. After the 3 of them left, Yun Sheng was still feeling a bit uneasy. She kept having a feeling that something was going to happen. Her eyelids kept twitching. The night was getting darker and darker. The flame of the candle was sometimes high and sometimes low. In the wedding room, Yin Sheng was walking around anxiously. At this moment, she heard a series of messy footsteps. Outside the door, a tall and skinny figure was reflected on the door. It's Yi Biming. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened. Only then did Yun Sheng remember that tonight was her wedding night. After tonight, she would be. Yun Sheng's face started to burn. She silently chanted in her heart, calm down, calm down. As a top student of the medical university, she had seen all kinds of big scenes. Isn't it just a wedding night where the man is on top of the woman is on top of the man, and the man is on top of the woman? It's just normal exercise. But damn it, I just don't have this kind of experience. It's really embarrassing. After living 2 lives, I'm going to be skinned alive by a man who's a few rounds younger than me. Thinking of how close she was to Yi Biming a few times in the past, Yun Sheng's face burned even redder. Yi Biming stood outside the door and didn't move. Perhaps he was thinking the same thing as her. She suddenly remembered her veil. Yun Sheng hurriedly sat up straight and covered her head with the veil. She sat on the bed. Beneath her, the pile of fruits made her feel uncomfortable. Outside the door, Yi Biming also looked nervous. During the banquet, he couldn't wait to push away those damn toasts and come back earlier to see his bride. But when he finally managed to get away and stood in front of the door, he suddenly remembered what Duguxiu said earlier. Yi Biming, you can't marry her. You'll kill her. At that moment, Duguxiu was like a furious lion. The curse of the Black Qilin clan. Yi Biming frowned. He exerted force and pushed the door open. Yun Sheng was sitting on the bed. The moment the door opened, Yi Biming clearly saw Yun Sheng's shoulders shrink. The little wildcat who wasn't afraid of anything actually had something to be afraid of. His brows relaxed, and the corners of Yi Biming's mouth curled up. He suppressed his smile and closed the door, walking in step by step. Even though the veil was separating them, Yi Biming could still imagine how beautiful the woman under the veil would be. This was his bride, his bridal chamber, the woman he had been looking forward to for many years, the woman he wanted to marry wholeheartedly. At that moment, Yi Biming shouted in his heart. Marrying a wife was like Yun Sheng. So what if she died? He had already promised Yun Sheng that he wouldn't fear the Qilin clan's rules. Those are just words that Duguxiu used to stop their wedding. Tonight, no one would be able to stop him from wanting this woman. His gaze fell on Yun Sheng's body, her hands that were exposed outside of her wedding dress, her exquisite figure, and her nervous breathing were all invisible temptations for Yi Biming. Yi Biming, who had drunk some wine, felt his body heat up. His breathing also started to become heavy. He walked closer and closer. Chapter 940. His slender fingers gently lifted Yun Sheng's veil. The sudden light made Yun Sheng close her eyes involuntarily. Yi Biming stared at Yun Sheng. Perhaps it was because of the candlelight, or perhaps it was the shyness of a newlywed, but Yun Sheng's face was red. It was more moving than any rouge or powder. She was very beautiful today. Her nose was straight, and her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Her watery lips were glistening. Everything seemed to be silently seducing him. This was the first time he saw Yun Sheng like this. Yun Sheng was also secretly sizing up Yi Biming. Yi Biming usually liked plain colors. This was the first time Yun Sheng saw him wear red. She had to say that this man was suitable for any color. The groom's red robe made him even more handsome. Yi Biming suddenly took a step forward. With a flick of his sleeve, the fruits on the bed were all swept away. Yun Sheng let out a soft cry. She was already pressed down on the bed. The faint smell of wine and the pine leaf-like fragrance on Yi Biming's body mixed together. It was indescribably seductive. Night Fox, let's make a deal first. Yun Sheng saw a flame in Yi Biming's eyes. That flame seemed to want to burn her to ashes. She placed her hand on his chest. Through the thin cloth, Yun Sheng could feel Yi Biming's body temperature. It was shockingly hot. Wife, what did you call your husband? Yi Biming's voice sounded even more lazy and sexy because of the alcohol. Accompanied by his breathing, he teased Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng's heart was beating as fast as a drum. Her mouth was dry. My husband? If you don't like it, Night Fox, let's make a deal. Over at my place, we all call our men hubby and our wives wifey. You have to listen to me. Yun Sheng pouted. Husband, wife? Your place? Were the rules of the residents of Yun or the rules of Banana Leaf Village? It doesn't seem right. Yi Biming's foxy eyes narrowed in confusion. However, who cares? As long as it could make the little wild cat happy, he was willing to call it anything. Honey, I'm not bad. Hubby, I'll practice a few more times. It's time for us to exchange toasts. Yi Biming said as a flask of wine appeared in his hand as if by magic. However, he only had wine in his hand and no wine cup. Yi Biming raised his head, took a sip of wine, and leaned over to give Yun Sheng a lingering kiss. The spicy wine accompanied Yi Biming's lips. Yun Sheng only felt that the world was spinning. She couldn't tell if it was because of the wine or the kiss. In a daze, Yi Biming's clothes had fallen to the ground, revealing his wheat-colored chest. Unlike a few years ago, Yi Biming was no longer the young man from Banana Leaf Village. His muscles were well-defined, his skin was smooth, and his two sexy collarbones were exposed. When Yun Sheng regained her consciousness, she found that the phoenix coronet, robe, and the wedding gown on her body had all been unknowingly ripped off. Her long hair fell on the bed like a waterfall. Her white and shiny skin was pink because of shyness. Her body was dotted with red hickeys, and her clothes were long gone. Her legs were long and straight, and her waist was slender. The beauty of her chest made Yi Biming hold his breath. Yun Sheng cried out in surprise. She wanted to cover her body, but Yi Biming held her hands down. His eyes were filled with amazement and impulsiveness. He bent down. His movements were gentle and patient. Little by little, he made Yun Sheng relax. He whispered softly, "Wifey, your beauty is only allowed to bloom for me." His wet lips fell on every inch of her skin. Yun Sheng only felt that her entire body was about to explode. She didn't have much experience. At this time, she could only suppress the apprehension in her heart. Trembling slightly, she hugged Yi Biming and closed her eyes, waiting for the anticipated and sweet moment to arrive. In the bridal chamber, it was charming and gentle. The red candles swayed. The night had just begun. Yun Sheng was a little nervous, but also a little expectant. At this time, Yun Sheng only felt a pain in her chest. The celestial fox relic in her body was emitting a sharp cry. Suddenly, Yunsheng only felt her neck tighten. Someone was tightly choking her neck. She had difficulty breathing. She opened her eyes and saw Yi Baiming's appearance clearly. In Yi Baiming's body, waves of black hostility were constantly spewing out. His body was changing rapidly. Just like the last time when he shape-shifted, fingernail-sized black scales were constantly drilling out of his body. His eyes no longer had the gentleness and pity from before. Only a dense hatred was left. Yi Baiming's shape-shifting speed kept increasing. In just an instant, he had completely shape-shifted into his beast form. It was a robust, bull-like magical beast. Through Yi Baiming's eyes, Yunsheng seemed to see a magical beast that had fallen into madness. Celestial fox smoke. On the Qilin's palm, the sharp scales had already cut Yunsheng's delicate skin. Its strength was so great that Yunsheng could not get rid of it at all. Because of the wedding, Yunsheng did not bring the magic scepter or the beast language ring. She only felt that it was getting more and more difficult to breathe. Yi Baiming. Yunsheng did not understand why Yi Baiming suddenly became like this. The beast claws on her neck were getting tighter and tighter. Yunsheng could feel that her skin was being torn and blood was flowing out. Her consciousness gradually left. Her painful appearance fell into the Qilin's eyes. Its limbs began to tremble slightly. At this time, Yunsheng raised her palm and slapped the Qilin's chest. A strange dark force rushed straight into the Qilin's scales. It roared angrily, and the scales all over its body seemed to explode. There was only an angry red in its eyes. It raised its front paw and slapped Yunsheng's head. The Qilin was an ancient mythical beast. Yunsheng was not prepared for this attack at all. If she was hit, she would definitely die. But just when the Qilin's palm was only an inch away from Yunsheng's head, a trace of fear flashed in the Qilin's eyes. Roar! Something fell from its body. With a deafening roar, the black Qilin staggered backward and broke through the roof. Hearing the beast's roar, the whole palace was shocked. The people of Yun's mansion and Empress Dowager Wenren hurried over. They saw the magical beast rushing into the night sky and suddenly turned pale with fright. The room was in a mess. Yunsheng was found unconscious in the room. When Yunsheng woke up, Yi Baiming was gone. What she saw was the worried faces of the people. Yunsheng's fingers seemed to have touched something. She took a closer look and realized that it was the horn of a scarlet unicorn. Yunsheng looked at the horn of the red-blood unicorn and felt as if her heart was missing a mouth. Yi Baiming left. He also left the horn of the red-blood unicorn, the only connection between the two of them. Nanny, there is a high-energy warning ahead. I have foreseen countless bricks and eggs. Silence. Chapter 941. Looking at the horn of the red-blood unicorn, Yunsheng felt like a wandering soul. Time, in a trance, returned to the day before she transmigrated. At that time, she and Lu Minglang had just broken up. She was in a bad mood at that time, but it was completely different from today. When she broke up with Lu Minglang, she only felt disappointed. But this time, when she was separated from Yi Baiming, she felt a heart-wrenching pain. It was as if her heart had been ruthlessly stabbed with a knife, leaving scars all over and unable to heal. Only then did Yunsheng know that she had fallen deeply in love with that man. Love turned out to be so bitter. She met Yi Baiming when she was 6 years old and married him when she was 15 years old. Even her Dharma soul belonged to him. At first, Yunsheng didn't feel that she loved Yi Baiming very much. But that day, when she saw his crazy appearance, she realized that she didn't want him to be hurt at all. The scar left by Yi Baiming on her shoulder was still faintly painful, but it couldn't be compared to the pain caused by him leaving without saying goodbye. In this life, she had 9 years of her life entrusted to him. From the disgust when they met, to the surprise when they met again, Yunsheng remembered that Yi Baiming had always been by her side so many times. This man had become a part of her life. She couldn't forget him, but this time, he left without saying goodbye. He didn't want her anymore. Tears hovered in her eyes, refusing to fall. Seeing that Yun Sheng finally woke up, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, they all saw Yun Sheng's sorrowful appearance. They were concerned and wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Yun Sheng just closed her eyes and didn't speak. Seeing this, everyone could only sigh silently. Empress Dowager Wenren removed everything in the bridal chamber, as if the wedding had never been held. During the first 3 days of their marriage, Yun Sheng did not speak for most of the time. She only opened her dark eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. Yun Sheng did not allow anyone to repair the hole in the roof that Yi Biming had left behind when he left. Dong Wang Linger's eyes were red and swollen as she sat at the side. She went out with Gufeng and the others to look for Hu Sheng. However, Hu Sheng was not found. As soon as he returned to the palace, he heard that something had happened to Yun Sheng and that the Prince Regent was missing. When she saw Yun Sheng was still in a coma. No one knew what had happened. What exactly happened in the bridal chamber? Where did the Prince Regent go? And what was up with that magical beast? They were all mysteries. No one dared to ask Yun Sheng about it, and the news of the Prince Regent's disappearance was temporarily sealed off. During this period of time, the people from the Yun residence, Cheng Yu, and Bu Fong were also searching for Yi Biming's whereabouts. However, they did not find any clues. Yun Sheng, if you feel bad, you can cry. Don't keep quiet. Dong Wang Linger was somewhat anxious. The Yun Sheng that she knew had always been very strong. However, no matter who it was, being abandoned by the groom on the night of their wedding was not a small blow. After Yun Sheng woke up, she did not cry or laugh. She also did not eat. Most of the time, she was like this, and this made Dong Wang Linger very sad. Linger, I'm fine. You can go back and rest. I just want to be alone for a while. Yun Sheng spoke. This was the first time that she spoke in the past few days. Her voice was somewhat hoarse. Dong Wang Linger quickly brought over a cup of water. Dong Wang Linger tried to persuade Yun Sheng, but Yun Sheng only shook her head and told her to go back and rest. After Dong Wang Linger left, Yun Sheng let out a sigh. She sat up and drank the water that Linger brought over. After the warm water entered her stomach, she felt that she was alive again. The dazed and impetuous look in her eyes disappeared. Yun Sheng, you're really disappointing. It's time to pull yourself together and find out the real reason behind Night Fox's disappearance. Yun Sheng encouraged herself. At first, Yun Sheng was still somewhat sad. However, when she recalled everything that happened that night, as well as Yi Biming's sudden beast transformation, her sadness was quickly replaced by doubt. For the past few days, she had been alone because she wanted to find out why Yi Biming transformed into a beast and suddenly disappeared. She did not speak because it was difficult for her to speak. She just did not know how to explain it to everyone. The reason for Yi Biming's disappearance could not be explained to others. She could not tell anyone that Yi Biming was the descendant of the Black Qilin. Thus, regardless of whether it was Yun Songhai, Empress Dowager Wenren, or Cheng Bai and the others, Yun Sheng could only keep her mouth shut. The only thing that Yun Sheng could think of was the clan rules of the Black Qilin clan that Duguxiu had mentioned when she was in Later Qin. However, what exactly were those clan rules? However, Yi Biming had also said that he was not afraid of the clan rules. Yun Sheng thought about it and decided to look for someone. Only he would know what the clan rules of the Qilin clan were. The person that Yun Sheng wanted to look for was Duguxiu. However, Yun Sheng did not expect that Duguxiu would come looking for her before she even went to Later Qin. From Duguxiu, Yun Sheng learned that Duguxiu had met Yi Biming a few days ago. Yun Sheng questioned, what exactly are the clan rules of the Black Qilin clan? Haha, Yun Sheng, do you remember that I once said that Yi Biming can't have what I can't have? He already knew that it was impossible between the two of you, but he still wanted to try. Duguxiu laughed loudly. He knew that Yun Sheng would definitely meet him. He had taken the risk to stay in Jade Capital because he was waiting. He wanted to wait for Yi Biming's regretful expression. However, this wait made Duguxiu feel that death was better than living. He had watched as Yun Sheng married Yi Biming. Who could understand his feelings at that time? There were 8 hardships in life. Love, hatred, resentment, obsession, and what one could not ask for. Yin Sheng was one of them. What do you know? Were you hiding from me? Yin Sheng's heart ached as she recalled Yi Baiming's appearance last night. Yi Baiming is the same as me. We are both men who have inherited the Qilin King's blood. You should know the strongest patriarch of the Black Qilin clan, ancient Qilin King Yeshio, right? Ancient Qilin King Yeshio's natural enemy was Celestial Fox, who Yin of the Bakra orcs of the same era. There were also people who said that the failure of the Bakra clan back then was because the two of them did not get along. Celestial Fox people's women could not marry someone from the Black Qilin clan. Otherwise, once the two of them were together, either the Black Qilin would devour the Celestial Fox people's woman, or the Celestial Fox people's woman would suck the Black Qilin's cultivation dry. Yin Sheng, you are a descendant of the Celestial Fox people. That night, Yi Baiming should have suddenly lost control at the last moment, right? So this was the ancient Qilin's curse. Yin Sheng recalled. Indeed, Yi Baiming had suddenly turned into a beast at the last moment. It was very likely that he had been affected by the Celestial Fox relic in her body. He had used a lot of willpower to control the Qilin's vicious aura in his body and go against the ancient curse of the Qilin clan. Sob, there are bricks and rotten eggs everywhere. Sob, I wanted to give him a consolation prize and release the picture of the puffed egg after it hatched, but he didn't even give me a ticket. How torturous. Chapter 942. The Bakra orcs had long known about the feud between the Black Qilin tribe and the Celestial Fox people. The two tribes had always been mortal enemies. There was a rule in the two tribes that men and women of opposite sexes were not allowed to marry. Duguxiu had wanted to force Yin Sheng to marry him. Unfortunately, he had to give up on Yin Sheng because of the rules of the tribe. He Linlin had told him about the rules of the Black Qilin tribe. Yi Baiming didn't believe it and insisted on marrying you. Unfortunately, it's useless no matter how much you love each other. That is the curse of the ancient Qilin king. Duguxiu looked at Yin Sheng. If he couldn't have her, Yi Baiming wouldn't be able to have her either. He should have been happy, but when he saw Yin Sheng's soulless expression and the indescribable pain in her eyes, Duguxiu didn't feel any joy at all. He loved the woman in front of him. He didn't want her to be hurt, but in the end, she was still hurt. Thank you for telling me the truth. Yin Sheng's beautiful face didn't have a smile. She dragged her exhausted body and asked Duguxiu to leave. When Duguxiu left, his footsteps seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. He couldn't move a single step. The curse of the ancient Qilin king was too heavy. No one could change it. The truth was actually like this. Yi Baiming wanted to kill her because he touched her body. At the last moment, the Qilin's evil energy in his body was stimulated, devoured or sucked dry of her cultivation. Yi Baiming didn't make a move at the last moment. Since he didn't devour her, he must have suffered a backlash from the Qilin's power. What should she do? Could it be that she couldn't see him again in this life? Yin Sheng was in low spirits. At this moment, the exquisite beast pagoda in her beast speech ring emitted a wave of magic. Inside the exquisite beast tower, a familiar voice came from the eggshell of Egg Bobo, who had been quietly repairing its eggshell in the magic formation. Dear Master, Bobo is back. Yi Baiming's disappearance made Yin Sheng depressed for a few days. The recovery of the puffed egg was the only good news for Yin Sheng in the past few days. Yin Sheng immediately entered the Linglong Beast Pagoda. Inside the beast tower, the pink puffed egg inside the magic array emitted a colorful light. Yin Sheng felt a little strange at this time. In her own words, this kind of mentality was like a woman who had been pregnant for 9 years. Now that she was about to give birth, she didn't know what would happen. Yin Sheng had thought about what kind of magical beast the puffed egg would be after it came out. What the hell is a puffed egg? Could it be a bird? But it was probably a long-tongued bird like the Mina parrot, or an ancient magical beast with amazing strength, such as the super powerful magical beasts of the Dragon and Phoenix clan, or maybe a fish or some other aquatic magical beast. These thoughts were all rejected by Yin Sheng one by one. When she first got the puffed egg, Yunsheng had been hoping that the puffed egg would hatch quickly. Later, seeing that this thing didn't break out of the egg, she even used all kinds of methods to promote the incubation. For example, she raised the incubation temperature and roasted the puffed egg in a fire. Another example was changing the environment and incubating it in water. But after many experiments, nothing happened, so Yunsheng gave up. She even thought that maybe the puffed egg was a fossilized egg and couldn't hatch at all. Who would have thought that the puffed egg, which had almost died this time, would actually hatch after it was rescued? On the pink eggshell, there was a slight sound, and small cracks appeared. Yunsheng couldn't help but hold her breath, because she knew that the most critical moment of the puffed egg's incubation was finally coming. Like Yunsheng, the other magical beasts in the exquisite beast tower were also nervous. Most of these magical beasts already had human knowledge, and they couldn't be more familiar with the puffed egg. They were also very curious about what the puffed egg was after it hatched, only to hear a boom. The pink egg turned into a cloud of pink gas. The egg exploded. A ball of fluffy fur flew out from inside. Before Yunsheng could see clearly. "Puff Puff, my dear master. Puff Puff, I missed you so much." The ball rushed into Yunsheng's arms with a whoosh. She grabbed Puff Puff's two wings with one hand and rubbed the puffed egg's head with the other. "Puff Puff, you're actually a sheep." This ball was like a fluffy ball, covered with curly pink soft hair, fat and round, and when it saw Yunsheng, its eyes lit up. This magical beast was Puff Puff, who broke out of its shell. Its appearance was somewhat similar to a certain domestic cartoon character, Mei Yang, that Yunsheng often saw on TV before she transmigrated. But it was different from ordinary sheep. Puff Puff Sheep's original pair of eye-catching big wings had disappeared. On its back, there was a pair of pink heart-shaped fleshy wings, and on top of its head, there was something similar to the halo on the head of a modern angel. "Puff Puff, my dear master." Puff Puff just looks like a sheep. But the Ren family is a divine beast that is 10,000 times cuter than a sheep. From now on, please call me the noble and wise world deity Puff Sheep. Puff Puff Sheep flapped its small fleshy wings, rubbing up and down in Yunsheng's arms, acting cute. "World deity beast? Ha! I'm dying of laughter. This fat sheep dares to call itself a divine beast." Queen Night Demon laughed until tears almost came out her eyes. The other magical beasts also couldn't help but laugh in different ways. "Puff Puff, you dare to laugh at Puff Egg's eyes spat out pink lightning. It angrily flapped its small fleshy wings and flew to a position in midair, the circular object on top of its head emitting a bright light. Under the light, a magic array was formed. Without waiting for Queen Night Demon to react, she was swallowed by the magic array with a whoosh. Yunsheng and the other little magical beasts were all stunned. Yunsheng hurriedly tried to summon Queen Night Demon, but she found that no matter how she called, Queen Night Demon seemed to disappear. There were only two reasons why a summoned beast didn't listen to a contract summoner. One was that it was dead, and the other was that the magical beast was sealed with a special magic array, or it was counter-contracted by a more brilliant summoner. However, these obviously couldn't happen to Queen Night Demon. "Puff Puff, where did you take Queen Night Demon?" Yunsheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Puff Puff was originally a haggard master. When it was an egg, it was like this. After hatching successfully, its temper rose again. Its black eyes, like a pair of small mung beans, rolled in a circle. "Puff, puff, puff. Those who laugh at this world deity will be exiled for an hour." Puff Egg stuck out its round belly. If you're interested, you can go to Sina Weibo and search for the pen name Immerse. You can see the prototype of Puff Sheep. Chapter 943. What did exile mean? Seeing that Yunsheng and the other beasts were dumbfounded, Bobo became even more proud. "My dear master is a big secret. Bobo will only tell my dear master," Bobo mysteriously whispered into Yunsheng's ear. With Bobo's explanation, Yunsheng finally understood what a world god was. Bobo told Yunsheng that the Boundless Continent, the 8 wastelands, and the other continents were all part of a big world called the Mortal World. Although they were all part of the mortal world, there were certain natural laws that prevented free passage. Only the world god beasts guarding the boundaries of these continents could pass through multiple continents. The world god was a very special kind of beast. Only after a generation of world god beasts fell would another generation of world god beasts be born. But when it came to Bobo's generation of world gods, they coincidentally encountered the war between the two major races of the mortal world, the human race and the beast race. When the Duchian blood beast world was formed, Bobo's mother was born 1,000 years prematurely due to the conflict of the blood beast world's evil energy. She gave birth to Bobo 1,000 years prematurely and accidentally lost the egg-shaped Bobo. It was also a coincidence that the puffed egg was affected by the evil energy of the Dutian blood beast world and was left behind in the Dutian blood beast world. Hu Jiuxing also coincidentally obtained the puffed egg. Although Hu Jiuxing did not know what kind of beast the puffed egg was, with her summoner's intuition, she knew that this egg was no small matter. Hu Jiuxing kept the puffed egg in the beast language ring. But due to the lack of incubation time, the puffed egg did not have any reaction. Later, Hu Jiuxing gave the beast language abstinence to her daughter, Yinsheng. Coincidentally, the puffed egg formed a consciousness and signed a contract with Yinsheng. If Yinsheng did not obtain the exquisite beast pagoda, and if she did not have Yi Baiming's help, the puffed egg would still have to wait for enough time to hatch. This was also fate. The puffed egg was only able to hatch in Yunsheng's hands because of the exquisite beast tower and Yi Baiming's powerful magic. Hearing this, Yunsheng looked as if she had seen a ghost. Some had heard of babies being born 1 or 2 months too early, but this was unheard of. There were even babies that were born 1,000 years too early, and they were able to hatch in the end. My dear master, it's true. World deities are extraordinary and bear the heavy responsibility of protecting the balance of the mortal world. Generally speaking, it takes 10,000 years for a world deity to be born, the puffed egg explained. An egg that needed to incubate for 10,000 years. Yunsheng took a deep breath. She had actually contracted a world deity-level egg while she was not paying attention. My dear master, since you've already hatched, you should have some special magic or battle skill, right? Yunsheng was looking forward to the puffed egg's new magic or battle skill. Dear master, I forgot to say that it takes 10,000 years for a world deity to hatch. Before a new world deity takes office, it still needs to comprehend and cultivate for 1,000 years before it can become a true beast deity. So right now, I only have one divine skill, and that is exile. The puffed sheep flew around Yinsheng. The so-called exile referred to using a magic array to randomly exile any object to one of the many continents in the mortal world. The time of exile could be based on the puffed sheep's preference. The shortest was 15 hours, and the longest was 72 hours. After the exile time was up, the exiled object would automatically return to its original place. However, because the puffed egg's divine power was limited, it could only use the exile skill once a month, and the time could not exceed 1 hour. After Yunsheng heard this, she rolled her eyes. What kind of tasteless divine skill was this? In Yunsheng's impression, the so-called divine skill, once used, would at least cause the heavens to fall and the earth to rend. However, the divine skill of puffed sheep really made her speechless. Not only was its effect small, it did not cause any harm, and it also had a huge limitation. It could only be used once a month, and the puffed egg had used this precious opportunity on the Night Demon Queen. However, Yinsheng thought about it again. The puffed sheep's battle skill seemed to have a little advantage, and that was if in a life-and-death situation, it could be instantly transferred to another continent or another place in the continent, thereby achieving the goal of avoiding unmatched experts. Hour later, the Night Demon Queen finally came back. After this, the magical beast did not dare to laugh at puffed sheep anymore. As for where the Night Demon Queen was exiled to, she could not say. The group of magical beasts, under the tyranny of puffed sheep, could only obediently acknowledge puffed sheep as their boss. After puffed sheep broke out of its shell, it could already leave the beast language ring and live in the boundless continent for a long time. In order to make it convenient for puffed sheep to cultivate and learn, Yunsheng simply brought it along with her. This made the other magical beasts who still needed to rely on the Ling Long Beast Pagoda endlessly envious. Puffed sheep was very curious about everything. Its favorite thing to do was to wander around. Occasionally, it would disappear for half a day. Yunsheng only warned it not to cause trouble and did not care about other things. Yunsheng did not know that in the past few days, she was not the only one who was suffering. In a void of nothingness, in the realm of meditation. In a magic array, a Qilin beast covered in black scales was curled up. Its body was covered in wounds, but the bleeding had already stopped. Puffed sheep appeared in the magic array and sighed. If not for the fact that you helped this divine beast would not have helped you. You almost killed Little Master. Thank you. How is Yunsheng? Yi Baiming gradually regained consciousness and was able to speak. That night, Yi Baiming lost control and accidentally injured Yunsheng before leaving the palace. It curled up in the darkest corner of the city, licking its wounds. The beast transformation this time was too powerful. It actually had no way to return to its human form. In its body, the urge to devour the celestial fox people was stronger and stronger. That violent force could tear its body apart at any time. Just as Yi Baiming did not know what to do, the hatched puffed sheep found it. Puffed sheep placed it in this void boundary where there was neither night nor day. According to puffed sheep, this place was called the Realm, a special place far away from the boundless land. In this quiet place where there was no night or day, there was a peaceful force that suppressed the hostility in Yi Baiming's body bit by bit. Little Master's situation is not good. She is very stubborn and did not say anything. However, she already knows the truth about the curse of the ancient Qilin king. Do you plan to not see her for the rest of your life? Puffed sheep landed on the back of the black Qilin. As a world deity, puffed sheep did not care about the ancient Qilin king. It made two people who loved each other so much that when they met again, they could only fight to the death. What kind of damn curse was this? There was a hint of sadness in Yi Baiming's eyes. Even Kiss Sheep, who did not know what feelings were, understood. Chapter 944. I can't see her. I will hurt her now. He lowered his head. On his palm, there was a smear of blood. It was Yunsheng's blood. That smear of blood had been tormenting Yi Baiming for the past few days. When he thought about how he had almost swallowed her, Yi Baiming felt a tearing pain in his heart. Yunsheng's body contained the celestial fox relic, which contained the ancient celestial fox smoke. That relic was the reason why Yi Baiming had almost lost control at the last moment. He had left the horn of the red-blood unicorn behind and cut off all contact with Yunsheng. However, the longing had already taken root in his heart. These days, he had been tormented both by his longing for Yunsheng and his body. He would rather die than live. Either the black Qilin had swallowed the celestial fox, or the celestial fox had sucked the black Qilin's cultivation dry. It turned out that the ancient curse was real. Yi Baiming was not reconciled. Why did the ancient curse have to be used on him and Yunsheng? His sadness was replaced by anger. The black Qilin bent his body and let out a painful roar. Do you want to stay with Master again? Actually, baby sheep liked Yi Baiming. This man valued Master more than himself. Unless there is a way to break the ancient curse, I am not suitable to see her in my current state. The black Qilin shook his head, although he was also very worried about Yunsheng. He could not take the risk if he hurt her when he met her. Fortunately, baby sheep told him that Yunsheng had gradually recovered. In front of the omnipotent universe god baby, nothing is impossible. However, there is a condition. You can only see Master in your beast form. You can't return to your human form. Are you still willing? Baby sheep hummed. Master seemed to dislike his first divine skill. He had to make Master look at him in a different light. As long as I can stay with Yunsheng without hurting her, I am willing. The black Qilin pondered for a moment. This is the meditation land of every world deity. It can calm one's madness and massacre. I'll give you a copy of the Burning Demon Art. You can stay here and comprehend it well. One day, you will comprehend the Burning Demon Art and be able to control the evil aura in your body. Only then will you be able to leave. However, you have to remember that whether or not you can comprehend and break through all depends on yourself. Even Bobo can't help you. Bobo Sheep imparted the burning demon heart mantra of the beast god lineage to Yi Baiming before leaving the realm meditation land. Yunsheng's depression did not last long. A few days after Yi Baiming's disappearance, the situation in Zhou State, which had not yet stabilized, took a turn for the worse. Danger lurked everywhere. Yunsheng had no choice but to recover from the sadness of Yi Baiming's disappearance. Even though the news was tightly sealed off, there were still some observant people who managed to catch a few clues. Led by the Marquis of Jin, the old subordinates of the Zhou state had launched a fierce rebellion. The Marquis of Jiyuan's rebellion caused the situation in Zhou state to become tense. Ever since the Yun residents moved out of Zhou state, the number of generals in Zhou state's imperial court had withered. Only the Marquis of Jiyuan's generals remained. The Marquis of Jiyuan took the opportunity to steal military power and launched a rebellion while Yi Baiming was missing. The rebellion had only been going on for 5 to 6 days, but many strategic cities in Zhou State had already been conquered. Currently, the Marquis of Jiyuan's army had already arrived at Yujing City. The Marquis of Jiyuan declared that he was suppressing the rebellion in Zhou State and that the Emperor of Zhou State, Yi Baiming, did not pass away due to illness. Instead, he was assassinated by the Prince Regent. As for Empress Dowager Wenren, she had already colluded with the Prince Regent, Yi Baiming. The two of them had conspired to usurp the throne, and the young emperor was merely their puppet. The Marquis of Jiyuan declared that he wanted to rid the emperor of evil, eliminate the demon empress, kill the Prince Regent, and assist the young emperor in regaining Zhou State's imperial power. In the face of such slander, Yi Baiming was nowhere to be seen. Empress Dowager Wenren was merely a woman and a child. It was impossible for her to handle this. She urgently gathered a group of old officials and discussed for days and nights. However, they could not come up with a solution. In the throne room of Zhou State's imperial court, Empress Dowager Wenren and the group of old officials were speechless. The young emperor, Yi Beicheng, who was not even 10 years old, was anxious and restless. He tightly tugged on Empress Dowager Wenren's sleeve with a terrified expression. "Imperial Mother, I want to see Imperial Brother." Imperial Brother said that he would protect us, Yi Beicheng pleaded. Although he was young and inexperienced, he knew very well that as long as Imperial Brother was around, all problems could be solved. Empress Dowager Wenren was speechless. How should she tell Yi Beicheng that Yi Baiming's whereabouts were unknown? Empress Dowager, only the Prince Regent alone can resolve this situation. Please ask the Prince Regent to come forward. Under such circumstances, the group of civil officials led by Elder Chen only wanted to find Yi Baiming to solve this matter. On the day of the Prince Regent's wedding, he had not been seen for a long time. There were rumors that the Prince Regent was attacked by an assassin on the day of his wedding and was seriously injured. Empress Dowager, the Prince Regent has 3,000 Baiming guards and tens of thousands of disciples of Wushuan Wuji School. As long as the Prince Regent makes a call, this rebellion will definitely be resolved. The group of military officials discussed animatedly. Looking at the group of old officials competing with each other to speak, she felt disgusted. Empress Dowager Wenren sneered in her heart. These people had forgotten that the first person to propose to depose Yi Baiming as crown prince was Elder Chen. These people had also forgotten that Yi Baiming was the first to stand up and scold Yi Baiming for the sake of Yunsheng's rebellion. They were also the first ones to stand up and scold Yi Baiming for being a traitor. Bah, shameless old man, you only know how to talk. If you have the ability, why don't you go and fight yourself? Yun Ba went to court. When he saw Yun Ba, Elder Chen's eyes turned red like a rooster's and his neck turned red. Old Yun, who allowed you to come to the imperial court? Elder Chen and Yun Ba had always been mortal enemies in the imperial court. He had been fighting with Yun Ba his entire life. Even his granddaughter Cheng Lian had died without a complete corpse because of his selfishness. She had broken off her engagement with Yi Baiming. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I came here today because of Emperor Taizu. If the great Zhou dynasty is in trouble, as long as I, Yunba, am still alive, I will do my best even if I have to spill every drop of blood on my body. Yunba glared at Elder Chun. His martial emperor aura pressed down on Elder Chen's body, causing him to shrink by half. It was said that scholars were useless. It was a waste of saliva to talk to this group of old men. Old General Yun, I'm very grateful that you can let bygones be bygones. Empress Dowager Wenren didn't expect Yun Ba to be willing to show up. Yi Baiming suddenly disappeared without an explanation. Yun Ba almost tore down the palace at that time. He was originally angry and wanted to take Yun Sheng back to Taiyuan Mountain. However, Yun Sheng didn't want to leave, so Yun Ba could only swallow his anger. However, when Yun Sheng persuaded Yun Ba to return to Zhou State's military camp and lead his former subordinates to help Zhou State resolve this crisis, Yun Ba immediately refused Yun Sheng. Chapter 945. Zhou State was in danger. If Yun Ba was willing to step in, there might still be a chance. Sheng, you don't have to persuade grandfather anymore. Zhou State's dynasty isn't a good person. Yi Chengtian is worse than a beast. Yi Baiming didn't even send a message. I almost killed this father and son with my own hands, Yun Ba said angrily. Yi Chengtian, that old fellow, humiliated Yun Ba. Yun Ba was filled with regret. It was all his fault for being blind. He had believed Yi Baiming's good words and thought that Yi Baiming would be more decent. He didn't expect him to abandon his precious granddaughter on his wedding day. He had thought that his granddaughter would be able to find a good man. In a few years, he would have a big fat great-grandchild to hug. Now, his granddaughter was married in name, but he did not even know where she had run off to. Wasn't she living like a widow? Grandfather, Sheng can't explain Baiming's matter to you in a short time, but Sheng promises that he isn't a heartless person. He didn't abandon Sheng. I believe that he's just in trouble. One day he will come back. While he's not here, Sheng will protect Zhou State well. He used the country as a betrothal gift, so I'll return it to him. Yun Sheng's words made Yun Ba speechless. Yi Baiming had promised to protect Empress Dowager Wenren and the Little Emperor for life. Since Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming had already bowed to heaven and earth, then she was his wife. No matter whether he came back or not, she would wait for him. She would keep his vow. At that moment, Yun Sheng's eyes were filled with determination. Yun Ba heaved a long sigh. Forget it, Sheng. Your grandfather has lived his whole life. Why should I care about grudges? It's already your generation's world now. But as long as you want to do it, I will do it for you. As long as I'm still alive. It was also because of this that Yun Ba had returned to Zhou State's imperial court and caused that scene earlier. After learning that it was Yun Sheng who persuaded Yun Ba to come out of retirement, Empress Dowager Wenren shed tears of gratitude. She brought the little emperor, Yi Beicheng, to the Yun residence to thank Yun Sheng. Empress Dowager, there's no need to bow. Personally, I am a citizen of Zhou State. If Zhou State is in trouble, I should help. Yu Gong, I am Yi Baiming's wife. The wife pays her husband's debts. I will help him fulfill the promise he made that day. However, there are conditions for my help. Yun Sheng stared at Empress Dowager Wenren and the Little Emperor. Especially the Little Emperor. He only felt that there was a terrifying power in Yun Sheng's eyes, which made him afraid. Empress Dowager Wenren's heart tightened. She had met Yun Sheng several times. Her impression of Yun Sheng was only that she was Yi Baiming's beloved and the boss of Xiantan. But today, when she saw Yun Sheng, she only felt that this woman was extraordinary. In just a few days, she was able to recover from Yi Baiming's disappearance. It could be seen that she was not an ordinary person. Because of Yi Baiming's wedding ceremony, Yun Sheng still wore a young girl's hairbun, but there was a natural aura of a king between her eyebrows. Empress Dowager Wenren looked at Yun Sheng, who was 7 or 8 years younger than her, and only felt that she was facing Yi Baiming. The two were so similar. They both had a heroic spirit that could swallow the rivers and mountains. After pondering for a moment, Thinking of the situation in Zhou State, Empress Dowager Wenren agreed. Consort Prince Regent, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree. First, since I am reorganizing the court on behalf of my husband, I must have the same absolute power as him. From now on, I'm the Prince Regent of Zhou State. As soon as Yun Sheng said this, Empress Dowager Wenren's face changed slightly, but she still gritted her teeth and nodded. Yi Baiming was not here. His power was controlled by Yun Sheng, so there was nothing wrong with it. Second, I want to give the little emperor to me. Yun Sheng looked at Yi Beicheng with a sharp gaze. Yi Beicheng, who looked like a carved jade, looked like he rarely experienced wind and rain. When he met Yun Sheng's gaze, he immediately shrank into Empress Dowager Wenren's arms, as if he was burned by fire. He muttered, "Mother, I don't want to leave you. I don't want to follow this woman." A child's intuition was always the most accurate. Yi Beicheng only felt that if he followed Yun Sheng, he would not have a good life. Empress Dowager Wenren was also unwilling. She comforted Yi Beicheng and refused politely. Consort Prince Regent, this request is too difficult. I only have one child, Beicheng. He is too young to leave me. In the end, Empress Dowager Wenren still did not completely trust Yun Sheng and the Yun residents. Earlier, Elder Chun had misled the public and slandered her, saying that the Prince Regent's disappearance might be related to the Yun residents. Some people even said that later Qin's Emperor Dugu came alone and had a secret talk with Yun Sheng. Empress Dowager Wenren could not help but think of the rumors between Yun Sheng and later Qin's Emperor Dugu Xiao. If she handed the little emperor over to Yun Sheng, no one could guarantee that she would not use the emperor to command Zhou State. Empress Dowager, there is no need to force yourself if you are unwilling. Grandfather and I will leave Yujing today. You can think of a way to solve Zhou State's crisis. Yun Sheng had already expected that Empress Dowager Wenren would not agree. Princess Consort, you are threatening me. Empress Dowager Wenren was like a tigress whose whiskers had been touched. She glared at Yun Sheng angrily. Yes, I am threatening you. Empress Dowager Wenren, don't put on airs in front of me. I, Yun Sheng, have never been afraid of any imperial power. When Yi Qingtian was around, I was not afraid. Now, what is there for me to be afraid of in Zhou State? I am taking the little emperor away for your own good. Look at his useless appearance. Even if there was no rebellion, he is just a useless piece of trash. Yun Sheng scolded coldly. Yun Sheng knew very well that she would not stay in Zhou State for the rest of her life. She needed to investigate the ancient Qilin curse and the whereabouts of her mother, Hu Jiuxing. Zhou State needed an unyielding emperor, not an emperor who tugged at the Empress Dowager's sleeves all day long. Empress Dowager Wenren's eyes reddened when she heard this. As the Empress Dowager, no one had said such words to her for many years. However, she was also awakened by Yun Sheng's scolding. If she did not learn to let go, Cheng-Er would probably be a flower in a greenhouse for the rest of her life. There was a limit to her power. She could not watch over Cheng-Er for the rest of her life. Empress Dowager Wenren's eyes were red, and she could not say a word. The little emperor, Yi Beicheng, bit his tender lips. Like an angered cub, he rushed forward. I am not mud. You are a bad woman. You're not allowed to insult mother. However, before he could rush forward, he tripped. Rows of thorns appeared on the ground. Yi Beicheng was shocked at first, but he still tried his best to avoid the thorns. After dodging a few times, he was already panting. There were also many cuts on his legs. However, this time, Yi Beicheng did not cry and complain, nor did he ask Empress Dowager Wenren for help. He wanted to prove that he was not mud. Chapter 946. Little Emperor, let's stop fighting for now. Come with me. One day, you'll be able to protect your mother like a real man. Yun Sheng looked at Yi Baiming's stubborn expression and thought of Yi Baiming in the past. If Yi Baiming was here, he would probably do the same. Perhaps the little emperor and Yi Baiming were not related by blood, but Yi Baiming still cared about this younger brother of his. As long as it was someone he cared about, she would protect them for him before he returned. She would be the guardian angel of Zhou State until the moment he returned. Is what you said true? Will I really be able to become an indomitable man like Imperial Brother one day? Although he was panting and had wounds all over his body, Yi Baiming still felt proud. He had withstood Yun Sheng's test. This woman could no longer underestimate him. Sure, Imperial sister-in-law promises you as long as you do as Imperial sister-in-law says. One day, you'll be like your Imperial brother and have the ability to protect the people most important to you. Yin Sheng stroked Yi Baiming's head. When she thought of Yi Baiming, the tip of her nose turned a little sour. There was once a man who said that he would be there for everything. But, Yi Baiming, where exactly are you now? Yin Sheng took Yi Baiming away. In the imperial court, Yun Ba led a group of old generals back to the court. Because the Marquis of Jiyuan had usurped military power, he had instigated a large number of Zhou State's troops to defect. Within Zhou State's borders, hundreds of thousands of soldiers had defected. The once powerful Zhou State's army had reached the point where it had no soldiers to use. Yun Ba immediately began to recruit soldiers and buy horses. But even so, the new soldiers he trained in a short period of time were unable to compete with the old soldiers under the Marquis of Jian. Under Yun Ba's leadership, the new and old soldiers of Zhou State confronted each other in several important cities of Zhou State. For a time, neither side was willing to back down. After Yun Sheng heard the news, she invited Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao to discuss it. Yun Sheng, are you saying that we should use the Dark North Guards to launch a surprise attack? Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao looked troubled. The Dark North Guards were Yi Baiming's personal guards. There were more than 3,000 of them. However, these people were all trained by Yi Baiming. They obeyed Yi Baiming's every word and were loyal to him to the death. But now, Yi Baiming's whereabouts were unknown, and Yun Sheng was unwilling to explain the real reason for Yi Baiming's disappearance. Earlier, the Marquis of Jiyuan's spy had purposely slandered Yun Sheng and spread the rumor that Yun Sheng and the Yun estate had secretly murdered Yi Baiming. There were already people in the Dark North Guards who were dissatisfied with Yun Sheng. Needless to say, they stepped forward to help Yun Sheng and the Yun estate. However, Yun Sheng was unaware of all this, and Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao couldn't tell Yun Sheng directly. That's right. I suspect that Zhou State's betrayal this time isn't normal. I believe that you two senior brothers are well aware of what kind of person the Marquis of Jiyuan is. There must be a reason why he can contend against my grandfather. There are other powers supporting him from behind the scenes. Yun Sheng didn't notice the strange looks on their faces and spoke with certainty. Yun Ba was the martial emperor of Zhou State and an ever-victorious general of Zhou State. Yun Sheng had great faith in her grandfather's ability to fight in battle. Even 10 Marquis of Jiyuan wouldn't be a match for Yun Ba, let alone one. The Marquis of Jiyuan's current situation clearly wasn't his alone. Yun Sheng ordered Master Zhongren to infiltrate a few major cities and secretly investigate. Indeed, they found some clues. All the signs indicated that there was someone behind the Marquis of Jian, and the mastermind behind the scenes pointed to the Dihong city. The enmity between the Yun estate and the Dihong city seemed to have come to an end after Yuan Shaohuan married into the Yun estate. However, the Dihong city lord was a petty person who held grudges. After failing to find the divine artifact, the Dihong city lord seemed to have stopped moving around the mainland. However, the Dihong city lord had been looking for opportunities to expand the Dihong city's power. He had originally planned to take a share of the profits during the chaos in Later Qin, so he secretly supported the second prince of the Later Qin, Dugu Qian. However, he didn't expect Dugu Xiu to be so ruthless and kill Dugu Qian's forces with lightning speed. He even wiped out all the people related to Dugu Qian. During the war in Later Qin, the Dihong city lord went for wool but came home shorn. He lost a lot of people and a lot of money. He was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. After the Dihong city lord's anger subsided, he quickly received another piece of news. The Marquis of Jiyuan had long been in cahoots with the Dihong city lord. He secretly told the Dihong city lord that the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming, had suddenly disappeared on the night of his wedding. His whereabouts were unknown. The Zhou state's Dark North Guards had no leader, and the military power of the Zhou state had been stolen by him. Now, the Zhou state only had the useless Empress Dowager and her son. When the Dihong City Lord heard this news, he was wild with joy. The Zhou state and the later Qin were both great countries, and their national power was once on par with each other. However, after Yi Qingtian of the Zhou state succeeded the throne, especially after Yunba left the Zhou state, the Zhou state's national fortune was much weaker than the later Qin. Needless to say, Yi Baiming's silent betrayal had dealt a heavy blow to the entire Zhou state. However, this was not a problem. As long as the Zhou state still had the martial emperor-level Yi Baiming, the Dihong City Lord would not dare to rashly invade the Zhou state. With the Dihong City Lord's strength as Emperor Zhao, he originally did not fear Yi Baiming's martial emperor-level cultivation. However, the Dihong City Lord still had some foresight. Yi Baiming was not even 20 years old, but he was already a martial emperor. In the future, he might even become a martial god-level existence. The Dihong City Lord was unwilling to offend a potential martial god-level expert. However, now that Yi Baiming had disappeared, half of the Zhou state had collapsed. The Dihong City Lord no longer had any misgivings and started dreaming of becoming the emperor. He secretly supported the Marquis of Jiyuan and personally led a group of Dihong City's experts to the Marquis of Jiyuan's camp to fight against Yunba. Currently, in the Zhou state, the ones who were fighting against Yunba were the Dihong City's experts led by the Dihong City Lord himself. Among them were a few Dihong City elders. Yunsheng, do you mean to bring the Dark North Guards as reinforcements? However, the Dihong City Lord's strength is not to be underestimated. Even if all the Dark North Guards rush over, they might not be able to defeat the Dihong City Lord's demonic beasts. Chengbai and Bu Jiuxiao were somewhat anxious when they heard this. They originally did not take the Marquis of Jiyuan seriously. However, if the Dihong City Lord was behind the Marquis of Jiyuan, it would be no small matter. It was rumored that the Dihong City Lord's Dihong Song had cultivated to the 8th stage. Dihong Song could summon divine beasts. On the boundless continent, other than the Emperor Zhao in red, no one else was a match for divine beasts. Needless to say, the Dark North Guards would not listen to Yunsheng's orders at all. No, besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. I want to attack Dihong City. This time, I want that old dog, the Dihong City Lord, to lose everything. Yunsheng sneered. The dog father and son in Dihong City had almost destroyed the Yun family. Second uncle and second sister-in-law had been separated for many years. Yunsheng had not pursued these matters. If the Dihong City Lord had stayed in Dihong City obediently, she might have been able to let bygones be bygones. However, the Dihong City Lord, Xin Sitian, was courting death. Yunsheng naturally did not mind sending him and Dihong City on their way. Chapter 947. This time, the City Lord of Grand Emperor City had left with the experts in the city. It was the perfect opportunity to attack Grand Emperor City. After listening to Yunsheng's analysis, Cheng and Bu also felt that Yunsheng's plan was feasible. However, Yunsheng, your plan is good, but it won't be easy to mobilize the Dark North Guards. To tell you the truth, even I can't convince the Dark North Guards. Isn't this a headache? Bu Jiuxiao was a little embarrassed. Zhou State was facing internal strife, and Yi Baiming was missing. As Yi Baiming's good friends, Chengbai and Bu Jiuxiao spared no effort. Chengbai contacted Zhou Qingchuan and used the power of the Wuji Chamber of Commerce to transport provisions for Yunba, who was far away at the front lines. Bu Jiuxiao deployed the men of Wushuan Wuji School and the Dark North Guards respectively. He wanted to use the power of the two to share a portion of the pressure on Yunba. Wushuan Wuji School was fine. Bu Jiuxiao himself was the eldest senior brother of Wushuan Wuji School. Yi Baiming's prestige in Wushuan Wuji School was also very deep. Everyone in the school responded to his call. However, when deploying the elite Dark North Guards, Bu Jiuxiao hit a nail on the head. The specific reason why the Dark Northgard were unwilling to help Zhou State quell the rebellion had to be explained from the origin of the Dark Northguards. The Dark Northguards were established by Empress Li of Zhou State. After Yi Baiming was born, and in the last few years before her death, she used her own personal power to establish the Dark Northguards. Back then, Empress Li was ignored by Zhou State's Emperor Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming was also blind. Empress Li also knew that her health was deteriorating day by day. What she was most worried about was that after she passed away, Yi Baiming would have no one to rely on and die tragically in the Cold Palace. Therefore, she used the last bit of the Li family's financial resources to select Long Hua and Long Feng, as well as an additional 100 warriors and 100 magicians. These 200 people were the embryonic form of the Dark Northgard. Empress Li had left the last of the Li family's assets to Long Hua and Long Feng to manage. She only had one request at the time. After she passed away, if Yi Baiming could survive in the Cold Palace, Long Hua and Long Feng would pledge their loyalty to Yi Baiming for the rest of their lives. They would help Yi Baiming take back everything that belonged to him. Everything in the capital of Zhou State was exchanged for by Empress Li. Empress Li swore that she would take revenge for Yi Baiming. However, if Yi Baiming was useless and died prematurely in the Cold Palace, Long Hua and Long Feng would have to kill him after burying him. All the assets and manpower of the Dark Northguards would be inherited by the two brothers. Long Hua and Long Feng were orphans saved by Empress Li. They remembered Empress Li's words and waited for many years. However, what they didn't expect was that before they could enter the Cold Palace to search for Empress Li's son, Yi Baiming would come knocking on their door. With just a few words, Long Hua and Long Feng were completely convinced by Yi Baiming. Both of them knew that Yi Baiming would be their master for the rest of their lives. However, they didn't expect that their master, who was invincible and invincible in Long Hua and Long Feng's eyes, who was destined to inherit Zhou State one day, would disappear overnight. He abandoned the Dark Northguards who swore their loyalty to him, and also abandoned Empress Li's hopes back then. There was no news of him at all. This caused some disagreements within the Dark Northguards. Long Hua and Long Feng, who were as close as brothers, also had different opinions and were at odds with each other. Long Hua thought that they had to investigate thoroughly and wait for their master to return. However, Long Feng thought that their master must have been killed. Now that Zhou State was in rebellion, it was the best opportunity to rise up and destroy the Zhou State royal family. In the end, because of their disagreements, their many years of brotherhood were destroyed, and the Dark Northguard split into two factions. Bu Jiuxiao originally wanted to mediate between them, but he ended up offending both factions and ended up in an awkward situation. After hearing this, Yunxing finally understood why Bu Jiuxiao was in such a difficult position. However, from what Senior Brother Bu said, the most important thing to subdue the Dark Northguards is to take down Long Hua and Long Feng. Between the two of them, who do you think is easier to persuade? If Yunxiang wanted to make use of the Dark Northguards, she needed to subdue Long Hua and Long Feng first. Yunxiang planned to defeat the two of them separately and start with the one who is easier to persuade. From what I see, although Long Hua is older, he is unyielding and straightforward and doesn't have any shrewdness. He doesn't have much enmity towards you. As for Long Feng, other than the dead Long Shui, his personality is the most unpredictable among the four of them. Because he cultivates both magic and martial arts, his strength is even higher than Long Hua. Speaking of which, Long Hua is easier to deal with. Bu Jiuxiao had interacted with the Dark Northguards before and understood Long Hua and Long Feng very well. Thank you, Senior Brother Bu. Since that's the case, let's go find Long Hua first. Yunxiang heard that after Long Hua and Long Feng fell out, Long Hua brought a portion of the Dark Northguards back to the Jade Capital in a fit of anger and was now in charge of the Wandong Gambling House. Jade Capital, Wandong Gambling House. The current rebellion in Zhou State did not affect the business of the Wandong Gambling House. Gamblers were still coming in, and piles of gold and purple coins were piled up on the gambling table. The gamblers were red in the face, their saliva flying everywhere. They piled the gold coins in their hands on the gambling table, waving their chips and shouting, "Big, small." Afternoon, Longhua walked in with a few Dark North guards. Ever since Yi Baiming went missing, Longhua would patrol the Wandong gambling house every day. These days, the gambling house looked very normal, and there was nothing unusual. But today, as soon as Longhua walked in, an old guard in the gambling house ran over with a flustered expression and whispered a few words into Longhua's ear. "Such a big thing happened. Why didn't you inform us earlier? What's the background of the other party?" Longhua's thick brows furrowed. In just one morning, more than 9 million purple coins had been won by someone. This was already equivalent to the Wandong gambling house's annual income. Chief Manager, the other party's name and background are not clear for the time being. But, judging from her attire, she's a female summoner. The guards also had a bitter expression. They had long wanted to inform the Chief Manager, but because of the matter with the Dark North guards, the Chief Manager would only arrive at noon every day. It was delayed again, and those guests had won more than 9 million purple coins. Long was signaled for the guards to calm down. With his hands behind his back, he walked forward with a few Dark North guards. On the second floor of the Wandong gambling house, at a gambling table that was usually only used to entertain nobles and distinguished guests. Among the 3 gamblers, there were 2 men and 1 woman. When Longhua walked forward, the female guest was collecting a large pile of purple coins. In front of her, there was already a pile of tens of thousands of purple coins, like several small mountains. Even so, there were still a few purple cards on the table, each worth a few million purple coins. When Longhua saw the female guest's appearance, he immediately recognized her, and his expression changed slightly. How could it be her? Chapter 948. Longhua was used to seeing big scenes, especially when he recognized the clothes of this person. She was a summoner from the Penglai Zhao state. "Lady Bingling, it's been a few years since we last met. How are you?" Longhua recognized that this female guest was Bingling, the female summoner from Penglai who had participated in the stone gambling at Wanlong Casino. At that time, this female summoner was only a freelance summoner. Now, she had become a member of the Penglai Zhao state. After a few years, this female summoner, called Bingling's cultivation, had improved a lot. She was only a scepter summoner, but now, she was a summoner at the level of a witch summoner. The person with her was not an ordinary person. It was a male sorcerer from the sky. When the female summoner saw Longhua, her eyes were filled with hatred. Bingling was originally a summoner from Penglai. A few years ago, she was stone gambling at Wanlong Casino and mistakenly bought a magical beast without a magical beast soul stone. Because of this, she became enemies with Wanlong Casino. At that time, due to the power of Wanlong Casino, Bingling angrily left Wanlong Casino after causing trouble. Who knew that Longhua was also a person who wanted to eliminate the source of trouble. He was worried that Bingling would return to Penglai and make a comeback. So he sent people to kill Bingling. Bingling's magical beast was killed during the chase, and she was also seriously injured. Bingling was not destined to die. At the last moment, she was saved by the second summoner of the Zhao state. The second summoner saw that she was young and beautiful. After saving her, he adopted her as his daughter. With the help of the second summoner, Bingling contracted with a level 9 magical beast and became a witch summoner. Today, she came to the Wanlong gambling house to take revenge on Chief Manager Longhua. In just half a day's time, Bingling and her companion had already won nearly 10 million purple gold from the Wandong gambling house. Even for the Wandong gambling house, 10 million purple gold coins was a shocking amount. Not to mention, with Yi Baiming not around, the Wandong gambling house did not have much gold coins left for daily operations. If he didn't win these gold coins back, or if Bingling came to gamble every day in the future, Wanlong Casino would close down in a few days. "Steward Longhua, do you dare to make a bet with me?" Bing Ling's beautiful face revealed a mocking smile. 30 years of ups and downs. Today, she was here to deal with the Wanlong Casino. Since Lady Bing Ling has such intentions, Long Hu will naturally risk his life to accompany her. Long Hu secretly gave a look, and a gambling house staff member immediately walked to Long Hu's side and whispered into his ear. Bing Ling had obviously come prepared. She didn't want to bet herself, but she had asked her companion to do so. Her companion only gambled on the simplest dice, but he was able to guess the size of the dice every time. It seems that Miss Bing Ling's friend is also a gambling expert. How should I address him? Long Hu calmly sized up the male magician. The man's face was haggard, like a zombie, and he wore a frog-green magician's robe. Wind Ghost. He moved his lips and spat out these two words. Master Wind Ghost, I heard that you're very good at playing dice. However, it's boring to guess the size of the dice for an entire morning. Long Hu boldly wishes to have a dice game with Master Wind Ghost. Whoever has more dice points wins. Long Hu was wary of this taciturn wind-type magician. 9 out of 10 gambles lost, not to mention in a place like the Wanlong Casino. This Wind Ghost was definitely not simple. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Long Hu decided to take action personally and get rid of this magician called Wind Ghost as soon as possible. Before Long Hu was adopted by Empress Li, he was a beggar who spent his days in the casino. After being adopted by Empress Li, she discovered his expertise in gambling and ordered him to mingle in the casino to prepare a large sum of money for Yi Baiming's revival. However, after following Yi Baiming, Long Hu rarely gambled on his own. Wait, Steward Long, we've been gambling for an entire morning and have only won less than 10 million purple gold coins. This small amount of money isn't even enough for our transportation. Since we're going to gamble, let's gamble to our heart's content. We'll decide the winner in one round and bet on the Wanlong Casino. Bing Ling interjected. Long Hu's expression froze. He understood that the other party was here to cause trouble. Lady Bing Ling, you can gamble. But do you think a mere 10 million purple gold coins is enough to take down the entire Wanlong Casino? Long Hu was enraged. The Wanlong Casino was the result of his and his master's hard work. This woman actually dared to demand an exorbitant price and wanted to take down the Wanlong Casino. Not enough? Then I wonder if this item will be enough. The summoning ring on Bing Ling's finger lit up. Boom! There were screams, shoving, and the sound of people falling to the ground. The gambling table was trampled into 2 pieces. A gray hell lizard dragon, spitting out balls of black fighting energy, appeared. It was the size of an adult horse and had a dark brand on its forehead. Dark Hell Lizard Dragon, peak of the 9th rank. It was a terrifying magical beast that lived only in the underworld and relied on living people. In the casino, the gamblers were scrambling to escape. The few gamblers closest to the gambling table were wrapped up by the Hell Lizard Dragon's black fog and swallowed, making terrifying chewing sounds. Dark magical beast, it was actually a dark magical beast. This magical beast should not have appeared in the boundless continent. Who would have thought that Bing Ling, who came from the Zhao state, will be able to control a dark magical beast? How is it? My Hell Lizard hasn't eaten for a long time. If Manager Longwood doesn't agree, my little fellow won't be in a good mood and will eat up all the people in Wanlong Casino. Bing Ling giggled. This was a summoner. A summoner who possessed a powerful magical beast would be fearless even in the face of an army of thousands of men and horses. The feeling of using a magical beast to crush the opponent was really good. Facing Bing Ling's arrogant provocation, Longhua's face became even uglier. Lady Bing Ling, please recall your magical beast. Let's gamble. A few dark north guards behind Longhua were furious, but Longhua stopped them. No matter how strong the dark north guards were, they were still no match for the Hell Lizard Dragon. If their master was here, this woman would definitely not be so arrogant. 2 dark brown cups and dice were brought up. Longhua and Wind Spirit picked up the cups almost at the same time. Their hands shook at lightning speed. The white dice rolled into the cups. When the dice entered the cups, Long Hua injected a stream of fighting energy into the dice. In his hands, the cup spun rapidly like a ball. Wind Ghost stood in front of him, swaying the cup in his hand unhurriedly. The crisp sound of the dice hitting the cups continued. A few people walked up the stairs. They were three young men, Bu Jiuxiao, Cheng Bai, and Yun Sheng, who was disguised as a man. Seeing the situation in the arena, Bu Jiuxiao was about to step forward, but Yun Sheng stopped him. Yun Sheng's gaze moved back and forth between Long Hua and Wind Spirit's faces. Chapter 949. Oh, someone is here to cause trouble. How dare he compete with manager Long Hua in gambling skills? Cheng Bai muttered. Cheng Bai was an unruly person who loved to play. He was also a gambler at the Wanlong gambling house in his early years. He was a smart person and could be considered to be quite knowledgeable in gambling. But every time he met Chief Steward Long Hua, he would always lose everything. He was full of admiration for Long Hua's gambling skills. Hence, when Yunxing mentioned that she wanted to come to the Wanlong gambling house, Cheng Bai was curious. Could it be that Yunsheng wanted to win against Long Hua in gambling skills in exchange for the support of the Dark North Guards, led by Long Hua? If Yunsheng really had such thoughts, he really had to persuade her to give up on this childish idea as soon as possible. In the Boundless Continent, if manager Long Hua claimed to be second in gambling skills, it would be hard to find someone who dared to claim to be first. Senior Marshal Brother Cheng, you made a mistake this time. This time, Manager Long will lose, and he will lose miserably. Yin Sheng shook his head. If it was really just a competition of gambling skills, Manager Long might not lose. Unfortunately, the other party was not competing in gambling skills at all. There were still dozens of people standing on the second floor of the Wanlong gambling house, including Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao. But no one really saw the trick that the male mage was using. Yin Sheng's black eyes focused slightly, and her originally black eyes turned golden. The fourth level of Shinnong's pupil, inner vision. Under the effect of Shinnong's pupil, Yin Sheng could clearly see the two dice rolling continuously in the cups in the hands of Manager Long Hua and that male mage. There was a ball of vigorous fighting energy mixed in Manager Long Hua's dice. At this moment, the fighting energy was controlling the dice's rotation speed and number. It was a 6. But the moment Manager Long Hua put down the dice, that male mage silently released a wind elemental magical element. That magical element seeped into the cup in Manager Long Hua's hands. The combat aura was immediately dispersed when it collided with the wind magic element. The die that had already shown a 6 turned again and became a 1. The male magician's expression relaxed a little. He put down the cup in his hand and opened it, only to see the number 5 inside. Steward Long Hua was overjoyed when he saw the size of the die. He won. He opened the cup. Ha! The cup fell to the ground. Manager Long Hua looked at the dice in the cup in disbelief. His face was pale as he cried out involuntarily. How is this possible? Where's 6? There was only 1 in the cup. It was an extremely ironic one. 5 against 1. In the casino, Manager Long, who had not lost for many years, actually lost. Haha, Manager Long Hua, you must accept your loss. From now on, Zhou State's Wanlong Casino will belong to me. Bing Ling clapped her hands and laughed. She looked at the dazed Manager Long Hua with a mocking smile in her eyes. Master, Long Hua has let you down. Long Hua was ashamed. He roared and raised his hand, wanting to hit his own face. At this moment, a hand pressed down on Long Hua's hand. A handsome and noble face appeared in front of Long Hua. When he saw the person, Long Hua was stunned. He cried out involuntarily, Long Hua, you only lost 1 round. I won't blame you. The person winked at Long Hua and walked to the gambling table. I'm Yi Baiming of Zhou State. After hearing the person's self-introduction, Bing Ling and Feng Gui knew that the handsome young man in black in front of them was the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. So it's one of the new Wuji 5 walls. Your Excellency Regent of Great Zhou. I heard that the Prince Regent disappeared a long time ago. I didn't expect to see the Prince Regent here. It seems that it was just a rumor. Bing Ling looked at the handsome Regent of Great Zhou as she spoke. It was rumored that Zhou State's Beiming King was handsome and elegant and liked to wear black. The young man in front of them had a handsome face and was about 17 or 18 years old. However, he had an elegant temperament. His eyes were misty, his lips were beautiful, and his skin was not as rough as other men's. Looking at him, people's eyes couldn't help but light up. Although he was almost devilishly beautiful, he had a biting cold aura and the majestic pressure of a king. It didn't make people think of him as a sissy. The new Wuji 5 walls was a new ranking on the mainland after the decline of Tang Yuan and Li Xiao. Most of the people in the ranking were old faces, but there was an addition of a new talent. At the same time, the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Beiming, was the most popular person in recent years. It was rumored that the Prince Regent of Zhou State was extraordinarily handsome and his strength had reached the martial emperor level. It was a pity that he got married at such a young age. This time, Bing Ling came to the Wanlong gambling house to cause trouble. Before she left, the second regent of Great Zhou had instructed her to find out the whereabouts of the regent of Great Zhou. If the rumors were true and the prince regent was missing, then the Zhou state would definitely have a hand in the rebellion of Zhou state. Wang Wu was dumbfounded. He clearly saw that the person in front of him was the prince regent's consort, Yun Sheng, who was disguised as his master. Why would the consort suddenly appear in the Wanlong gambling house? Moreover, she was dressed as a man. However, he knew in his heart that this newly married princess was very intelligent. Even his own prince was full of praise for her. It was no wonder that Long Hua had such a reaction. Even Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao were shocked when they saw Yun Sheng's outfit today. Yun Sheng already had a plan in mind. She had promised Empress Li that she would assist the Zhou state during the few years when Yi Beiming was not around and the young emperor had yet to grow up. In order to avoid rumors, she decided to move around Zhou state as Yi Beiming. Yun Sheng also thought of using disguise magic. However, disguise magic was magic after all and could still be seen through. Therefore, Yun Sheng thought of disguise. She was proficient in medicine and was very familiar with Yi Beiming's style of doing things and speaking. First, she used a special magic potion to dye her originally fair skin a shade darker to make her look more heroic. Then, she cut her hair short and used special magic beast materials to create a fake Adam's apple. She trimmed her eyebrows and added on the black clothes that Yi Beiming usually liked to wear. In a flash, she became the Prince Regent of Zhou State, Yi Beiming. Unlike the famous Wuji 5 Jade Gems, Yi Beiming rarely moved around the continent. The number of people who had seen him could be counted on one hand. Therefore, when Yun Sheng made her appearance, other than the people close to Yi Beiming, even the Dark North Guards could not recognize her. This one is the adopted daughter of the Zhou State's second Prime Minister, Bing Ling. What has your highness come here today to bestow upon me? A young girl yearned for love. Even though Bing Ling had already secretly hooked up with the second Prime Minister, when she saw a handsome man like Prince Regent Yi Beiming, she couldn't help but feel her heart sway. Chapter 950. Miss Bing Ling, to tell you the truth, I am the owner of Wanlong Gambling House. Wanlong Gambling House is the property left behind by my mother. I can't afford to lose it. Miss Bing Ling, please give me a chance to gamble with you again. Yun Sheng smiled, her eyes shining brightly. When Bing Ling met the eyes of this regent, she felt as if she had lost her soul and was stunned for a moment. Behind her, Feng Gue coughed a few times, waking her up. Wanlong Gambling House is already mine, Prince Regent. What else do you have to gamble with me? Could it be that the Prince Regent has something more valuable than Wanlong Gambling House to gamble with? Bing Ling finally came to her senses. Since she won Wanlong Gambling House, she would never give it back. About this, since Lady Bingling used her own demonic beast as the wager, then I, as a show of sincerity, naturally have to show some sincerity. This is the Wuji card worth 100 million purple gold coins. In addition, I also have something to wager. After saying that, Yun Sheng clapped her hands. A man in a cloak walked out from behind her. That person was tall, but there was no magic or doqi around him. He looked like an ordinary person. Prince Regent, you want to gamble with me? My hell lizard is a magical beast of the dark attribute. You can't find a second one in the whole continent. As for humans, there are plenty of them. Bing Ling laughed. Her hell lizard was secretly given to her by the second summoner behind the back of the Emperor Zhao in Red's knowledge. Miss Bing Ling, don't worry. My wager will not be inferior to your two-headed lizard. Yun Sheng waved her hand. Behind her, the masked person took off his cloak and hood. A golden light flashed, and everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes. When Tycoon Gold revealed his true face, the whole gambling house was dead silent at first, but then there was a burst of gasps. Heavens, it's a purple gold person. A person made entirely of purple gold. This is a living purple gold person. It walked over by itself just now. Bing Ling was also dumbfounded. Bing Ling still had some eyesight. She could see that this golden man was not ordinary. Could this be a legend? With Lady Bing Ling's eyesight, you should be able to tell that this golden figure is extraordinary. It represents the highest level of the continent's master craftsman, the king of magic artifacts, an eternal magic artifact with life. This violet gold humanoid had a life of its own. It was also a most loyal guard. I believe this violet gold humanoid should be comparable to your dark hell lizard, right? Bing Ling couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Life magic tool, just this name alone was enough to tempt people. Although the Wanlong gambling house was worth hundreds of millions of gold coins, if one could obtain a life artifact, it would be worth a fortune. She believed that her status in the Zhao state would rise as well. Bing Ling's ambition wasn't small. Although she was currently attached to the second main summoner, she wasn't willing to be the second main summoner's lover. She had always wanted to find a chance to be on equal footing with the second main summoner. When the third main summoner of the Zhao state passed away, Emperor Zhao hadn't appointed a new main summoner. As long as she offered this precious eternal magic tool, she believed that when the time came, the Emperor Zhao would be happy and appoint her as the new main summoner. Your Highness, you mustn't. This magic tool is too precious. You can't use it to bet. Long Hua was ashamed. Chief Steward Long Hua naturally knew how precious life magic tools were. When the princess said that a life magic tool represented the highest level of the continent's master craftsman, she wasn't exaggerating. This was because there hadn't been a life magic tool in the continent for a long time. Even the continent's top master craftsman, Master Main Mok from the elf tribe, hadn't created a life magic tool. A life magic tool was even more precious than the Wanlong gambling house, because the Wanlong gambling house could be measured with money. However, a life magic tool was priceless. It was rare to see one in 10,000 years. Long Hu was very conflicted. He wanted to return to the Wanlong gambling house, but he couldn't let the princess consort take the risk for him. After the prince went missing, he quarreled with Long Feng, who was like a brother, because of the division of power. Long Feng took control of the Dark North Guards in Jade Fall Valley. He took another part of the Dark North Guards back to the Jade capital. He swore that before the prince returned, he would take good care of the Wanlong gambling house. Who knew that he would fall into Bing Ling's trap? Long Hua, believe in your prince. He will definitely return the Wanlong gambling house to you in one piece. Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai both chose to believe in Yun Sheng unconditionally. When they were searching for the divine weapon, they had interacted with Yun Sheng. In their hearts, Yun Sheng's status was almost equal to Yi Baiming's. If Yun Sheng said that she could do it, they absolutely believed that she could do it. How is it? Or does Lady Bing Ling have no confidence in Master Wind Ghost's gambling skills? Yun Sheng stopped Long Hua and made another bet with Bing Ling. Okay, I will bet with the Prince Regent again. Greed often made people lose their minds. Bing Ling gritted her teeth, exchanged a look with Wind Ghost, and agreed. The gambling method is still the same as before. Wind Ghost against the Prince Regent. If I win, I will take the Wanlong gambling house, the eternal ritual implement, and the 100 million purple coins. But if I lose, I will leave the purple coins and the Dark Hell Lizard behind. Bing Ling looked very confident. These stupid people really thought that gambling was everything. They didn't know that Wind Ghost's profound magic, Traceless Wind, was very powerful. Wind Ghost was an assassin magician that Bing Ling had discovered in Penglai. Before he was hired by Bing Ling, he was the most famous assassin in Penglai. He used his unique ability to control the wind to kill people. Although Wind Ghost was only a sky magician, he had comprehended his own profound magic very early on. His ability to control the wind magic elements had also reached the realm of perfection. When he used the profound magic, Traceless Wind, he could quietly release his own wind magic elements without being noticed by the other party. Just now, when he was competing with Long Hua, Wind Ghost used the wind magic elements to change the number on Long Hua's dice at the last moment. Wind Ghost and Bing Ling thought that all this was done secretly and that Prince Regent and the others were unaware. What they didn't know was that Yun Sheng had already seen through all of Wind Ghost's tricks because of her Shun-known pupil. Seeing that the princess was determined to compete, Long Hua had no choice but to remind her, Your Highness, that magician's technique is very strange. Please be careful. Long Hua was worried and expectant. He had pinned all his hopes of winning back the Wanlong gambling house on Yun Sheng. If the princess lost the most precious life ritual implement for him this time, he really wouldn't have the face to face the prince and the late Empress Li. Don't worry. Yun Sheng smiled and walked forward. Chapter 9:51. Wind Demon was hurt by the confident smile on Yun Sheng's face. He snorted and walked up as well. He thought to himself, what a reckless guy. Just now, Wind Demon had only used half of his strength, and Long Hua was defeated. He didn't believe that the Prince Regent of Zhou State had much ability. The rules of the gamble were the same as the previous round. It was still to see who would win. Each person had a cup and a die. Whichever side got the bigger number would be the winner. Wind Demon's face was wooden. He didn't even move his hands, and a light green wind element wrapped around the whole cup. The cup started to shake quickly. Yun Sheng also smiled faintly. She grabbed the cup with her right hand and began to shake it slowly. Wind Demon and Bing Ling were speechless when they saw Prince Regent's gesture. They thought that, as the boss of Wanlong Casino, Prince Regent should be proficient in gambling or at least know how to use fighting energy to control the die. Who knew that Prince Regent looked like a layman when he shook the die? But just when Wind Demon and Bing Ling thought that they had won, Yun Sheng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Her 5 fingers suddenly closed, and her 5 fingers suddenly exerted force. Trillium Hand, 3rd level. Her 5 fingers moved faster and faster. The die seemed to have grown legs as it hovered in Yun Sheng's palm. What technique was this? It wasn't magic, nor was it fighting energy. When Wind Demon saw Yun Sheng's technique, he showed a dignified expression. He chanted, puff, puff, puff. An invisible wind blade hit the cup in Yun Sheng's hand. Yun Sheng sneered and wanted to make another move. Her eyes narrowed, and she didn't chant at all. A gust of wind, elemental magic, wrapped around the cup as well. The technique of Trillium Hand and the wind element intertwined, and the whole cup started to spin like a top. Wind Demon's Traceless Wind. Magic couldn't enter Yun Sheng's cup for a while. Wind Demon was secretly shocked. He had never encountered such a situation. This Prince Regent of Zhou State did have some skills. But even so, even if he couldn't do anything to the other party's die, as long as he could guarantee that his die was a 6, it was fine. At most, it would be a draw. Bing Ling could still get it to Wanlong Casino. When Wind thought of this, he made up his mind. He had used Traceless Wind many times today, and the consumption of his magic power was not small. When he was ready to take back his wind element, he only felt a strange force followed closely and hit his cup. That surge of magic power was very domineering. It actually directly destroyed his wind magic element. Only a clang sound was heard. This time, it was Wind Demon's cup that slipped out of his hand first. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wind Demon's cup. Inside, the white and shiny die was still spinning. When the die stopped spinning, everyone took a closer look. Bing Ling, who was originally confident of winning, turned pale and stared at the die as if she had seen a ghost. The die was blank, and there wasn't a single point on it. All the points on the six-sided die had disappeared. A good die naturally wouldn't become blank for no reason. This blank die was because the six sides of the die had been shaved off by a layer as if they had been cut by a knife. Just what kind of power was it that could cut through the tough dice like tofu in such a short period of time? Wind Ghost was dumbstruck. In his mind, the scene of him withdrawing his strength flashed past. The strange force that came back with his 5 traces of the wind. Could it be that the collision just now had done something to his dice? Impossible. How could there be a power that not only defeated his magic power in such a short period of time, but also damaged his dice at the same time? No one cared about the number of points that Prince Regent had rolled. Even if it was the Prince Regent who had only rolled a 1, it was already a sure win. Yin Sheng sneered in her heart. What a reckless fool. A mere wind element wanted to compete with her dark magic. Ever since that night, when Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming failed to consummate their marriage, Yun Sheng was sad for a few days, but very quickly, she realized that the magic and magic soul in her body were much stronger than before. She recalled the ancient Qilin curse that Dugu Xiu had mentioned. According to the curse, either the black Qilin had swallowed the celestial fox, or the celestial fox had sucked the black Qilin's cultivation dry. From the looks of it, Yi Baiming had relied on his amazing willpower to not do anything to Yun Sheng that night. However, Yun Sheng had absorbed a part of Yi Baiming's magic from his body. In particular, a large part of Yi Baiming's dark magic had benefited Yun Sheng. Now, the dark magic in Yun Sheng's body was very domineering. Dark magic was one of the most domineering magic attributes. Needless to say, Yi Baiming was already a law overlord before he left. Wind Demon's wind element was like an egg striking a rock when it came to Yi Baiming's dark magic. Therefore, the die was directly cut into a blank die. How could this be? Yi Baiming, you cheated. Bing Ling didn't expect that she would fail miserably. She had thought that the Wanlong gambling house would be in her hands, but who knew that it would be ruined by Yi Baiming? This man was too sinister. He actually used such a despicable trick to plot against Wind Demon. Lady Bing Ling, your words are funny. There were so many people here, but who saw this king cheat? Or are you saying that only you can win, and this king's victory is considered cheating? The victor has been decided. Leave the bet and get lost. From now on, you are not allowed to take half a step in a Zhou state. Yun Sheng shouted coldly. Do you think that the people of Zhou State are so easy to trick? Yi Baiming, you forced me to do this. Today, I will wash the Wanlong gambling house with blood. Bing Ling revealed a crazy smile. A black light rushed out from the summoning ring. The hell lizard roared angrily and appeared. It was a medium-sized magical beast that could occupy an entire gambling table. Its 2 eyes were like 2 red lanterns in the dark night. The hell lizard spat out a cloud of black fog, and a tongue that was several meters long came out of its mouth. The tongue was covered with poisonous barbs that were as sharp as thorns. Not to mention human skin and flesh. Even metal ores would be melted into a puddle upon contact with the poisonous barbs. The stench from the hell lizard's mouth made people dizzy. Be careful, protect the prince. Long Hua was shocked. He rushed forward and stood in front of Yin Sheng to block her. Long Hua, get out of the way. I want these foreigners from Penglai to know that Penglai is not the only place with magical beasts. The magical beasts of Zhou State are thousands of times better. As she spoke, a summoning magic array appeared. What? Bing Ling and Wind Demon were shocked. The Prince Regent of Zhou State, Yi Baiming, was also a summoner. Chapter 952. The other party was also a summoner, and she was obviously not weak. Most summoners on the mainland were from the Zao state. The remaining 10% were freelance summoners. But even freelance summoners had to be certified by the Zao state before they could become a real summoner. Before Bingling came to Zhou state, she had asked around and found out that there hadn't been a decent summoner in Zhou state for many years. He had also never heard that the Regent Yi Baiming, one of the Wuji new 5 Jade Annulus, was a summoner. A thought flashed through his mind like a spark from flint. Yin Sheng of Zhou state, the consort of the regent of Great Zhou, Yin Sheng of the Yin family, was a summoner. But hadn't Yin Sheng been captured by the second summoner a long time ago? The Emperor Zhao in red had ordered the capture of Yin Sheng. It was a secret, but Bing Ling and the second summoner were close. One day, the second summoner had proudly bragged that he had captured the consort of the Prince Regent of Zhou State and was awarded a great merit. Bing Ling only knew about Yin Sheng's identity. With her status in the Zhao State, she didn't know that Yin Sheng was the descendant of Celestial Fox. But if the person in front of her was the Regent of Great Zhou, Yin Sheng, then who was the woman imprisoned in the Zhao State? Wait a minute. If she could capture the real Princess Regent's consort, then she would have made a great contribution. You're not Yi Baiming. You're the Regent of Great Zhou, Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng, weren't you imprisoned in the Zhao State? Why are you here? Just as Bing Ling blurted out, there was a wave of magic, and a pitch-black canine magical beast the size of a wolf jumped out of the magic array. Compared to the Hell Lizard, this newly summoned magical beast was undoubtedly much smaller than the pony-sized Hell Lizard. The Hell Lizard was arrogant, and its hard shell stood up. It spat out black smoke at Xiao He, provoking it. Yin Sheng had many magical beasts. This time, the one fighting the Hell Lizard was the sacred beast Xiao He. Xiao He was the first magical beast that Yin Sheng had a contract with. According to Bo Bo, it was the descendant of the Tengu family, which was a mythical beast. Even among the mythical beasts, it was considered to be above average. Little Black's eyes emitted a dark green light in the face of the Hell Lizard's provocation. Obviously, Blackie was infuriated. Yin Sheng stared at the Hell Lizard. A dark attribute magical beast was not to be underestimated. Xiao He, hurry up. On the other side, a life and death battle was about to break out. On the other side, Bobo the sheep perched on Yin Sheng's shoulder and shouted, "Two magical beasts! And at the same time, how is this possible?" Moreover, these two demonic beasts were clearly of extraordinary ranks. Bing Ling was dumbfounded. It was not that a summoner could not contract multiple magical beasts, but two sacred beasts were summoned at the same time. This was not a small matter. As they spoke, Xiao He and the Hell Lizard moved. Bing Ling's expression changed when she saw the magical waves of a sacred beast shining on the magical beast's body. Swoosh, swoosh. The Hell Lizard's mouth was like an arrow as it spat out black mist. Its powerful limbs stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack. Xiao He was like an arrogant general. Its posture was elegant, and its hair stood on end. It let out a whistle and swallowed the black fog in one gulp. Xiao He did not care about the poisonous black smoke at all. Like a black hurricane, Little He pounced on him as soon as the whistling sound was heard. The Hell Lizard was sent flying. Almost at the same time, the Hell Lizard's long red barbed tongue wrapped tightly around Xiao He's neck like a whip. A smile appeared on Bing Ling's face. The Hell Lizard's poisonous smoke was only used to confuse enemies or magical beasts. The Hell Lizard's most powerful ability was its tongue. Those lizard tongues were capable of piercing through all types of armor and battle-chi shields. Clang! It was as if two extremely hard objects had collided. The Hell Lizard's eyes were filled with fear. Its invincible tongue could only leave a faint mark on Xiao He's skin. It could not even scratch its skin, let alone seriously injure it. What a strong defense! Steward Longhua, who had been on tenterhooks, as well as Chung and Bu, who were watching the battle, were shocked. Even for warriors like them, if they were to face the Hell Lizard's barbed tongue head-on, even if it did not bleed, the strength of the tongue alone would be enough to crush them into minced meat. It seemed to have felt everyone's gaze. A cold light flashed across Blackie's eyes. It waved its sharp claws and pierced the hell lizard's eyes. TSK tisk. Xiaohei's sharp claws dug out the hell lizard's eyes. The hell lizard's vision turned red, and it could not see anything clearly. It screamed in pain. Xiaohei's attack was far from over. After its attack succeeded, it pulled out its sharp claws and used its powerful forelimbs to kick the hell lizard's body, which was at least a few times bigger than itself. This stomp shattered the hell lizard's spine and pierced its chest. Blood splattered everywhere. The hell lizard's heavy body instantly became delicate. Its barbed tongue drooped down and it stopped breathing. Seeing that it had killed the hell lizard, Xiaohei bit off the hell lizard's head. At the same time that the hell lizard was killed, Bing Ling's blood boiled. The hell lizard was Bing Ling's summoned beast. When the hell lizard died, Bing Ling's body was also severely injured. Bing Ling only realized that she had provoked a terrifying opponent when she was about to die. How dare you? I am from the Zhao state. If the second lord finds out, he will not let you go. Bing Ling was scared out of her wits when she saw that her magical beast was killed. Without her magical beast, she was just a lousy second-rate sorcerer. But she was still naive enough to think that using the name of the Zhao state could scare these people away. The second lord? Even if the red-clothed summoning emperor personally comes, this king will still kill him without hesitation. Yinsheng shouted sternly. A dark heavenly thorn descended from the sky. The dark heavenly thorn hit Bing Ling's head. She screamed in pain, and her brain splattered all over the ground. She couldn't be more dead. Long Hua, who was watching from the side, was shocked. He didn't expect that Wang Fei was not only a summoner, but her magic power was also amazing. What Long Hua didn't know was that a part of Yin Sheng's magic power came from Yi Baiming. Even the dark heavenly thorn was a new dark magic that Yun Sheng learned after receiving a part of Yi Baiming's magic power. However, compared to Yi Baiming's Law Overlord level 6 heavenly thorns, Yun Sheng's magic power was still slightly inferior. But it was only a matter of time before she reached Yi Baiming's level of cultivation. Chapter 9:53. Seeing that Bing Ling had been killed, Wind Demon's originally calm face trembled a little. Wind Ghost's body was quickly wrapped up by a cloud of green wind. He turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared without a trace. Advanced Wind Escape Magic? You have some skills. Yinsheng said calmly. Your Highness, should we send someone to chase after him? Longhua had seen Wind Ghost's ability to escape. He was worried that after Wind Ghost escaped, the Zhao state's people would harm Yun Sheng if what happened today spread out. No, Taheo Jin has already caught up with him. It was only then that Longhua realized that the Golden Man, who had been following behind the princess like a ghost, had disappeared. Longhua didn't even realize when Jin Man had gone out. Yun Sheng also recalled that Bing Ling had said that she should be locked up in the Zhao state. What was going on? Before Yun Sheng could think about it, Taheo Jin came back with a head. Yin Sheng was very satisfied. Tycoon Jin's skills had improved a little compared to before. Yin Sheng didn't even do it herself. She killed a summoner and a sky mage in 15 minutes. All the Dark North guards, including Longhua, were stunned. They didn't expect that the princess, who looked delicate, was as powerful as the prince. Your Highness, thank you for your help this time. Longhua no longer hesitated and knelt down with the Dark North guards. Longhua had thought that the prince wanted to marry Yun Sheng partly because of her appearance and family background. But now it seemed that it was not so simple. His master had a good eye for people. There was a reason why he didn't choose Chun Lianer or He Linlin, but only fell in love with the princess. When she was a doctor, she could save lives. When she was a leader, she could kill decisively. No one dared to look down on such a woman. Today, if Bing Ling really won the gambling house, Longhua could only apologize with his life. His life had been saved by Yun Sheng. Steward Long, you are the elder of His Highness and I. I will call you Uncle Hua from now on. Biming is not here, so in order to avoid being tainted, I have no choice but to appear as him. I hope you can forgive me." Yin Sheng lifted the fire. Her words were sincere, and she treated Long Hua as an elder. Long Hua was moved. However, Cheng Bai and Bu Jiushao secretly admired Yin Sheng. They originally thought that they would have to use some tricks to subdue Long Hua, but they did not expect that Yin Sheng would be able to subdue Long Hua in just a few moves. With Long Hua's surrender, half of the Dark North Guards had surrendered. The only one left was Long Feng. Hearing that Yun Sheng was going to personally head to Jadefall Valley to persuade Long Feng, Long Hua was still a bit worried. Long Feng is different from me. Other than the prince, he only recognizes strength. I am not afraid that princess will laugh at me. I returned to Jade Capital because I was chased out of Jadefall Valley by Long Feng. Long Hua's face was red. Among the four Longs, although Long Hua was the oldest, Long Feng was still the strongest. Hence, Long Feng's words carried the most weight. The Dark North Guards under Long Feng were also stronger. Long Feng himself was a devil martial artist. The devil martial artists in the Dark North Guards were all trained by Long Feng. Since that is the case, I will follow his rules. Whoever's fist is bigger is the boss. Yin Sheng was even more confident after hearing that. Under Long Hua's lead, Yun Sheng arrived at Jadefall Valley a few days later. From Long Hua's mouth, Yun Sheng knew that this place was previously the headquarters of Bloodhand Trench. She did not expect that the headquarters of Bloodhand Trench that was filled with ghastly qi had been modified by Yi Biming to become such an excellent strategic location. Yun Sheng and the others had just entered the valley. She heard many poison crossbows being shot out from the bushes. The arrows emitted a cold light, and one of them shot at Yun Sheng's feet. "How dare you? This is the consort of the Prince Regent. Quickly put down your bow." Long Hu was furious. These people actually wanted to kill the princess. You may recognize her as the princess, but my brothers and I did not. This woman is fickle. We still don't know if she is the one who murdered the prince. A hurricane drilled out from the ground. In the hurricane, a sturdy middle-aged man could be vaguely seen. Long Feng was a man in his 40s. He had thick eyebrows and a pair of sharp eyes. Different from the thin and weak appearance of other magicians, Long Feng was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. On his body was a devil sword that was embedded with a devil beast soul stone. It could be used as a magic scepter and weapon at the same time. The moment Long Feng appeared, Yin Sheng felt a strong sense of hostility. Unlike Long Hua's kindness to Yun Sheng, Long Feng hated Yin Sheng. He thought that if the Prince Regent did not insist on marrying Yin Sheng, he would not have ended up like this. Long Feng's dislike of Yin Sheng was also related to He Linlin. Previously, when He Linlin was in Zhou State, she deliberately tried to curry favor with some of Yi Biming's capable subordinates. Long Hu did not like He Linlin's arrogance, but Long Feng was different. He had fought with He Linlin, and Long Feng was defeated by He Linlin. In his life, Long Feng had only been defeated by two people. One was Yi Biming, and the other was He Linlin. In his opinion, the strong deserve the strong. Their prince should marry a woman like He Linlin. However, the prince chose Yun Sheng. Long Feng, the princess has already explained to me about the prince's disappearance. The prince will come back sooner or later. Long Hua was even more furious when he saw Long Feng insulting Yun Sheng. Come back. When will he come back? These words were said by this woman, right? Long Hua, don't lose your integrity in your old age and be bewitched by this woman. Long Feng glanced at Yun Sheng's beautiful face in men's clothing and said with disdain, Long Feng, you're slandering me. Long Hua was ashamed and angry and wanted to fight with Long Feng. Long Hua, you still want to fight with me? Don't forget that you were defeated by me. Long Feng said proudly. Yun Sheng only shook her head at Long Hua. Long Hua glanced at Long Feng and retreated behind Yun Sheng respectfully. Long Feng, my brothers and I have already pledged our allegiance to the princess. Today, we came to persuade you. Long Hua said unhappily. At the same time, he was also on guard. After all, Bailuo Valley was Long Feng's territory. Today, the princess had only brought Long Hua with her. He was afraid that Long Feng would have some bad thoughts and plot against the princess. When Long Feng heard this, he was inwardly shocked. He didn't think that this Yun Sheng really had some tricks up her sleeves. She was actually able to subdue Long Hua. Long Hua had an upright and unyielding character and was very hard to persuade. Long Feng's provocation earlier was also to anger Yun Sheng and Long Hua. Thinking of this, Yun Sheng didn't fall for it and instead persuaded Long Hua. This woman wasn't rash and impulsive. She was quite shrewd. Long Feng, I heard that your strength isn't bad. Why don't we have a match? The winner will hand over the control of the Dark North Guards. Yun Sheng was quite direct and directly stated the purpose of this trip. Chapter 954. Ha! This woman's brain couldn't have been kicked by a mule, right? You dare to challenge Lord Long Feng. You're courting death. Long Feng burst into laughter. Not only Long Feng, but the Dark North Guards behind him were also laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. This woman actually said that she wanted to compete with Lord Long Feng. I'll give you a chance on behalf of His Highness. It's not too late to take back your words. Don't think that just because you're a saint-level mage king, you'll be able to win. I've once killed a saint-level mage king. Not to mention you, even if His Highness personally came, he might not be able to defeat me. Long Feng coldly said. Yunxin couldn't help but look sideways. She didn't reveal her magic scepter, nor did she release any magic. This Long Feng was actually able to see through her cultivation with a single glance. This person wasn't simple. The more he was like this, the more Yun Sheng wanted to subdue Long Feng. Beside Yun Sheng, Chief Steward Long Hui said in a low voice, Your Highness' dual cultivation of magic and martial arts was guided by Long Feng. His words are true. Princess Consort, please reconsider. Long Hua's relationship with Yi Baiming was different from that of a subordinate. Long Feng's relationship with Yi Baiming was that of a teacher and a friend. His relationship with Yi Baiming was even somewhat similar to that of a teacher and a disciple. Long Feng's talent was extraordinary, and he was a rare dual cultivator of magic and martial arts on the continent. Devil martial artist was a profession that was rarely seen on the continent. On the continent, the ratio of martial artists to normal people was at most 3 or 4 out of 10. The ratio of magicians was even lower. Having 1 or 2 out of 10 was already very good. Those who both knew magic and could cultivate douqi were even rarer. Having 3 or 4 out of 100 people was already not bad. But even if 3 or 4 out of 100 people were chosen, they might not all become magic warriors. Because regardless of whether it was magic or douqi cultivation, it wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Magic warriors needed to be able to learn magic and also cultivate douqi. Unless they had shocking talent, they would only be able to achieve half the result with twice the effort. Therefore, the majority of magic warriors would only choose either magic or douqi when they realized the difficulty of it. There were even people who said that no matter how strong a devil warrior was, he would never be able to reach the level of a top-notch magician or warrior. It was impossible for him to become a great person. Therefore, only 1 out of 100 people could become a devil warrior in the end. As for Long Feng, as well as the 1,000 Dark North Guards left behind in Jadefall Valley, they were all devil martial artists. Long Feng himself was an anomaly. After so many years of painstaking practice in magic and battle techniques, he had indeed discovered a special training method for himself. After he had learned it, he had been looking for a disciple, but he could not find a suitable one. That was until he met Yi Baiming. He realized that the Dark North King was a genius in both magic and martial arts. He could achieve twice the results with half the effort when cultivating. Long Feng originally had high hopes for Yi Baiming. However, Yi Baiming had gone missing. Therefore, Long Feng had always believed that Yun Sheng was the main culprit behind Yi Baiming's disappearance. Long Wu did not give up and still wanted to persuade Yun Sheng. Princess, you know this and still want to compete? Long Feng's strength is really very strong. The 10 devil martial artists that the prince gave you earlier were all trained by Long Feng. Longwood didn't know that his words didn't waver Yunsheng's thoughts. On the contrary, it intensified her thoughts of taking Long Feng in for her own use. Since Yunsheng had promised Empress Dowager Wenren that she would replace Yi Baiming as the Prince Regent of Zhou State before he returned, she needed more talents. Although Yunsheng now had the help of Cheng Bai, Bu Jiuxiao, and grandfather Yinba, she still needed people like Long Hua and Long Feng. Especially Long Feng. Whether it was governing the Dark North Guards or training devil warriors, he was a first-class expert. Yunsheng had seen the strength of devil warriors. If Long Feng could train devil warriors on a large scale, then in the future, the strength of Zhou State soldiers would rise to another level. At that time, even if she was not in Zhou State, the country of Zhou State would be as strong as an iron bucket. Of course, we have to compete. Long Feng, you're a dual cultivator of devil warriors, and I am a dual cultivator of devil summoner. The two of us can be considered evenly matched. Yunsheng was not the least bit timid. Summoner? What a good princess. This is considered evenly matched? Long Feng raised his eyebrows and did not immediately agree. Instead, he snorted coldly. Only then did he know that this princess was actually a summoner. A summoner was different from a magician. The strength of her devil beast could be high or low. It was equivalent to two people fighting. If the devil beast's strength was high, then that devil beast could resist 10,000 soldiers. However, this princess was obviously very stupid. If she did not reveal that she was a summoner, then during the competition, she might have had a chance of winning by catching Long Feng off guard. However, she revealed that she was a summoner, and Long Feng was not even willing to compete with her. If Lord Long Feng thinks that I am bullying you with numbers, then I can only use one devil beast. In exchange for my use of the devil beast, Lord Long Feng can choose a Dark North Guard. 2 against 2, it will be fair. After saying that, Yunsheng began to chant. A giant ant the size of a puppy appeared in the summoning array. The ant's eyes were fierce, and its whole body was shining with white animal patterns. In front of its body was a pair of claws as sharp as sickles. Below its body, there were close to 100 densely packed ant legs. It looked like a 100-legged centipede. Jia. The 100-legged ant waved its sickle-like claws at Long Feng. Seeing that Yunsheng had only summoned a mere ant beast, Long Feng was secretly delighted. Although he was not a summoner, he had always thought that the strength of a devil beast was directly related to its size. Although this ant beast was much larger than an ordinary ant, it was still the weakest ant. What was there to be afraid of an ant? Moreover, Long Feng also knew that there were no powerful summoners in Zhou State. Even if Yunsheng was a summoner, she was only a third-rate summoner. Lord Long Feng, teach this woman a lesson. Summoners are so amazing. Even a broken ant dares to come out. Don't you feel cold? Let her know the power of us devil beast warriors. Around them, the voices cheering for Long Feng were louder and louder. Other than Long Hua, no one present thought that Yunsheng could win against Lord Long Feng by relying on an ant beast. Thinking of this, Long Feng's heart calmed down. Song come out. Long Feng immediately chose a strong Dark North Guard. Long Hua was shocked as he watched from aside. He wanted to speak several times, but he was blinded by the faint smile on Yunsheng's face. Oh my, Long Hua muttered in his heart. The moment the princess consort smiled, he had the illusion that he saw the prince's shadow. Every time His Highness did something shocking, he would have a similar smile on his face. At the end of the year, work was busy and her condition was slightly poor. The dark circles under her eyes were proof. However, Defu Zi still had 4 chapters to guarantee that she would update every day. Why did she update 2 chapters every day? Those who wronged her were all exiled. In the future, after 9 p.m., you can come and see all the updates for that day. Chapter 955. Inside Jadefall Valley, 1 person and 1 ant, Long Feng and a Dark North Guard. Like two arrows piercing through the air, Long Feng and that dark Northguard suddenly pounced on them. Both of them did not choose to use magic, instead intending to engage in close combat and end this duel as soon as possible. They all took it for granted that Yun Sheng was a magician and that she would need some time to recite the spell. But when the two leaped up, the centipede ant general spat out 2 streams of venom. The venom smelled fishy and rotted flesh. Just as it touched the dark Northguard's leg, he felt a sharp pain. It's poisonous. Long Feng reacted quickly, grabbing that dark Northguard. His body was suffused with a faint wind element, as if he had grown wind wings, nimbly dodging Venom's attack. Damn beast! Long Feng's gaze hardened as he raised his hand, and a wind sickle slashed towards that centipede ant general on the ground. A vast expanse of white, magical mist that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came from all directions, as if a sandstorm had suddenly arisen. The figures of the 3 people and 1 beast were quickly obscured by this menacing mist. Under such a thick magic mist, no matter how good one's vision was, one could only vaguely see a blurry figure. Rather than engaging in close combat, it was difficult to even find someone. The mist continued to thicken, as if there was only a white mist left between heaven and earth. Long Feng was astonished. He did not expect that Yun Sheng would be able to release such a large-scale magic mist in such a short time. Did she think that this kind of mist would be able to trap them? At the same time as he attacked, Long Feng, who had already finished chanting, laughed disdainfully. Magic warriors could chant and continue using their fighting aura at the same time. Emerald green wind element first gathered around Long Feng. The power of the wind dispersed the thick mist slightly, and their vision also widened. As the wind element increased, they continuously took shape and intertwined, forming wind sickles that were like crescent moons. Go, wind sickle prison. The wind sickles were like wild beasts that had smelled blood, pouncing towards a blurry figure in the mist. Wind sickle prison. Hundreds of wind sickles formed a green cage, trapping Yun Sheng inside. The violent wind sighs swept past. It was almost impossible to escape from the wind prison. But at this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the sky. The Dark Northguard and Long Hua, who had been blinded by the mist, looked up. In the sky, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Twisted and scorching lightning bolts shot down. The violent lightning bolts pierced the wind prison. When the wind energy met the even more violent lightning energy, it was defeated in one strike. The purple and green wind force collided, creating a dazzling scene. In the end, the purple lightning force gained the absolute upper hand. Long Feng's face turned green and red. However, an even more shocking scene was yet to come. Buzz buzz. There was a strange sound as if a hornet's nest had been poked. Long Feng only saw a blur in front of his eyes. Just as the magic mist dissipated, a dark cloud quickly floated up from the ground. What the hell? Where did the dark clouds come from? The dark clouds were still moving quickly. Taking a closer look, it was clearly hundreds and thousands of flying ants. Each flying ant was only the size of a termite, but their bodies were larger than ordinary termites. They also had powerful wings, and their temperaments were 100 times more savage. Although the disciples and grand disciples of the centipede ant general were small in size, when gathered together, thousands of ant soldiers could devour even an elephant magical beast in a flash. Their flying ability was astonishing. They ate meat at sight and drank blood at sight. Only then did Long Feng realize that he had been tricked by Yun Sheng. That seemingly insignificant ant beast was actually a general-level existence that could summon magical beasts. Unfortunately, Long Feng realized it too late. Facing thousands of flying ants was even more terrifying than facing wasps. The only way out was to escape. Knowing that things were not good, Long Feng shouted and retreated a few feet. However, the Dark Northguard called Song and was not so lucky. The venom of the centipede ant general was extremely poisonous. The Dark Northguard cried out miserably, but how could he, who had already been poisoned, be a match for the flying ants? That cloud of flying ants was very fast. Thousands of flying ants pounced, and in the blink of an eye, that Dark North Guard was completely surrounded. That Dark North Guard cried out miserably and rolled on the ground. He kept rolling on the ground, but had no strength to resist. At first, Songen was still able to struggle, but soon there was no movement on the ground. All that was left on the ground was a pale white skeleton that had been gnawed clean by the flying ants. Even the internal organs had been eaten clean by the flying ants. "I'm going to kill you all," Long Feng roared after seeing the miserable state of his subordinates. Wind blades fill the sky. A high-level spell, wind blades fill the sky. Countless wind sickles and wind blades were like a blizzard, tearing the flying ants to pieces. But just as Long Feng thought that everything was about to end, the terrifying magic undulations shook his soul. He had just focused all his attention on the centipede ant general, that summoner. A figure streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Profound lightning vortex. Yun Sheng's black eyes were only filled with killing intent and coldness. With the help of the demonic steps, her movements were unbelievably fast. Her speed was very fast, and it was as if she had arrived in front of Long Feng in an instant. At that moment, Long Feng only felt that the wind around him had stopped. The terrifying magic vortex brushed past Long Feng's body, although it didn't hit directly. But the terrifying power of the magic vortex still sent Long Feng flying. He only felt that he was a meteorite falling downwards. Only when he fell to the ground did Long Feng manage to flip himself over and stand up. His heart trembled as he bent over to take a look. A large piece of flesh had been torn from his chest and abdomen, and it was dripping with blood. "I've lost." Long Feng lowered his head dejectedly. Just now, if Yun Sheng's magic vortex had been even an inch closer, his body would have been directly pierced through by the profound lightning vortex. Who would have thought that he, Long Feng, who had always been proud of his dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, would be so vulnerable in front of Yun Sheng, who is a dual cultivator of magic and summoner? The Dark North Guard were all watching the battle just now. They didn't think that second manager Long Feng would actually lose. No one dared to make sound. The battle just now had already made these Dark North Guards fearful. No one dared to underestimate the princess anymore. Long Feng, the princess is not an ordinary person. Her summoning and magic are equally outstanding. The prince's foresight is much better than us two old bones. Long Hu walked forward and patted his old friend's shoulder. He could tell that Long Feng was still somewhat concerned about the outcome of this competition. "Ah, big brother, I was wrong in the past. This time, the princess has spared my life. Since Long Feng's life is saved, I will definitely serve the princess in the future. No, the prince." Long Feng was smarter than Long Hua. When he saw Yun Sheng's attire, he knew what Yun Sheng was planning. The Dark North Guards were reunited. Chapter 956. With the help of Long Feng and Long Hua, Yun Sheng officially became the new leader of the Dark North Guards as the Prince Regent. They started to plan how to attack Grand Emperor City. The people in Grand Emperor City still had no idea that a surprise attack was about to happen. In the Yuan residence, the Yuan family's eldest daughter, Yuan Shanshan, walked in angrily. "This is too infuriating. What does the city lord mean by this?" He handed the defense of the city to an outsider and even chased our Yuan family out. "He's clearly trying to exclude us and my brother." She wanted to go out of the city to handle some matters, but was told by the city guards that she could not leave the city without the second prince's permission. The conflict between the Xian and Yuan families intensified over the years. After Yuan Bupo came out of seclusion, his strength increased greatly, and he comprehended the 7th chapter of Grand Emperor City. Although the city Lord Xian Sitian praised him on the surface, his grudge against the Yuan family deepened. After the young city Lord Xian Wuji died, the elders in the city hoped that Yuan Bupo could become the young city lord so that he could inherit the throne of Grand Emperor City. The city lord Xian Sitian initially agreed to the elder's request. However, Xian Sitian did not want the power of the city lord to fall to someone else. He wanted to play matchmaker for Xian Mimi and Yuan Bupo, so that their child could inherit the position of city lord. Yuan Bupo already had someone in his heart. Naturally, he would not agree to it. He rejected it openly and secretly several times. However, Xian Mimi continued to pester him. Yuan Bupo became impatient and swore in front of the elders that he would not marry Xian Mimi, even if there were no other women in Grand Emperor City. After Xian Mimi was humiliated, her love turned into hatred. Coincidentally, the second prince of Tang Yuan, Li Xiao, came to visit the city lord of Grand Emperor City in the name of cooperation. The city lord of Grand Emperor City hosted a banquet for Li Xiao. When Li Xiao saw Xian Mimi's appearance after her treatment, he had an idea. Li Xiao had been unlucky for the past few years. His power had plummeted because of Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming's interference. Especially after the trip of the divine artifact, Li Xiao was unanimously condemned by the major forces of the other countries. Because of Li Xiao's despicable actions, Li Xiao was expelled from the camp, and Tang Yuan's yearly quota to enter the magic elite camp was cancelled. Not only did Li Xiao not find the divine artifact, but he also lost the face of the Tang Yuan royal family. Crown Prince Li Cheng took the opportunity to accuse Li Xiao in the imperial court. He revealed how Li Xiao had condoned his subordinates to do evil in various places and how he had secretly set up a personal mage army. Only then did Emperor Tang Yuan realize that Li Xiao had done so many evil deeds in secret. In a fit of anger, he stripped Li Xiao of his official position and forced him to return all his earnings to the state treasury. Fortunately, Li Xiao's mother went on a hunger strike and hanged herself. Only then did Li Xiao's position as a prince was saved. Li Xiao had fallen from the illustrious Wuji 5 Annulus to the nominal second prince in less than a year. He felt unbalanced, angry, and resentful. He swore that he would rise again. Li Xiao met Xian Mimi at the banquet and found out that Xian Mimi had been rejected. He was also very sinister. He quickly thought of another way out, which was to marry Di Hong's city. The last time Xian Mimi went to the Immortal Keeper Nation to ask for the Water of Life, she had exchanged glances with Li Xiao. They had some feelings for each other. Coincidentally, Xian Mimi was depressed because of Yuan Bupo's matter. Li Xiao took advantage of the time when he was in Di Hong's city. He gave her gifts and went out together. The two of them were like firewood, and soon they had sex. When Di Hong City's mayor found out, it was already too late. Xian Mimi was already pregnant with Li Xiao's flesh and blood. Di Hong City's mayor had no choice but to agree to Li Xiao's marriage proposal and betroth Xian Mimi to him. The two of them had just set the marriage contract a while ago. The two of them, one was petty and narrow-minded, while the other was jealous. When they got together, they were a match made in heaven. However, it was also because of this that Li Xiao and Di Hong City's mayor formed an alliance. Di Hong City's mayor was also a sly old fox. When he left Di Hong City for Zhou State, he still had a trick up his sleeve. He was worried that the city's defense would be weak and other forces would take advantage of the situation to invade. Therefore, he specially invited his son-in-law, the second prince, Li Xiao, to lead a group of magicians to help defend Di Hong City. After Li Xiao entered the city, he thought that Di Hong City would definitely be under his control in the future, relying on the fact that he was Tang Yuan's second prince and Xian Mimi's future husband. Not only did he start to wantonly exclude the people of the Yuan family, but he also set up a curfew and a ban on leaving the city. He said that it was to strengthen the defense and prevent the invasion of foreign enemies. Elder sister, endure as much as you can. I'm just worried about you. I'm afraid that the mayor is going to do harm to the Yun residents this time, said Yuan Bupo. Di Hong City's mayor was secretive. However, the Yuan family more or less knew about his ambitions. With Zhou State in turmoil, Yuan Shahua and her husband, Yun Sanglong, would encounter the mayor sooner or later. The mayor's strength was not to be underestimated. Even Yin Ba might not be a match for Di Hong City's mayor if he encountered him. Ever since Yuan Bupo was expelled by the divine wind during the battle at the immortal abode, he had changed his usual temperament and focused on cultivating in Dihong City. He originally wanted to go and confess to Yunsheng when he came out of seclusion. Who would have thought that he would learn that Yunsheng was already married to the regent of Great Zhou? After learning the news, Yuan Bupo was disheartened. However, just as Yuan Bupo was feeling dispirited, he received a piece of news from his elder sister, Yuan Shaohua. The regent of Great Zhou suddenly disappeared on the night of his wedding. The news had been sealed, so the outside world did not know what was going on. However, it was true that Yi Baiming's whereabouts were unknown. Yuan Bupo had always liked Yunsheng, but Yunsheng's heart already belonged to someone else, so there was nothing he could do. Yuan Shaohua even encouraged her younger brother, saying that as long as the Prince Regent did not return, her younger brother might still have a chance. After Yuan Bupo heard the news, he originally wanted to find Yunsheng as soon as possible and confess his feelings to her. From Yuan Bupo's point of view, Yi Baiming's sudden disappearance would definitely make Yunsheng very sad. To him, it was an opportunity. However, before he could set out to find Yunsheng, the situation in Dihong City became tense. Li Xiao's men had already started to ostracize the Yuan family without restraint. Dihong City was currently facing internal and external troubles, and the mayor had been ostracizing them multiple times. If this continued, the Yuan family would be threatened sooner or later. But we have no way of contacting your elder sister now. The Yuan family members were also very worried. I've already sent the Ice Fire Luan to inform her. I believe she should have received the news soon. Once brother-in-law arrives, we'll take action immediately. Yuan Bupo muttered. Yuan Bupo's character was hot-blooded to begin with. Although he had calmed down due to his cultivation over the years, he would never allow someone like Li Xiao to behave atrociously over him. It was time to get rid of Li Xiao and the Xian family. Chapter 9:57. However, what surprised Yuan Bupo and his family was that they did not receive news from his brother-in-law, Yun Songlong. Instead, they received a messenger sent by Yunsheng. However, the messenger's appearance were a little strange. It was brought back by the Ice Fire Luan. Grand Empress City was a city outside the world. There were many magic seals set up outside. Without someone who was familiar with the roads of Grand Empress City, it would be difficult to pass through those magic seals. However, to the peacock sheep beside Yunsheng, all the magic seals were trash. Therefore, Yunsheng sent the peacock sheep to inform Yuan Bupo and the rest. There was a melodious cry of phoenix. In the dark night, there was a red and blue light. The adult phoenix flew into Yuan Bupo's room. It was Yuan Bupo's demonic beast, the Ice Fire Phoenix. The Ice Fire Phoenix was a peak demonic beast. Back then, Yuan Bupo was guided by an ancient divine beast and found the Ice Fire Phoenix. As Yuan Bupo's power increased, the Ice Fire Phoenix also changed its image of a little bird. Its shiny feathers were not much inferior to a real phoenix. Yuan Bupo had only sent the Ice Fire Phoenix out for a few days. Logically speaking, it was not the time for it to return. There must be a reason why the Ice Fire Phoenix suddenly returned. Half of its body was ice blue, while the other half was magma red. It had a long tail. The Ice Fire Phoenix was arrogant. Other than its master, Yuan Bupo, even the Yuan family could not get close to it, let alone letting other demonic beasts lie on its back. However, this time, it was carrying a demonic beast on its back. Furthermore, it was a plump pink magical beast with curly fur. The demonic beast was snoring and sleeping soundly. Ice Fire, why are you back so soon? What's that on your back? Yuan Bupo had never seen such a weird-looking demonic beast. Hearing the sound of people, Popping Sheep woke up with sleepy eyes. He didn't forget to wipe the shiny drool hanging from his mouth. Why was it here? All right, it was sent out to deliver a message. The peacock sheep then remembered. Yunsheng was leading the Dark North Guards to launch a surprise attack on Grand Emperor City. She sent baby sheep to Grand Emperor City, first to bring the news to Yuan Bupo. Yuan Sheng's original plan was that baby sheep was a world deity, so he could ignore the restrictions of the Grand Emperor City and enter the city. She wanted the people of the Yuan family to be prepared to cooperate with them from the inside. However, Yuan Sheng had forgotten that this life-bound summoned beast of hers was a world deity who had yet to take up a post. She left the Jade capital in a daze. It was very normal in the beginning. Relying on the memory of the map of the continent that universe god Wei Gang was born with, it found the approximate location of Hong Emperor City. It had also successfully barged into those magical restrictions and arrived near the Grand Emperor City. However, it was careless and lost its way. The extremely prideful kissing sheep refused to return to its master. Fortunately, it was lucky enough to meet the ice-fire Luan. The two magical beasts chattered for a while. The lazy sheep, Bo Bo Yang, relied on its reputation as a world deity and arrogantly ordered the ice-fire Luan to bring it to the Grand Emperor City. Bo Bo Yang's sleepy eyes glanced at Yuan Bupo. Yuan Bupo had short hair, healthy skin tone, deep and powerful eyes, high nose bridge, and sculpted lips. He looked very pleasing to the eye. Yuan Bupo and Yuan Sheng had not seen each other for many years. His abilities had improved greatly, and the prison disaster in the immortal Zhu nation had changed his personality quite a bit. The appearance was born from the heart. The current Yuan Bupo had already faintly become the leading figure of the younger generation in the Grand Emperor City. Bobo faintly remembered that there was such a person. Although this brat was not bad-looking, he was not as pleasing to the eyes as the Qilin brat. Bobo Yang would occasionally go to the Realm Meditation Land to check on Yi Biming's situation. It had to be said that the Qilin brat and its master were the same kind of people. They could walk out of their depressed state very quickly. The Qilin brat was already cultivating the burning demon formula. From the looks of it, the evil aura on his body was controlled quite a bit. He believed that after a few more days, he would be able to leave the Realm Meditation Land and see the light of day again. Yi Biming even bribed Bobo Yang to tell him about Yuan Sheng's situation recently, especially those men who had a good impression of Yuan Sheng, who were good-looking and had power. They had to be strictly checked. Those people must not be allowed to get close to Yuan Sheng. After eliminating a potential love rival, Yi Biming was in charge of finding a king-level magical beast for Bobo Yang after he came out of seclusion. Bobo Yang still needed 1,000 years to cultivate to become a world deity. To increase the speed of his cultivation, other than daily training, he had to swallow the soul stones of magical beasts. A king-level magical beast could reduce one's cultivation time by 100 years. But its little master's abilities were not enough yet. Bobo Yang was not willing to let her take the risk for him. But the Qilin brat was different. If he cultivated the burning demon formula, he could transform into a magical beast and a human. With the bloodline of the descendants of Bakra orcs, especially the direct descendants of the Eight Desolates, his abilities could be doubled in the form of a magical beast. Yi Biming in the form of a Qilin would be at least a peak king-level existence, close to the existence of a deity. Not to mention one king-level magical beast, even if 2 or 3 king-level magical beasts came, he could swallow them whole. Bobo Yang weighed the pros and cons. In the end, he succumbed to the temptation of the Qilin brat and became a traitor. Yuan Sheng still did not know that her Bobo Yang had been bribed by Yi Biming. Hence, when Bobo Yang saw Yuan Bupo, his pink will exploded like an electric shock. He was on high alert. Bobo, the little flute player, my master asked me to pass a message to you. She is preparing to execute a plan to attack Wei to save Zhao. Don't ask me what kind of plan it is. I just learned how to read not long ago. I don't understand. In short, capture all the guys in Grand Emperor City and open the city gates to welcome the little master. After Bobo broke out of his shell, he had spent a lot of time with humans. He already knew some human language and could communicate with humans in a simple way. Yuan Sheng is coming. Yuan Bupo also found out from the Ice-Fire Luan that this pink magical beast was Yuan Sheng's natal magical beast. Knowing that Yunsheng was coming to Grand Empress City, Yuanbu Po's gloominess was swept away. His eyes shone brightly. He could not wait to see Yunsheng again. This time, no matter what, he had to seize the opportunity to let Yunsheng understand his intentions. Almost without hesitation, Yuanbu Po and the Yuan family decided to take action tonight. They had to settle the matter of Grand Emperor City before Yunsheng arrived. It was just that Yuanbu Po did not expect that Yunsheng's initial plan was to coordinate from the inside and the outside. Who would have known that Baby Sheep wanted to perform and directly brought forward the plan to seize the city of Grand Emperor City? Hence, when Yunsheng arrived, everything was coming to an end. On the other hand, Bo Boyong was thinking about how his little master would praise him. At the same time, he was thinking about how he would destroy his little master in Yuan Bupur so that he could get a king-level magical beast soul stone from the Qilin Brat. Fourth update, I've deleted a lot of comments recently. For those who have offended me, please cross them out. Also, thank you to all the original subscribers. You have persevered until today. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.